his client, but as in terms of the other witnesses, we didn't see Jane, or we didn't see Mia, we didn't see Bonna, we didn't see Cassie Ventura, we didn't see Deontay, we didn't see a number of the witnesses, maybe outside of the paralegals, or I don't think I saw Special Agent Joseph Cerciello either, but who knows, for the big verdicts, for the big V, they might actually come down into the courtroom, but we don't know that just yet.
Yeah, we had a question from Alana Rodriguez, 896. Hi, Queen Elizabeth. Looking great today. You too, Jesse. Love the hair. So kind. Elizabeth, did they come to a verdict on the last one yet? So I think that if anybody's just joining us, did they come to a verdict on the last one yet, Elizabeth?
All right, everyone, if you guys are just joining us, they've only reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. So they're still kind of holed up on count 1, obviously count 1 being racketeering conspiracy. As far as count 2, that's sex trafficking as it pertains to Cassie. Count 3 being transportation to engage in prostitution as it pertains to Cassie. Count 4 being sex trafficking as it pertains to Jane. Count 5 being transportation to... You guys, I'm saying this out loud, and this shows how much I'm involved in this case, that I can read off all the different counts just from my mind. I'm not even looking at the superseding indictment. That shows how involved I've been in this case. But just to answer your question, everyone, count 5 being transportation to engage in prostitution. And there weren't really there weren't any questions regarding that. So it seems like it's possible that it might be in the government's favor.
Really interesting super chat comment. Thank you so much from Forrest and Fawn, which I said earlier today when I was doing the lunch show. Amazing name. It's like the name of like a cookie brand, right? Forrest and Fawn. Anyway. A super chat question. I absolutely cannot go away this holiday weekend thinking of Diddy. Hurry up. Well, we shall see. Elizabeth Milner, you are going to be there tomorrow. You might be there for the verdict, partial verdict, complete verdict, but you're going to be there tomorrow. Thank you so much. Great reporting as always.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, I want to bring back in Safa and Bradford. Safa, you think we're getting a verdict tomorrow? You think we're getting a verdict on racketeering before the holiday weekend?
I definitely think we're getting a verdict tomorrow, and particularly before the holiday weekend. This is the 4th of July weekend. These jurors have been sitting on this case for quite some time. They want to go home. They want to be done with this. So I do expect that we're going to get a verdict tomorrow.
And Bradford, you don't see let me ask you a question. We got a question about this Allen charge. In your experience, do they give multiple Allen charges or modified Allen charges? If they come back and say, hey, listen, we still can't come to a decision, does the judge say, hey, go back one more time? Or is that overly suggestive? Do you think that after being told to go back to deliberate, they are going to still be at an impasse? Or do you think they'll eventually come to a verdict?
I think they're still going to be in an impasse just because it feels like there are more than one juror on that charge that is saying either guilty or not guilty. So, like I said, often if there's one holdout, usually they get beat up enough. I mean, I just had a trial in San Francisco, a murder case in San Francisco, where there was one holdout. And the guy was great. I mean, he held out for like 6 days, very strong guy, 7 days. He would come out, he's crying, he's upset. Everyone was upset. They came back in dozens of times. The foreman came back in and said, this one guy, he's a conspiracy theorist. We can't agree with this guy. And he held out for the 7 days. And right before they came with the verdict, the foreman came back in and said, remember when I said he was a conspiracy theorist? We couldn't agree with him. He's a good guy. We like him now. And then they came back with a guilty verdict on second degree instead of first degree, which is okay. It's never okay to get a guilty verdict, but it was okay in that case. And, that's what happens when you have one holdout. You got people just beating on you every day saying, you're not making any sense. You're not making any sense. You got the 4th of July around the corner. People are saying, I got to pick up my kid. I got to do this. And they're blaming you. And what happens is you have to be such a strong personality. You have to be almost a Superman or Superwoman to withstand those slings and arrows of guilt or not guilt and hold your ground that a decision is not met. Now, when there's 2 or 3, you guys form like a little clan and you're like, you find comfort in each other. So my guess is there's at least 2 or 3 here that are saying either guilty or not guilty, and they're going to find comfort in each other. And my hope is that they stand strong, whatever their verdict is, they stand strong on that verdict. They've heard all the evidence. They've seen everything they need to see. And it's whether or not the others can beat them up enough to say, hey, listen, we all want to go home and let's just do this. But I don't think they come to a verdict on that charge.
Okay, Safa, final question of the night. This is a super chat question from We Will Dance Again. Thank you so much. How much time can he get for the Mann Act guilty verdict? So transportation to engage in prostitution. How much time can he get for that alone?
He's facing up to 10 years on that charge. And so ultimately, if he were to just be convicted of that charge, the judge can sentence him up to 10 years. So he's got the most exposure with the RICO, which that is the crucial charge, the charge that he has the most to lose. But with the Mann Act, he's looking at 10.
And what's a minimum that he might be looking at? If you know.
So there's no minimum, but right now, so he's been in custody for quite some time. Not only that, but we have to look at the sentencing guidelines and where he would fall at with respect to those guidelines. Could the judge give him 5 years? Sure.
Yeah.
8? Sure. Could the judge give him time served? In theory, yes. Will the judge do that? It's up to him.
Safa Robinson-Ferrer, Bradford Cohen, you guys are the best. Back on Thursday. Why even bring that up now? Just let them continue to deliberate. That was a good point by the defense, right?
Yes, it definitely was. And I think what the defense is essentially...
By the way, welcome, people. Welcome. We are on jury verdict watch, actually, today. We anticipate we're going to get a verdict. Obviously, if you guys didn't watch yesterday or you don't know or haven't looked up at the news, there has been 4 verdicts supposedly secured by the jury. They have secured a verdict in count 2, which is the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura, count 3, which is the prostitution of Cassie Ventura and others, and count 4, which is the sex trafficking of Jane Doe, and count 5, which is the prostitution of Jane Doe and others. The RICO charge, it is unresolved. I have my own thoughts about that. I believe that if you could come to a consensus on 2, 3, 4, and 5, you should be easily, or not easy, but you should be able to come to a consensus on 1. The mere fact that they haven't came to a consensus, in my opinion, I wholeheartedly believe that they do not believe it's a RICO, and they're arguing over. I believe some people say, hey, this is a criminal enterprise. Some people say it's not, and we are at that point.
Trying to do here is give them as much time as they need to deliberate. You don't want them to rush and say, well, fine, we've got to reach a verdict, and then it backfires because they come back on a guilty verdict on the top count. So very favorable, at least, from the defense aspect, wanting to slow it down, giving them the time, and then maybe they might also change their opinion on some other things, and we don't know. It seems like they've come to a unanimous verdict on the other counts 2 through 5, but yes, most definitely.
The jury has entered the courtroom, so we're going to find out what is happening next. Okay.
This is a replay from this Law and Crimes broadcast from yesterday, so this is not current. The court has not started yet. I believe they're going to show up at 9 o'clock. So I expect them to do a full day today. Yesterday, they were unwilling to go past 5 o'clock. The judge has told the jury they make their own schedules. They could come and go as they please. Obviously, people probably have July 4th plans. They're probably trying to get things out of here by today, because if not, they might have to go back in tomorrow, which is Thursday, which is pushing a little close. The judge had previously stated early on in the proceeding that July 3rd was going to be an off day. However, if they don't come to a verdict by today, it's likely he'll open up the courthouse tomorrow that they could deliberate. You have to imagine the jury are regular people. Anthony Arnold, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. They have plans, right? They have plans. I could imagine people are like, yo, I'm not about to miss this goddamn trip or wherever the hell they got to go or got to be, just because this Diddy trial is going to have them return back to court. So I'm thinking we're going to get the verdict today. If they've agreed on 4, they haven't agreed on 1. I think we're going to get a decisive answer today. I think they're going to go unanimously, either one way or the other. Here's the other issue, and here's the problem. If they don't get an answer today, this is going to start to stretch, right? Also, I haven't gotten clarification on this, but I'll try to reach out to either, Bradford Cohen or anyone else to give me some clarification on, are the decisions already locked in? So they said they reached a verdict. And by the way, King Trevon, thank you for the 20. He says that baseball parlay hit. Life is good. Did it hit? I didn't even check it. You know who I got that from? I got that from the Big AJ. He had told me, he said, yo, Tuesday, he said the Yankees got the best pitchers pitching. He said they can't lose. So I was like, all right, bet, I got you. I don't know too much about baseball, but clearly, I guess it worked. Thank you, guys, and shout out to Steak Kick. Anyway, back to what I'm saying. If this does not go down today, it's apparent that the judge is going to force these people to sit there until they come up with a decision. That could be difficult. Now, Diddy was seen in court yesterday with his head in his hand. People say he was looking stressed. We don't know which way that would mean. I do believe his lawyers, his Avengers-style team of lawyers, have given him some consultant on, hey, listen, it's probably leaning this way because why the hell would blah, 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 blah. They're probably a little bit more accurate than everybody else. They've been working this case. They had to analyze every possible scenario. And if we're thinking about the level of intricacy that goes into this case, like they're studying the body language of these jurors throughout the trial, before the trial, during voir dire, as they call it, but that's jury selection. They feel like they have connected with some of these jurors. They feel like they had a good idea of where some of these people may fall along the spectrum. So again, they had to also think about the scenario like today where they're hung up on a particular charge. The charge this time is RICO. Now, granted, this is the one that definitely probably carries the most implication, which is, do you give Diddy life? Again, in a RICO case, to be found guilty of RICO, you need these are the requirements that needs to be met. Number one, there has to be, RICO is a organization conspiracy charge. In conspiracy, you need an agreement to commit a crime between two individuals, and they have to know that they're committing a crime. Intent, mens rea, is obviously necessary, okay? You can't have a conspiracy with someone that doesn't know they're in the conspiracy or that they're committing said act. However, other people, other than the two people that know that they're doing this, don't necessarily have to have all the knowledge. For example, the assistants, they were like, I was just cleaning up the rooms. They probably didn't know they might have been assisting what the feds call as a sex trafficking ring or whatever, but they would be still part of the enterprise. Now, we get to the second thing. So we need two people, then we need an enterprise. The enterprise is basically what's going to be considered the corrupt organization. Corrupt organization could be a school board that are doing certain things to funnel tax money or to do certain things to push certain kids ahead. And by the way, school boards have gotten hit with RICOs. That's happened. So there has to be an enterprise. In this case, they accuse Combs Enterprise of being the enterprise. Now, everyone's going to have their own thoughts about it. Do you believe that Bad Boy / Combs Enterprise was the company that was just facilitating crime? You know, obviously, when we think about the YSL case, they argue two things. Well, you could have legitimate business, y'all putting out records, but you're also facilitating and also encouraging gang violence, shootings, and other things, drug dealing and things like that, violence, right? So two things could be true. I think when we think about Bad Boy Records, when we think about Combs Enterprise, we think about liquor, we think about music, we think about clothing. We usually don't think about this is a sex trafficking organization. However, they're saying both could be true. So there has to be an enterprise. So again, these are the things before you even get to the predicate acts. So there has to be an agreement between two people. The government claims the agreement is between him and the bodyguards, him and KK. Those are the main co-conspirators, okay? Diddy is the only co-conspirator charged. KK is not charged. None of the bodyguards are charged, and none of them showed up for testimony for or against Diddy. They're in the wins, all of them, okay? So we have an agreement between two people. We have an enterprise, which they claim is Bad Boy Records. And then there is these other branches called predicate offenses, right? There has to be predicate offenses that are constant, which is crimes that you're not charging only singularly, you're charging as part of a pattern of criminal activity. It could be, wire fraud. It could be money laundering. It could be bribery. In this case, there's 8 of them. There's arson, bribery, witness tampering, there's sex trafficking, there's forced labor, there is kidnapping. What else there is? There's about 2 or 3 more, and I'm forgetting off the top of my head. Possession of drugs with the intent to distribute, and I believe one more thing might be the aiding and abetting charge. Again, this is why RICO is such a hard statute to not only understand, but also to litigate and also to probably understand for the jury. So now you need predicate offenses. You need at least 2. You have to be found guilty of at least 2. So, but it doesn't have to be 2 different offenses. For example, if you believe he sex trafficked both, and this is why I said it's odd that the RICO wasn't decided too. If you believe he sex trafficked both Daphne Joy and also Cassie, that would also be the 2 predicate offenses that would fall under RICO, and he's guilty of RICO if you believe the other things that I laid out before. There is a conspiracy. There is a enterprise, okay? There is a pattern, and the pattern comes into predicate offenses. Outside of the predicate offenses are what's called overt acts. Those things are not necessarily crimes, but those are the actions that would help these crimes be facilitated. For example, if I tell my assistant, go get me some rope and get me the duct tape, and I'm finna go kidnap somebody, and I didn't tell them that, they go get the duct tape and the rope, and I used to go kidnap someone. The person going getting the duct tape and the rope had no idea about the conspiracy. Did they assist? Yes, by me instructing them, but those would be called overt acts. Without getting there's nothing criminal about getting the rope. There is some criminal about kidnapping, right? So those are things to it becomes branches of a tree. And then we have a statute of limitation issue. So there's 2 things for statute of limitations. You cannot charge someone for a RICO if none of the predicate acts have occurred in the last 5 years. And a RICO doesn't, so for example, there has to be 1 predicate act that happened in the last 5 years, right? So the thought is the criminal organization is no longer operative or active if you can't find 1 single instance of one of the predicates happened in the last 5 years. Second of all, if we're saying that RICO and conspiracy is to show a pattern of crime, you lack a pattern if there's 10 years between any 2 instances. So if say you're saying these niggas just be doing drive-by shootings, and there was a drive-by shooting in 91, then the next one happened in 2004. That's not a pattern. That's 2 isolated incidents, right? And obviously when it comes to this, they're claiming that the freak-offs were sex trafficking. Those happen weekly. Those happen continuously from 2011 all the way to 2024, with the government almost making, claims that there was no pause in between. Did he continue these actions? There is a question about after Cassie stopped end of 2018. Well, it doesn't break the 5-year mark because Daphne Joy clocks in 2020. So that's just 2 years. We don't know about the freak-offs happening before, around I believe 2009, 2010. But the RICO lists a 20-year period. It lists 2004 to 2024. And we're going to see, first of all, the 2004, most of those crimes are not necessarily, it's more crimes of violence and drugs, not necessarily freak-offs, because he meets Cassie, I believe, 2006, I believe. And then the freak-offs kick off 2009, right? Anyway, or 2007 and then 2009 and then Kid Cudi 2011. Anyway, again, as I heard Elizabeth Milner say that, I've been following this case and covering it so intricately for over 7 weeks now. It's going on 2 months, pretty much daily, Monday to Friday. Usually a couple days you get off because of a federal holiday, but you kind of start learning the case in and out. I would imagine the jurors who are in court, they know the case in and out. There were several videos that were played that were freak-off videos. There were hundreds of text messages. For example, Cassie's stayed on the stand for almost 4 to 5 days. The transcript for her entire testimony is over 800 pages long. There was damn near almost 100 pages of text messages. There's thousands of text messages, pictures, videos. There's a lot to break down. It's actually really impressive that they came to 4 consistent or unanimous verdicts in pretty much a day and a half of deliberation. So if they have a full day today for the RICO, let's see what will happen. But, you know, there was an issue with the juror at first saying that they weren't going to follow they weren't following the judge's instructions. I was always wondering, was there ever going to be a moment that somebody walks in the room and said, I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I don't think Diddy's guilty, and I ain't voting that he's guilty. One of those people could have made for a indecisive or potentially, I won't say hung jury because we're not at that stage yet, but an undecided RICO act, right? We don't know if anyone's standing on their square. They're just unwilling to compromise. And either way, maybe somebody walks in that room and says, that nigga is guilty. I don't care what y'all say, I'm voting guilty. So we'll probably hear the drama of what's been happening in the jury room, which I always assume there is some. And I do believe that Alexander Shapiro, which is the appellate lawyer for Diddy, has to probably be paying very close attention to see any possible misconduct that's going on when it comes to the jury, whether maybe somebody in there is trying to bribe him. Maybe somebody in there has some irrational hate saying, yo, listen, I ain't gonna lie, my sister used to get sex trafficked, and maybe they didn't divulge that at voir dire, which they should have. And they said, yo, I'm gonna believe all sex trafficking victims. That nigga's going to jail. Those things would violate Diddy's constitutional rights, also violate the legal and due process of the trial, and that's definitely grounds for appeal. So I know Alexander Shapiro is kind of trying to peep to see what's going on. Also, here's the thing too. They have to be preparing for everything. You know, I have a theory to say if Diddy gets convicted, but only for the prostitution charges, I think they're going to push for a 4 to 6 week appeal. They're going to appeal immediately. They're going to file within 30 days an intent to appeal. Within 4 to 6 weeks, they're going to file a brief for an appeal, and then they're going to also file a motion to get him bail for post-conviction relief, which means, yes, you could be convicted, and while you wait for the appeal for the conviction, you would be able to get some type of bail. So I think that's going to happen for Diddy, and if he gets found on the prostitution charges. And I think he could get out of jail, because here's the thing. The reason why he didn't get out of jail is the idea that he would be able to bribe people, witness intimidation, this and third. Most of that stuff is in the RICO. Most of that stuff is in the RICO, and they wanted to protect the sex trafficking victims. Obviously, you know, prostitution, Cassie's listed as a victim, and Jane Doe, but it's just a lesser dangerous charge that he could possibly make a good argument, given that he was offering a package of $50 million. He was offering pretty much everything, surrender the passport of the entire family, and around-the-clock security, that he could potentially get out on bail. So that's a path to Diddy being released. If you ask me personally, and I am interjecting my personal opinion in this, because we are assuming at this point until the jury comes in, I do believe that Diddy I believe it's a very low chance that Diddy will not be found guilty on any one particular charge. So I don't think he'll be acquitted across the board. I think it's a decent possibility that the RICO charge might end up not being resolved. I believe that he's going to get found guilty of 2. I think that's still a win for him. A win for Diddy is acquitted on all charge. I think that's low. Found guilty on the prostitution charge. I think that's likely, but that's still, there's no mandatory minimums. He could get time served. He could get a year and a day, which usually they like to give people who've been in custody and have gone to trial if they're gonna get the lesser of the sentence to the guidelines, a year and a day. Or, you know, he could get all the way up to 10 years. Diddy doesn't have a record. He's not gonna get 10 years, right? So the prostitution charges he could deal with. And I know, you know, obviously jail is not a great place, but given what he's been through, I think it wouldn't be, you know, it would be a win considering what he's facing. If he gets hit with the RICO, it would be probably easy to assume that we won't see Diddy maybe again, all right? Also, the sex trafficking, he's going to be getting 15 years minimum. Actually, the minimum is 15 because he turned down a plea and he went to trial. There's 2 victims. There's other extenuating circumstances. He's probably looking at 20, right? 20 years. So I think it's 20 years for a singular charge of sex trafficking. If he gets convicted of both sex trafficking counts, Jane Doe, Cassie, I still think he gets 20 years. And if he gets convicted of the RICO, I think most likely he's looking at life if it's a RICO and a sex trafficking charge. So I think Diddy probably doesn't parole until he's 75 to 80. Diddy's 55 years of age at this point. So 20 years from now, he would be 75. If he gets the RICO and a sex trafficking charge, he's getting probably close to 30, right? R. Kelly, if you don't know, was convicted of racketeering. And among other charges, he got 30 years in the Eastern District of New York. And he had another conviction in Chicago for the child pornography, which he got 20 years. He was able to serve it concurrently, so he's serving 30 years. So that 30 barometer is the thing. If they get their way, they're going to give him 30, right? R. Kelly as well didn't have a decorated criminal history, so when they got him for the things that they accused him of, and by the way, R. Kelly was found guilty on all 9 charges in the Eastern District of New York, so it was clean sweep. In Chicago, he was actually found guilty of 3 of the 7, so he actually beat 4 of them. So, he got 30, and we'll see what ends up happening there, okay? So we're waiting on the jury to get to court. They're on their own schedule. The judge really has no additional instructions for them. They're going to show up today, and supposedly they're not even going to alert the court. So they're not going to show up and there's no all rise, let's swear you in. They've been sworn in. They're going to go directly, and they were instructed to go directly to the deliberation room and start hammering it out. And, of course, the judge will show up, but he'll probably be in his chambers reviewing other matters, and he'll probably get a note from the foreperson or the foreman to the bailiff or whoever is responsible for the jury, and they'll pass that note to the judge saying, hey, listen, we either have a verdict or we're still having a stalemate, and at that point, he'll let the court know. So we're kind of waiting. I think they're going to be there at 9. I have to believe, if we look at the jury pool, the people there are, the youngest is 31. They all seem to have families, I would imagine. There's a few people who are retired. There's someone who's 74, who's the oldest person on there. A couple people in their 40s. Actually, 30. The deli clerk is the youngest one. And there's a few people in their 60s. And just going off just even the demographics, not even getting into what their professions are if they're retired, I would imagine that July 4th, they don't want to spend toiling over events of sex trafficking, having to watch freak-off videos, and dealing with the minute details of this case. I think they want to get it all done today. So I think about 9 o'clock they'll be in. And if you ask me, this could be something that's resolved by noon. If it's not resolved by noon, I think by like 4 o'clock, we should probably have a verdict. So we're on Verdict Watch. We're just going to be chilling here. We're going to be watching a lot of other people give their opinion about what they think this means. Currently, I've given you my opinion. I hope you guys watch the broadcast we have with Lauren Conlin and my man Unc, which is, if you don't know, Sean G, yesterday. And we had a great broadcast. If you guys didn't see it, I think it's still available on the channel. You guys should go watch it. But until then, we're going to be just kind of milling around, kind of figuring out what everybody thinks about this, what the legal ramifications is, maybe what Diddy's lawyers are thinking, see if we can find anything about the family and how they're moving. Obviously, all his family showed up yesterday, including the baby mama of his new child, Love Combs, and we're going to see how all of that goes, okay? By the way, 50's also chiming in, and 50, you could tell, he can't wait for Diddy to go to jail. Jesus. We'll get to that as well. I'll play a little bit more of this. Yeah.
Bradford, over to you. Got questions coming in. LaRob Show asks, quick question for the panel. Does this mean we'll get a full verdict tonight in the Diddy trial, or could count 1 be pushed to tomorrow? I mean, if they go back tonight, chances they come back with a verdict? Oh, Bradford, I think we're working on getting your sound up. I think you muted yourself, Bradford. We got you back. Can you? All right, we'll work on getting Bradford. Bradford,
I gotcha.
Gotcha.
So
okay, so if they go back,
I hate-
chances they'll come back with a verdict on racketeering conspiracy.
Yeah, I hate night verdicts. So anytime that a jury is kept overnight, anytime a jury is rushed, that they want to go home, go to sleep, and the judges keep deliberating, it's the worst. So my preference would be exactly what the defense did, is say, hey, let's slow it down here. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Bring them back in. It's 5:18. Send them home for the night. Let them think about it. It could be tomorrow. One guy comes in and says, you know what? I was thinking about count 3. I don't know if I can do it anymore. But that usually doesn't happen.
Okay, so that's interesting. So, it looks like he's answering the question I wanted to ask him. And shout out to Bradford Cohen. He's my guy. We communicate all the time. It appears that, until the jury form is turned in, like they may have came to a consensus, like we don't have to keep discussing A, B, or C, but they could definitely possibly change their mind. And, Diddy's team, if you guys didn't see the demeanor and how they were saying, they were like, hey, listen, we don't want to rush the jury. And I don't know if that was kind of leaning me to think that they think that there's some guilty verdicts in there. And maybe if they had more time, they could think about it. They could go home and be like, wow, we're about to give a guilty verdict to a guy who's going to lose 20 years of his life. And this is heavy. Let's rethink this. Did he really do that? So it looks like they could change their answers, which is interesting. I guess nothing is final until they turn in that jury verdict form. Well, the foreman would turn in all of them. And they would just kind of read it. Juror 245 says guilty on this. And usually they ask the defendant after the verdict is read, do you want to hear what each juror said about, or I forgot what it's called, but they'll read each jury sheet of each juror, okay?
It seems like they've reached verdicts on those 4, and that one count is going to be the one that they decide. I don't think it's going to be decided tonight because I think they're going to go home, and I don't think this is the type of judge, and I've been in front of judges that'll say, let's go to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. This is not that judge. So I don't believe there's going to be any kind of verdict on that count tonight, and I think tomorrow they're going to go back, they'll start fresh, and they'll see if they can reach something tomorrow. But I think it's going to be difficult. I think that people have dug their heels in, and when individuals start digging their heels in and there's more than one, that's when you truly can get a hung jury. When there's one, all the rest just beat up on that one, and then that guy usually ends up turning.
Yep, and we don't know what the split is. Everybody's watching this right now. All eyes are on that federal courtroom in downtown New York. We have a ton of people watching us right now on the live stream. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Thank you so much for continuing to come to us on Law and Crime as we cover this in real time. And by the way, there is an update. The judge says, he's speaking to the jury, I ask you to return to the jury room. If you decide you're done for the day, send me another note and I'll bring you back out to end the day. The jurors leave. Judge says everyone can go back to doing what they were doing. We may get a note in like 10 minutes from the jury and be like, we're exhausted.
They did, by the way, not to kill the suspense.
We're going home. We'll decide on racketeering tomorrow, if we decide. Let me bring in Law and Crime's Sierra Gillespie, who is outside that courthouse right now. Sierra, great to see you. What is the scene like outside? News of a potential verdict. We were wondering if the crowd would gather, if people would show up. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Jesse, a crowd definitely gathered. I do want to shout out Law and Crime because I believe we were one of the first. We already happened to be live on air and announced 2 through 5. There was a verdict reached and questionable about count number 1. So we're on air as this is happening. All of a sudden, a crowd is forming behind me at the courthouse here. I don't know how well you can see. Also, let me note that it is raining. For a time, it was pouring down rain. So there's so many umbrellas, people getting hit, water falling all over people. The scene is chaos. I will say it's not as big as I initially would have thought, simply because, first of all, it was so hot out today. Then it started to pour rain, and I don't know if people were really excited about the prospect of standing in pouring rain. However, we have seen a crowd gathering outside of the courthouse. Mics are set up in the event of any sort of press conference. There were people shouting. There were people who are opposed to Diddy, people who are for Diddy. I mean, there is definitely a crowd here, and you can feel it in the air. When there's a verdict, you can almost just feel it.
So, first of all, to echo what you were saying, I just got word. We are the #1 Diddy trial coverage live stream that's happening right now on YouTube. So incredible. Again,
Didn't we pass them yesterday, Chad? I thought we took back our #1 spot, man. Yo, Jesse, don't be taking shots at me, nigga. Don't be taking shots at me. As soon as they got #1, they start popping it on me, huh? They start popping on me like that EDG.
we have the best viewers. Thank you so much. This is a super chat question that came in from Melissa A. Sierra. I'm going to answer it. I'm going to throw it to you too. So first of all, Melissa A., thank you so much for this great question. How can they have a verdict on counts 2 through 5, but not on 1? That's confusing. Please explain. This is my take, okay? Each one of these charges is separate consideration. They each have their own elements. They could easily say, okay, Sean Combs, I think he transported men and Jane and Cassie across state lines for the purposes of sex work, okay? That's transportation to engage in prostitution. You don't need force, fraud, or coercion. Sex trafficking. Okay, let's talk about force, fraud, and coercion. We believe, let's say I was talking before, I think that he might be found guilty with respect to Cassie. We think that he used those methods to induce her on multiple locations to engage in freak-offs. Maybe Jane, not necessarily so much. These are separate determinations. Racketeering conspiracy is...
02, thank you for the 2. He says, Good Logic is doing his own verdict. Watch at 9:30. Okay, is he at the courthouse? That'd be great. Perfectly imperfect. Thank you for the 2. It says Ack. Good morning. Okay, these days. Thank you for the 5. It says Ack. And I guess they're speaking about some rap stuff here. I guess this is rap stuff too. It says, since this is Gunna's last album on YSL, do you think he'll finesse like Frank Ocean did with Def Jam or just deal with the lack of label support? So, like, I don't know why this hasn't been really announced. Like, ever since YSL 300 went over to Warner, it's now this new thing called Atlantic Music Group. 300 is part of Atlantic Music Group. Gunna is not reporting to YSL anymore. It hasn't been like that for a while. So his contract is basically Atlantic Music Group, even though I'm pretty sure YSL will still have their emblem on the thing. He's not dealing with thugs, people who might have an animosity to him. No. And again, the music business is just too large to be like, yo, all right, let Thug just like squash this guy's career. Yeah, he's going to get proper support somewhere else. And Thug's a businessman too. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure some moving and finagling was done, and maybe Thug got some, maybe an extra payout or a payment up front. That I don't know. But I do know his shit is going through Atlantic Music Group, and it's fine. Yeah, so he's good. And I don't know what album he's on. By the way, V Nizzle, thank you for the 5. He says, morning, Big Act. Thank you for keeping us informed. Thank you for watching. Damn, you're up at 8 o'clock with me, huh? Anthony Arter, what's up with you? Thank you for all the 11 gifted memberships. And King Trevon, thank you for that 20 as well. My boy Kenta, or Kent, ain't even here. Thank you for the 2. He says, yo, truckers on standby. Shout out to you, Wack. Shout out to you. Where you driving to? Y'all got to tell me where y'all driving to. We ain't trying to dox you now, okay? We ain't trying to dox you, but y'all got to let me know. Or let me know how long you're going to be on the road that I could try to make the stream as long as your trip. You get what I'm saying? It's Big X Hurt says, that jury's going to bury him. They're all older white dudes. We don't have the race demographic on here, but supposedly there was a decent amount of black people there from what I heard. JFSF, thank you for the 5. It says, they deserve #1. You spend 4 or 5 hours watching them. Well, true. I do watch them a lot. Here's the thing, though. They take multiple breaks. So, like, they just show the courthouse while they're taking a break. We are consistently trying to be engaged. And, yes, we obviously watch not only them, Lauren Conlon, Unk, and everybody else, but we're here engaged for the entire time. Half of the time they're showing literally the front of the courthouse until they do these bite-sized segments, if you ask me. They've been doing longer segments now, though. But and of course, you know, I have no problem. I like Law and Crimes. You know what I mean? I like Law and Crimes. You know, love that platform. Okay, it's like friendly competition. It's nothing crazy. Tanya Vicette, am I saying your name wrong? Vincette. Where are you from, by the way? That last name makes me think you're. Where would that last name be from? She said, Big Ack, you look fine. And the video yesterday was great. Oh, thank you so much, girl. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, I read that already. All right, perfect. The Skinny Day 1, thank you for the 10. It says, Ack, I've seen you forgive people for more. I think you and Lauren LaRosa, do you think y'all could ever squash y'all issue and do a sit down? Y'all talking about the Diddy case would be good. She just gave you credit too. I don't hate her that much. I don't listen, the Ruri shit, only Ruri, it's like for me to forget that nigga, it's really hard. I don't hate Lauren LaRosa that much. The Ruri thing is because I personally believe and I saw the nigga show up to my house. Well, I didn't see him. I see a nigga stick his hand out the thing and put something in my mailbox. You show up to my house like you ain't even trying to be friends. You trying to die. However, Lauren LaRosa, no, of course. And I do know she's doing her own coverage. You don't see me keep violating her. I mean, I might bring it up sometimes, but yeah, eventually, and here's the thing too. It's all about respect. You know what I mean? As time goes, once I drop my 50 once, I kind of move on from that unless they keep disrespecting. And if she deals with me and my likeness in a fair way, I have no problem dealing with or potentially having conversations with her to reconcile if that's reconciliation, okay? Yo, Big Papa Zoe, thank you for the 5. It said, yo, man, Ack, Bumbleclot, they can keep the Diddler and R. Kelly. They belong together. Inmate freak-offs loading. Just give us Tory back, bro. You wanna see Tory? Okay. Let me see. 020. She says, I just want to say thank you, Ack. Thank you for the 20, by the way. She said, I want to say thank you, Ack. My husband and I watch you all the time. I was waiting every other week for updates. And once I found out you were doing it, I started tuning in. And was able to form a different perspective. W husband. Yeah, make your husband some coffee today. We're rocking with Dunkin' Donuts today. We're up early. Chat, we're gonna have to figure out something going forward. And it's like one of those things. You ever watch like a really good, I always get sad. Well, I think everybody does. There's probably a name for this syndrome. Like when you're watching a really good Netflix series and like it's good, you want to see the finale, but it's like, it's that feeling that after it's over and the credits are rolling, you're like, fuck, like this is over. Like, what are we gonna do? So we still got to do some morning streams, right? Obviously, we haven't done night streams in a while, right? And we used to be the night demons. So we got to figure out how to mix it up. We got to, I don't know if maybe I know you guys have always wanted me to have a schedule. That's really hard. But because streaming it has to be authentic and organic. But I've enjoyed some of this morning streams. It's also kept me, like what Diddy would say, kept me on my job, kept me on my job. So, by the way, thank you guys. And, if you're watching with me in the morning with your husband or you watch clips, I appreciate you as well. Markayla Adams, thank you for the 2. She says, I love you, Ack, but Armand been number 1. Shout out to Armand. Armand's very dope. Actually, Armand, he's around New York, right? Armand, we need you in this week. I know we're pushing up against the holiday, pause, but we need you in this week. Oh, that's who I should add to the 4th person. Me, Armand, Unc, and Lauren. That would be great. Armand has been pretty much like almost the top guy. He's just not live all the time. He's at court. And by the way, he deserves every view he gets because he's at court. And when he gets out, I know he has always a unique perspective. Armand's a cool guy. He's a cool guy, all right? So salute to him. I'm still saying I'm number 1, though. Come on, ain't nothing bigger than the chat. Stop playing, Markayla. Stop playing, girl. Entertainment Zone, thank you for the 10. It says, yo, big up yourself. Big Ack. There's no victim in this goddamn case because they're all nasty motherfuckers. There's only one Gaza. What's up, my brother? Got to be a Jamaican right there. Westcott Lawrence, thank you for the 10. He says, Love Island ain't nothing but a freak off. Yo, chat, is everybody on the Love Island wave? I'm not on this Love Island wave yet. I keep hearing everybody's like, oh, yeah, I can't say Love Island stuff in the group chat. Am I the only one that is not on? Am I the only one that is just not on this wave yet? By the way, Nurk in the building, I see you. Somebody said Unc is dying inside. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like Unc was getting emotional yesterday, man. And he said one thing I didn't know. He said, I didn't know. He clearly have met Puff before because he said he took pictures with him and this and third. And I was like, oh, you kind of know him. And it kind of made me think differently because I was like, is he just like a Bad Boy fan or like, but maybe he knew him a little bit. Also, him telling me about his lifestyle, I didn't know he was like a millionaire and he was doing all that before he got caught for some stuff he was doing. These days, thank you for the £5. Where you from, UK? So, Ak, you think Drake will drop something before his wireless performance this month in London? Nah, I don't think Drake is one of the artists that at this point would need to drop any music before a big performance. By the way, there should be 2 big performances, right? He has wireless this month. And he has what else? So we got wireless this month, and next month, it should be OVO Fest, right? Should be OVO Fest. So I don't think he's dropping music for either war. I think people want to see him confidently pop out. Want to see, again, obviously he did the tour in Australia, but we want to see. It's a fresh reminder that for everybody saying Drake is done, you're gonna see 120,000 people just like bop around to him perform a sicko mode or whatever the heck he's gonna perform in. I think it's just gonna remind people that, yeah, even if you didn't think he got the best of the battle, it's Drake. It's like everybody loves him, right? Malik, he says, Ak, when you coming to Turks? Wait, hold up now. Sooner than you think. Jermaine, it says, Ak, you getting slim, Ak? Oh, appreciate you, boy. And he says, no Diddy, keep it going. Thank you. K93K says, yo, did you hear that new Ye and King Combs EP? I did not. What do you think? I asked this question yesterday. What do you think all this means for Ye? If I'm Ye, and if we're assuming that Ye is the guy who does the freak offs, do you pause all your freak offs? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. And I pray, and I'm not wishing none of this into existence, but let me tell you it like this. Remember, all this happened because Cassie did the lawsuit. Then we get potentially 2,000 fake victims that come out, but some people who might have real stories. Jane Doe, who was his girl at the time, starts moving mad different. It's like, she even said, yo, I read Cassie's story. It sounds like me. That was bad news. You could tell that's bad news, okay? That's bad. That's nasty work. I wonder if with all of this, Bianca sends stories like this, like, you know what I mean, on some setting up for the play that when she hits him with the eye, yo, I just need my 20 M's. I just need my 20 M's, yay? I just need my 20 M's. You a billionaire. Give me the 20 M's. It's over. You could get your new big titty hot chick. I will go away. I haven't talked in 5 years. I won't talk down. Just give me my 20 M's. I'm out of here. Give me my 20 M's. You seen what happened at the Diddler. Give me my 20 and I'm out. I'm wondering what she thinks about all of this. Okay? Shit. Also, if I'm Ye, I'm taking legal backups right now to make sure that she cannot try to claim some other shit later. Okay? Raphael the G. Thank you for the 555. It says, did you hear that Tony Busby won his case against Jay-Z and Cali? I did hear that. And it's not won his case. He got a motion to dismiss. I guess won his case, but the case wasn't concluded. It was a motion to dismiss that got granted. The motion to dismiss, it's I don't know if you guys want to get into that. We could save that for lunchtime because we got to pause some of this Diddy stuff. But this actually is a really harmful but important, and I think it should be appealed. First of all, Alex Spiro never gets his ass whipped in court, but he pretty much did. He argued a motion to dismiss. Tony Busby said, no. Tony Busby argued a motion to dismiss. Alex Spiro said it shouldn't be dismissed. And the court actually sided crazy with Tony Busby and actually said, if this is that much of an issue, they even encouraged them to appeal. They said you guys should seek appellate options, which that's going to be very interesting, okay? Malik says, yo, you're always rambling, but I'm the biggest content creator in Turks, man. I love to tap in with you. Okay, my brother. Ariel Jenkins, what's up with you, girl? I love seeing you. I love that. You know, I could tell it's you. It's that yellow shirt. That's a fact. It says, I live in Central Florida. You said you were going to Miami and to do a show, and you never did. You have bridged the gap between me and the vendors that come to my job. I love this culture. Thank you, Ak. will you be at the show when I do the Miami show? Because we are planning the show. I told you, I think I'm going to do a poll because some people say come to Houston. Some people say go to Atlanta. But I wanted to do Miami. If I do the Miami show, you're not there to be upset. You got to come through, okay? The Rogue Index, thank you for the 10. It says the Rogue Index established in 2025. Salute to the real. Jamar Porter, thank you for the 2. It says my boy. It said, yo, bro, my boy DDG popping it, right? Yo, he popping it right now in Italy, right? With India? Yo, I'm not going to lie, man. Yo, shout out to India. I think she know how to play her role, man. She plays her role, doesn't do too much. Like, she's not one of them Christian Rock chicks that, you know, them type of girls that you like the content creator and you're like, oh, man, she just make you look bad. Like one of the, she's like compliments. So shout out to India love. Real Easy says, yo, thank you, Act, for always giving details. Headlines and clickbait spreads misinformation. You bring a little bit more detail that will give a wider viewpoint. And that's the point. You know, again, if I'm covering this trial, whether you agree with me or not, and I hope there's a wide range of opinions. Like, I think some of y'all should probably think that he's guilty on all accounts. Some of you guys should think he's innocent on all accounts. I want to give the details. I'm always going to sprinkle my opinion in there and based on how I reason, and probably some coming from some slight biases and things like that. And also the fact that I am a man. And those are just inherent biases that are going to be in every conversation. But I hope that I am given enough information that you can make up your own opinion, right? I don't want people to just follow how I think. I want to give the opinion that you could probably flip it and look at it a different way or any way you want to, okay? Cool. These days says that WAC 100 police badge is fake, right? Man, why y'all playing with WAC real quick? I'll look at this real quick. Man, could y'all stop playing with WAC? I was on a No Jumper Reddit, and I don't know what y'all got going on. My man WAC is not a police officer. WAC is one of the realest street dudes we have ever seen, okay? And I will not let y'all play with his name or besmirch his name. WAC is a good friend of mine. So anyway, supposedly WAC was on a thing with Snoopy Badass, and when showing his like wallet, there was something that appeared to look similar to what people believe is a police badge. I'll just play the clip here. You guys tell me. Let me mute.
They told him that though.
Okay, and it's like right here, they're saying this right here. Let me put it right here. They say this looks like a police badge. Come on, people. Come on. That's not a badge. I can't believe y'all playing with the big Paru like that. That is not a badge. I know it might look similar to a badge. I know it might look similar to a badge, but it's probably a PBA card. It could be something from, I don't know, maybe he's, you know, there's certain type of emblems that look like that. That could be, you know, he's in some type of Masonic lodge or something like that. But WAC is not the police. Big man, that is not a badge. That is not a badge. Does that look like a badge to y'all? Chat, does this look like a badge to y'all?
Wacko that told him that though.
Nah, that's
Told him that.
that's not a badge. Listen, unless you can provide me the badge number, it's not a badge. It's not a badge. Also, it's not a badge. Somebody says it's an AirTag. Yeah, it's like the new AirTag type of joint. That is not a badge, chat. I will not let y'all talk about my good friend WAC 100 like that. That is not a badge. And to keep it real, I don't know where this idea that WAC is the police came from. It feels like y'all only think WAC is the police because he's educated. He is an educated guy who comes from the street. Yeah, it might be like one of those Masonic things, like, you know, it might be like a membership card. Anybody knows what a PBA card is? Like, there's obviously that. Did it look like a card? Nah, that ain't no goddamn badge. And if it is a badge, it's not a police badge. It's not a police badge. Who knows? WAC might be a firefighter or something. Nigga, who knows, man? All I know is not no police badge, man. That ain't no damn police badge. You never know. It might be like, you know, the security. If it's anything, it's a security badge. You know, WAC, even though he's never really worked security, you know, people look at WAC as a protector. It's probably security. Whatever it is, it's not a police badge. Jermaine said, Ack, you got to stop the cat, brother. That's a badge. That's not a badge, bro. That's not a badge. Somebody says a passport. It might be a passport. Might be a passport. Or it might be like one of them things that you could swipe to get in your building or something like that. That's not a badge. No. That's not a badge. These days, thank you, I agree with you. It says wax the biggest pyro, not the biggest cop. Exactly. Joseph Walton, it says, yo, Ack, you got to let me help with the set design for your podcast. The plants not even opened be killing me. You better than that. Well, you know Troy Ave records in that space. We actually had to move his stuff. I think he was about to record. We moved his stuff out because we were going to use off-the-record studio. And what happened was we found out Unc was coming, so we needed 3 mics. And we didn't want to use the other studio that we filmed with 6ix9ine in, like that infamous 6ix9ine studio, because it was just, I'm a redesign in there. And we went to our other studio, which Troy Ave usually records it in. Yeah. But yeah, help me with the design. What's up? Kino, thank you for the 5. It says, yo, Act show Chicago artist a little bit more love. He got the hottest song out. It's called Went Legit. I'm going to tap in. Thank you guys so much. AZ, thank you for the 5. It says, Ack, remember that viral X tape that came out on World Star of the boxer Adrian Broner having a threesome with India loving another girl? What? Wait, that happened? Not DDG Ball. Not DDG Ball. No. India Lover's having a threesome with Adrian Broner? No. Nah. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think this is a badge, people. You know, and I think we specialize in knowing police activity.
Made you think it was Rocco that told him that, though?
I think a badge would be a little bit more bulkier. Look, it's not bulky. A badge would be a little bit more bulky, you know?
Because his statement in the motherfucking his statement.
And it might be a CCW as well. Like I don't know how the CCW looks in California, but a CCW is a concealed carry permit. It might look that way. It might be gold. It might be, bruv. It's not a badge. It's not a badge. It's not a badge. It's just not a badge. The unfazed one, it's not a badge. GNAC, it's not a badge. GNAC, it's not a badge. That's not a badge. Simone, it's not a badge. Simone, it's not a badge. I would call him right now. It's 9 o'clock. If Wack is up at 6 o'clock on the West Coast, well, I always say somehow Wack never sleep. I've never called Wack and he's like, I'm sleeping, ever. Somebody said, why do I think Stevie J ain't been to court for Diddy? I was actually surprised. I thought that maybe we would have seen a little bit more fan, like some people who weren't there would show up for the verdict, but I think a lot of people are keeping afar. That's kind of interesting. Jamar Porter, thank you for the 10. It says, yo, bro, can I get a shout out from my page? Slob DG 2126. I break down a lot of shows on the supernatural side, like Marvel, DC type shit, but in a way that the gang could understand. So y'all go check out my man Jamar Porter. He does some breakdown on Marvel, DC stuff. Slob BDG 2126. AZ says, has DDG seen pictures of the game fingering India Love and making her smell her finger? He ain't do that. That ain't happen. Stop playing. Leave DDG Ball alone, man. Leave DDG Ball alone. Chat, we don't care if it's a refurbished ball. That's his ball. It's a premium ball now. Leave him alone. Uriah Allen. She says, cousin, LOL. Also, watch you every day with my husband. Wouldn't know anything about the case if it weren't you. Wait, are you really my cousin? My last name's Allen. Wouldn't know anything about the case if it weren't for you. Your endurance is unmatched, but rest is good. Chat, I'm going to try to enjoy a little vacation. Won't be too long, and I'm going to still try to stream on vacation. But still, we've practiced years for, Lauren Conley told me, she was like, yo, how do you stream for like 3-4 hours? And I was like, yeah, we usually do like 6. Yeah, but it's acquired skill. You got to learn how to endure. It's all good. Today we're probably gonna pull like a 13-hour because we're probably gonna do 8 hours here, and then we're gonna go do a recap with the same gang for another like 4 hours. So we'll be pushing it today. Okay. Somebody say, yo, call Wack. He's on duty patrolling the streets right now. Mike Jones, stop playing Mike Jones. Mike Jones, stop playing with him like that. Stop playing my man Wack like that. Please stop, okay? Jesus Christ. All right. We'll get back to this. Remind me, I'll call Wack a little bit later. Somebody said, all these Haley Bailey fans are hurting. Well, first of all, they hate me now. Yo, just because of my comments, they're like, yo, he want to fuck DDG. I'm like, no, I'm just stating the obvious. I'm not even mean to, and if y'all think I'm clowning her too much, I don't mean to clown her. Like, because I've been wanting her to have her fun and do things, but these things are like obvious. Like, these are it's like I can't believe we actually caught a celebrity taking pictures trying to make their ex jealous. Like, we know what that was, right? But good for her. If she's happy, good for her, right? Pray for peace and pray for Halo. All right, let's get back to this. Remember, people, I would say the jury is probably filing in around now. Do you want me to cover I could cover the Jay-Z thing real quick. Let me just look at a real quick update to see, are we in court yet or not? Again, we're not going to get any update. The judge is not going to take, I believe, the stand until, okay. Yeah, so great. Perfect. So it hasn't been up yet. All right. So it looks like it's just happening. All right. Let me cover this thing real quick, and let me give you the legal basis of it. Diddy Docket is actually, I think Diddy Docket actually posted it. By the way, thank you for the 5 decks. It says, I'm expanding my security firm to New Jersey. Do you need commercial security? We are licensed and we are insured. CPR Security Services. Okay, send me an email, brother. Mo say to go. Thank you for the 2. It says, what's up with Nordic aliens? What's that? Dark skin Jermaine. Dark skin. Where's that from? Dark skin Jermaine. Can't see 12 New Yorkers convicting Diddy on RICO. They too smart for that. In my opinion, they found him guilty of the Mann Act, not guilty of sex trafficking. Somebody says, look at the Haley Bailey pictures on TMZ. I'm going to be honest with you. Rock Nation finna strike all of that nonsense. You know why? Bro, this is the first time paparazzi pictures look so unflattering. Yo, when they catch paparazzi pictures of like Kim K, it looks beautiful. They caught Halle Bailey. Halle Bailey looked down bad. She's picking out a wedgie. Like, it looks bad. Like, these are the worst pictures I've ever seen on some paparazzi shit. Bad. I've never seen shit like this before. To the point, I saw some more pictures after we reacted yesterday, and I said, honestly, if I give more commentary, like, I feel like if this young woman sees my commentary, she's going to cry. And I'm not trying to bully her, honestly. So I'm going to just, like, let that live, bro. Like, it's so bad, bro. It's so bad, bro. God bless her heart. We're going to say a prayer for Haley Bailey. We're going to say a little prayer for her, okay? Shandonero, thank you for the 5. It says, you're a GOAT. For what you did yesterday, you were a real one for that. What are you talking about? Are you talking about Raiden Lauren Conlon, or just the whole day in general? Appreciate you nevertheless. Nah, I can't. Like, nah. Listen, God bless Halle Bailey. And again, I know DDG I consider him a friend, but also I'm not trying to be a like third party conduit to just throw hate towards this woman. She deserves to have fun. They're clearly both moved on. Obviously, they have made it public, so we are going to have public commentary on all of this stuff. But I do wish her absolutely the best, and hopefully we don't see more drama. And we also got to remember, at the end of this, the more things that happen is we're getting the split of a family, and it might be irreparable as time goes on. So, we should pray for the parties involved and, of course, the child, okay? Chad, I'm on coffee today, man. I'm doing good. Somebody said a bipolar. No. Okay. So let me cover real quick the win that Tony Busby actually took in court. Is it this? Yep. Yeah. Okay, so I got to go back to, here we go. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Cool. All right. Perfect. So essentially what happened, remember, Jay-Z filed a defamation lawsuit against Tony Busby, basically citing that Tony Busby, through his use of the legal process and also, these press conferences and other ways, have tried to not only extorted him, but has defamed him. In a very interesting move, a motion to dismiss was actually granted. Okay, so Tony Busby, who had to defend this defamation suit from Jay-Z, put in for a motion to dismiss. The motion to dismiss was actually granted, and this was the opinion of the court. Basically, Sean Carter filed this defamation and extortion action against the defendants, the Busby law firm and Anthony G. Busby, collectively known as the defendants. They have a long history, and essentially, I'll just get to the conclusion, which is the end of this. The courts wants to emphasize that this is a difficult motion, but the new evidence has thrown a monkey wrench into the court's reasoning, or at least its original reasoning. The court also recognized that it's painfully obvious that the court is struggling with this motion. So they're saying it's a hard decision to make. The court has issued a series of tentative decisions, each different than the one before, and all of them have denied the motion, at least in part, after spending just about all of the time permitted under the California Constitution to consider the question. Though the court has finally come to ground. So basically, it looks like he was pushing a motion to deny, motion to dismiss, and they were almost kind of like not agreeing with Tony Busby at first until now, and they're going to give the reason why they've changed their mind. After spending this is the last iteration, and it's the court's final word. And SMS is a powerful tool. It's designed to protect the important constitutional right and thought, and this ought not to be denied lightly. But it closes the court's door, so it ought not to be granted lightly either. Whereas here, the underlying case involves an accusation of a horrific crime. The court must tread especially careful. The Constitution and constitutional rights cannot thrive where the courts become a weapon to invoke silence or out of fear of litigation. But neither can due process survive when the courthouse door slams shut in the face of one wrongly accused. Our legislators sought to find a careful crafted rule to balance these competing vital interests, to allow lawsuits to be litigated where there is reason to believe there was wrong done, but to throw them out speedily where they are being used to silence the discussion or impede justice rather than further it. The court has tried to balance these competing values and ultimately come out on the side of dismissing the action. Although the court is not wholly satisfied that this is the outcome that best serves the legislative and constitutional doctrines, all of that said, and at length, the court is the only first stop in the party's SMS journey. It will be for the Court of Appeal. So their judge is saying, yeah, I should appeal this. It's for the Court of Appeal to determine whether the court got it right or wrong, whether the suit can go forward or ought to stay tuned. In any event, the motion is granted. That's the motion to dismiss, okay? And it's dismissing the defamation suit, right? There's another excerpt that says, here's the actual statement from the judge order, which the defendants appears to have pulled his misleading headline. If the investigator's declarations to the conversation with Doe were admissible for the truth of what Doe stated, for if that were the case, then there would be some evidence that not only Carter had nothing to do with the sexual assault, but Busby knew it in a sense, according to Doe. It was Busby that kept pressing to get Doe to implicate Carter. The pressure coupled with the statement by Busby that he had investigated the claims would be enough to support an inference of actual malice. Therefore, but of the court's evidentiary ruling, the court would come out the other way on this motion. However, for the reasons set forth below, the court cannot agree that the investigator's statement are admissible because they would be only relevant if Doe's statement therein were true, and the court believes the statements from Doe were hearsay. So that's actually what? They're basically saying the investigators who have not submitted a declaration is whatever they have said is hearsay. So we can't. So even if the investigators gave false information, we can't use that declaration as anything. Whatever. Because so that probably was so confusing for you. I'll simplify it. So, legally as a lawyer, I'm a lawyer. Y'all my client. I ethically should not take a case if I believe you're lying. Okay? Now, here's the thing, and this is why this is a loophole, which they're saying there should be further case and litigation on this. How do I figure out if you're telling the truth? And it has to be to the best of my knowledge that I believe you're telling the truth, or else I shouldn't file a lawsuit on your behalf. That's ethics, right? Well, I get an investigator, and the investigator is going to investigate your claims. The investigator comes back to me and says, yo, this person telling the truth. Because I trust my investigators, I now believe I am within my right, and I believe your story because I believe my investigators, so I filed the lawsuit. They are saying that if Tony Busby filed a lawsuit based on his investigator's word, given the fact that the investigators never made a declaration would be, hey, I am so-and-so investigated firm, I have investigated all these claims in this lawsuit, and I have corroborated the majority of this. We did we interviewed blah, 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 blah. If that's not in the initial filing, that the investigators are basically putting an affidavit, which is what they call a declaration, on file saying we're down to be at the mercy of the law, and this is our declaration. If it's not on the file, it's hearsay. So they're saying that, to the best of his knowledge, Busby didn't break a law, or he didn't ethically do anything wrong because he thought he got information, even though it's considered hearsay. The information was considered fact by him, but it's technically hearsay because it's not on the docket. So it's kind of like this weird legal loophole. So I don't know. Hopefully you guys understood that. All right, let's get back to this. For that reading, I'm going to law school, 100%. All right, bet. Again, I believe the jury is kind of like filing in. Here's Matthew Russell.
Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Wednesday, July 2nd. It is day 35 and possibly the last day of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Yesterday, as many have seen, around 4:05 p.m., the jury sent out a note, and here's what it said. They've reached verdicts on 4 of the 5 charges. That's 2, 3, 4, and 5. But they remained, so they had some unpersuadable views on count 1 RICO. Combs looked devastated. Devastated, let me say this. I think I used the word catatonic. He literally sat in his chair, staring in the air, staring down. The lawyers scurried around. They opposed Judge Subramanian giving a so-called Allen charge, which basically would say, jurors, no future jury is going to have any more information than you have. Implied it would be a big waste of time and money to do this again for 8 weeks, so try to reach a decision without, of course, capitulating. Now, defendants often say that charge is a implicit strong-arming for a verdict which is often guilty. So they haven't given it yet. If today they come out and say they're still deadlocked, you can expect a modified charge. I would say probably a light Allen charge. Would he then ramp it up to a strong Allen charge? I don't know. Would he bring them back in on the 3rd? Anyway, I'm speculating. It could be over as early as this morning. They could reach a decision. Also, they could be asking questions and for more evidence about the racketeering charge. They could be acting as they try to persuade each other. What's the breakdown? See, nobody knows these things. I did I think it's called True Crime. I did it, and it's difficult to talk about these things right now. That's why I won't. I'll say more about that later. But it's hard because everyone's saying that they know what it is, and they don't. Actually, we could go over all the permutations. Since they didn't ask any questions about Jane, does that mean they don't think that Jane was sex trafficked? You certainly have the Mann
She wasn't.
Act charges, it would seem. Anyway.
If I was filling out that jury sheet, I wouldn't even put guilty or not guilty for Jane. I would just put ho. That's what I would put. Ho. That's it. I would have drew another line. You know what? No, it says, if I show you the jury form, I ain't even gonna lie. Chat, if I was filling out that goddamn jury form, here it goes. Let me make this a little bit bigger. If I was filling out that jury form, when it got to right here, that's count 3. Wait, why can't we see count 5? By the time we got to count 4, it's going to say sex trafficking of Jane Doe. You know, I said not guilty and guilty. I would have put another line. Ho! That's it. Ho! That's all we can say about this one. Ho! That's it. That's it. You get what I'm saying?
Not for me to say. We're going in. This could be the last. This day 35 could be the last day, and I'll tell you that I'm already well along in week 8, the book of the Sean Combs trial. Now, before we get there, there's a huge panoply in front of the courthouse as I approach. We also yesterday covered the United Nations new head of the Security Council for July, Pakistan. We wrote to them and said, hey, we got some questions, not only Kashmir, but also new child rapes by the UN. And these events were misdescribed. Sexual abuse of a child called exploitation, kind of implying that it might be legit to purchase sexual favors from a youth. Only at the UN. Only at the UN.
Okay, all right. You're talking about some UN shit. All right. Latest filing in the case. These are the latest filing in the case right now. Actually, some of these are like post-dated, actually. Some of these are post-dated. Yeah, some of these are post-dated. I'm going to show you where's the jury sheet that was filed? Where is the jury sheet? It was on the docket. Where is it? Or the verdict sheet, I mean. Verdict. Blank verdict sheet, right? Proposed. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so we'll look at 423 and 424, I bet. 423, 424, 423. Right here. There we go. Yeah, here we go. So this is what it's going to be, chat. This is exactly what the jurors are looking at today. This is exactly what they're looking at today. They're looking at this today, chat. So on conspiracy, right? Before they get to this, remember, they got to check a few other boxes, which is going to be in the charging info, which is this. This is a jury charging, the charging instructions, okay? Here's a function of the role of the jury. Here's the burden of proof, presumption of innocence, reasonable doubt, circumstantial evidence versus direct evidence. This is the credibility of the witness. By the way, they read all this in court, right? This is the indictment, okay? Summary of the indictment, the multiple counts, attempt, aiding and abetting, okay? They're defining it. Willfully cause a crime, okay? And then here is what the jury's gonna. So let's go over this real quick, Chad. This is what the jury's looking at for RICO. And by the way, if you don't know, the update is that they haven't came to a consensus about RICO at this point. And let's read what the judge instructed them to think about when considering this RICO or racketeering charge. It says count 1 charges the defendant with conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act, otherwise known as the RICO statute. In order to prove that the defendant had conspired to violate the RICO statute, the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the offense. That first, number 1, from about 2004 through in and about 2024, there was an agreement among 2 people to conduct or participate in the affairs of an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering behavior. Basically, 2 people have agreed to do a pattern of crime. Second, the racketeering enterprise or its activities would have affected or in fact have affected interstate or foreign commerce. Okay? Third, the defendant, and this is what's called the mens rea, knowingly and willingly joined that agreement. Well, actually, that's not what it is. It's usually intent to commit a crime. I guess technically almost, right? Fourth, the defendant knowingly and willingly agreed that he or another member would commit. That's mens rea right there. two racketeering acts as I will define that term for you. Okay, so the first element, is there an agreement to conduct or participate in the affairs of an enterprise? Let's read what they're saying. The first element the government must establish beyond a reasonable doubt is that there was a conspiracy among two people to conduct or participate in the affairs of the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. A conspiracy is an agreement of among two or more people to achieve an unlawful objective, I'm guessing. To show a conspiratorial, I can't speak today, Chad. A conspiratorial agreement, the government must prove that two or more persons explicitly or implicitly came to an understanding to achieve this specified unlawful object. What the fuck? Chad, I feel uneducated today. I'm sorry. In order for the government to satisfy this element, you need not find that the alleged members of the conspiracy met together and entered into any express or formal agreement. So it doesn't mean they have to have a contract or they agree to say, hey, we're going to go kill this person together. It could just be by their actions, they're clearly involved in this together, right? Or it could be like, hey, they claim the same thing. They claim a gang. They somehow have a representation. But anyway, I'm ad-libbing. Members of the all right, so it doesn't have to be formal. Similarly, you do not need to find that the alleged conspirators stated in words or writing what the scheme was, or what the object or purpose, or every precise detail of the scheme, or the means by which it was supposed to be accomplished. What the government must prove is that there's a mutual understanding, either spoken or unspoken, between the two people to cooperate with each other to accomplish this lawful object. You may, of course, find that the existence of the agreement to achieve this unlawful objective has been established by direct proof. However, since conspiracy is by its very nature characterized by secrecy, you may also infer of its existence from the circumstances of the case and the conduct of the parties involved. In the context of conspiracy cases, actions speak louder than words. In this regard, you may, in determining whether an argument existed here, consider the actions and statements of all of those you find to be participants as proof that a common design existed on the part of the persons charged to act together to accomplish the unlawful objective. In this case, the unlawful objective is to violate the RICO statute. In other words, to conduct and participate in the affairs of an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. An enterprise is a group of people or entities that have associated together for a common purpose of engaging in course of conduct. This group, in addition to have a common purpose, must have a ongoing organization, either formal or informal, a structure, and it must have a core personnel who function as a continuing unit. The group does not have to be a legally recognized organization, such like a partnership or cooperation or corporation. This group may be organized for the legitimate and lawful purpose, or it may be organized for a lawful purpose. Okay, the purpose must be common to the group as a whole. Mere similarity of conduct or the fact that individuals may have assembled together and discussed common aims and interests does not necessarily establish proof of the existence of the enterprise, though you may consider such factors. There must be an overarching relationship among the enterprise members, and the enterprise must be formally or practically separate from the defendant himself. An enterprise that includes, by the way, I think that's very problematic. Would we say this was Combs' enterprise doing this, or would we just say this is Diddy? See, that's the thing, and this is why I say it's not RICO. Diddy's a billionaire. He runs his companies. If he needs to get Starbucks, he might swipe any card. Like, that's not the company choosing to buy that. That's Diddy, who is the boss of all his situations. He wants to do it. It's the same with these freak-offs or whatever they're accusing him of doing. That's not Combs' enterprise saying, we're trying to sex traffic. That's just Diddy saying, I want to do whatever I want to do. Anyway, I'm ad-libbing. An enterprise includes individuals employed by the defendant can be distinct from the defendant themselves. The government has charged that the alleged enterprise in the case consisted of what's called Combs' enterprise, in which Sean Combs, entities within Combs' business, limited but not limited to, Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprise, and Combs Global, individuals employed and associated with Combs' business, and also known and unknown ones. If you find that the enterprise existed, you must determine whether this enterprise continued in a substantial similar form during the period charged in the indictment, 2004 to 2024. Then they go over effect on interstate commerce. Then the third element is member in a conspiracy. And the fourth is agreement to commit a pattern of racketeering. Let me jump over. I don't want to turn this into a read-along because that could become incredibly boring. Incredibly boring. Somebody said my man Logic was doing something at 9:30. What was he doing? He's not live. I heard my man Unc was live. Let me see. What the hell does today's the day we're just kind of watching though, right?
And so we just have to wait and see. But that's what we're looking at. Let's say he gets prostitution though, and that's it. That's up to 10 years. You typically serve about 80% of your sentence when it's on a federal level. And he's also been in jail for about 10 months. So he gets time served. You have to do the math a little bit and add all of that up. But again, what are the guilty verdicts? And then you can really start seeing the numbers. But those are the baselines that we're dealing with.
And if you're just joining us here on the Law and Crime live stream, we are still waiting for an update from this jury. They're deliberating right now at roughly 13 hours and 30 minutes. We're past that at this point. Another update from the courtroom. Sean Combs' mom, sister, and sons are in court. And then Combs stood up. He asked marshals if he's allowed to speak to his family. They're seated in the gallery. And then he was brought back into a holding cell. So that's where we stand right now as we're waiting. William, a question here from Kelly Bezick. Good to see Kelly again. She's been on with us bright and early throughout this week. If they remain hung on RICO, doesn't mean they won't go to forfeiture, and he will keep his shrinking empire. This question coming all the way from Australia.
So I think that, to the best of my understanding, the only avenue for the civil forfeiture would be through the RICO statute. I think they wouldn't be able to try to seize anything based upon the other charges. But again, Chris, as you and I have talked about in other venues, there's a lot of civil suits out there. So whether or not he's able to hold on to it as a result of the criminal prosecution is one thing. But, man, oh man, we got 30 some odd civil suits, people looking to chip away at that fortune that he's holding on to.
Right. You just think of the cost of the attorneys for those civil cases. In fact, there's one that just came in overnight. I'm just looking at the headline from Variety. Sean Diddy Combs hit with new $10 million lawsuit. This is from a music video dancer who says that he was drugged and raped and given an STD by Sean Diddy Combs. Again, that is a civil suit that's dropping. And that's just another example of some of the legal challenges that Sean Combs could face, even if he is able to walk out of that courthouse with a verdict from this jury. Candace, there's a lot of talk about an Allen charge and whether or not the jury should get that.
By the way, as we're, again, we're kind of just waiting on everything. Look at 50 Cent, man. 50 Cent can't wait for Diddy to go to jail. I keep telling you, man, the fact that Diddy did that to his baby mother, the fact that Diddy's lawyer was popping in court like that, basically saying, yeah, that other man couldn't take care of his child, so I was doing it. Diddy want that man off the earth. Not Diddy, 50 want that man off the earth. 50 posts, he says, I wonder if there's a number or hotline you can call if your old hoe shows up 20 years later and still mad. Just asking for a friend. He's actually taking shots at his first baby mama. The next two posts are about Diddy. He says, yo, Diddy just told me to tell y'all, don't worry about him. He gonna hold it down. Real nigga shit. Okay? Then the other post says, how do you win a fight if you're fighting someone who's too stupid to know they lost? Just keep hitting them until they stop moving, huh? Hilarious, right? I think there's another post. He says, Diddy just told me to tell y'all, don't worry about him. He gonna hold it down. They gonna give him 20 years. But what's that to a real nigga? LOL. Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 are nothing. I said nothing. Do y'all think 50's a hater or he's just petty? What do y'all think it is? What do y'all think he is? Holy.
What does that mean? How effective is an Allen charge if this jury still can't reach some sort of resolution?
So listen, Key, Unpersuadable opinions. That's what the note was from the jury. The Allen charge is said to, by the judge to say, hey, listen, go back and try again, or go back and try again, as many times as he sees fit until he determines for himself, you know what? These people are unpersuadable. So let's move ahead and let's go to this portion of the verdict where RICO has not been proven. It can happen many, many times. It depends on the judge, for the judge to say, go ahead and try again. Go ahead and try again. Believe in the core values and belief that you have, but try your best in the best interest of justice, in the best interest of the time and the witnesses and everything that we've come here in the court to do, to go ahead and see if you can consider something else or open up your mind in a different way. That will probably happen. We'll probably see that today if they keep coming back with these unpersuadable opinions.
And then, William, a question coming in from JAM. Could and should Cowboys for Angels, which is the website that Diddy and Cassie use to hire escorts, Cowboys for Angels, should their executives be charged with RICO?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm going to say probably not. I think that there's probably a layer of protection there. I'm guessing that, through the website, the executives of it would say, we provide entertainers and we don't necessarily condone, sex trafficking or things along those lines. I'm sure there's some protections built into the website that would insulate those folks as well as they could. But again, the goal of this trial has been to prosecute Sean Combs and not to prosecute many other people. Kay Corum wasn't charged. Other folks that could have been charged weren't. Some were given immunity in order to provide testimony against Combs. So I think we know what the focus is. I think we've always known what the focus is here.
By the way, this Cowboys for Angels thing, they have an Instagram page that has a bunch of Negroes on it. So I guess this was like a buffet for like Cassie and Jane Doe. Go on here and they say Cowboys for Angels is an elite, personalized male escort agency for discerning women. We pride ourselves on offering exclusive male companionship and operate in most major U.S. cities. Whether it's an elegant dinner date with the man of your dreams or you just want to escape for a while and be pampered, Cowboys for Angels can fulfill your expectations. Our online male companion gallery includes all available male escorts in the United States of America. The best way to find the male escort companion of your dreams is a quick call with the agency to speak with one of our expert matchmakers who will help you book the experience of your life. Interesting. They said Chris is in Miami. He's ready for a date. Yeah, I'm wondering how they don't get charged or nothing. And there's an application to be a cowboy? What the fuck? This is their website, I think. They do say several times on here, Cowboys for Angels does not sell sex. They consistently say it. They do not sell sex. Let's look at media and press and see what's going on. Actually, let's look at frequently asked questions. Am I personally breaking any laws by using Cowboy for Angels? No, you are not breaking any laws. It's 100% legal to hire a companion to share a few hours or even a weekend with. Our agency does not break the law, and you can always trust that we will have full transparency and be upfront with you. We do not book our gentlemen for bachelorette parties. They will be keeping their clothes on for the entirety of the date. Can I book a gentleman for the personal massage? Nope, we don't do massages. We do not contract gentlemen to provide massage therapy or any physical contact. You hear what they say? No physical contact. Even though male companion agents are illegal in the United States, why is there a social stigma related to them? Often the stigma surrounding professional straight male companionship is wrapped up in a misunderstanding of what's actually being offered. As a busy, professional, discerning woman, you are looking for someone to spend your time with who already understands your life, someone who does not need constant attention or to be coddled, someone who wants to make you feel like an absolute queen, has no expectation for time commitments or emotional labor, someone who could escort you to an important event and put his attention on you, but isn't intimidated by how you capture a room. This is beauty of a straight male companionship. You are paying for the time of and company of someone that you don't have to hand feed. A man who is educated, classy, and experienced. This may not be the thing for everyone. And for those who do not understand, often speak negatively about the experience because they believe it's something else. Our terms and conditions very clearly lay out what we do and do not offer and what to expect on your date. Let's click on that. Let's just search sex like Jesus. Okay. Client will not ask for, demand, or encourage sex or sexual acts. The contract with one of our companions is limited to companionship services only. Fees reflect hourly rates for companionship services, not for sexual services of any kind. In no manner shall the client or the companion engage in the request of an exchange of sexual acts for money. Sexual acts are not contracted for, nor is requested to be contracted for or compensated in any manner. Okay.
And then have another poll result coming in. If you could ask one question to the legal team, what would it be about? Evidence coming in at 40%, legal process 24%, motive at 18%, and industry pressure at 15%. Appreciate the nearly 3,000 people who voted on that. I'm trying to find the question. Someone had asked, and I will get their username because you deserve credit for it, the question of who could come next. And that kind of is related to the question I just asked William Candace. I'm thinking of Christina Coram here. Her name has come up so much. After this trial is done, who could be next, if anyone, charged by the government in connection to what they believe was an illegal enterprise?
You know, I think it really depends upon the deals that were made, and we don't know what they were. With Christina Coram, I think that we all thought that we were going to hear from her. Did she get immunity? I don't know. Did she get immunity? And then they realized, you know what? She's
myself, but I'm
Okay, by the way, did somebody say this is pre-recorded? We're live, motherfucker.
Now color-coded system. I think I've talked to you guys about this, where if I'm writing in black ink, that's just kind of what's going on. If I'm writing in green, I'm just observing the courtroom. If I'm writing in red, it's something that I'm making sure I'm noting of, because I did not bring any highlighters. So everything has to be color-coded for me. So that way, when I relay this information to you guys know what I'm talking about. And hopefully it's simple enough that you guys, I'm not getting too much into the weeds of things. I know I tend to ramble sometimes, but I've got it down to a system where I'm just jotting everything down at this point.
You were definitely the person in school that everybody goes to at the end of the semester before finals and being like, hey, do you have the notes? I didn't really pay attention. More questions coming in for you, Elizabeth. This is from Laha. Given the allegations against him, are the jurors being watched for their safety to make sure there is no tampering?
Well, I do think that's kind of a question that's been lingering through a lot of people's minds. I don't think they have anything necessarily to worry about, especially thus far, especially given that a lot of people on both sides, the defense and the prosecution, have been noting how great this jury is, how diverse this jury is. So from my understanding of things, I don't think there's anything to necessarily worry about. I think if there was something to worry about, just kind of like with the issue with juror number 6, not that that had anything to do, with witness tampering or anything like that. It was just a simple kind of, thing about his residence. But in terms of just if there's any actions that need to be taken with the jurors, everybody has been very diligent and professional enough to kind of take the next steps. But nothing has happened thus far. I know a lot of people are kind of anxious to see what's going to come out of this, but nothing thus far. And I don't think they have anything to worry about in terms of their safety. Maybe just a lot of us from the press just wanting to talk to them afterwards. If anything, that's what they have to worry about, probably being inundated with requests to chat.
Right. We got a couple more for you here because I know you have to get back to kind of waiting for these jury deliberations across the street. This is from Alessio, and this was related to what you just saw. Sean Combs praying with his family, and even the applause in the courtroom.
Perfectly imperfect. Thank you for that 10. It says Act. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for supporting me. I'm nothing without you guys. Thank you.
We've heard a lot about how he would, for example, send off sermons to Jane, things like that. So we know that he's been kind of taking to religion a little bit. There are times where I have seen him, especially at the beginning of the trial, he came in with a Bible. And so I think he's really kind of touching into that, more religious side of him. It's not the weirdest thing that I've seen, especially since, from my understanding, I think I had stepped out of the courtroom for a moment, that he's done this before, kind of pray with his entire family. I think if anything that was a little, and I hate to say this, a little like interesting, was just only the claps afterwards. Like the family, I get it, but maybe from the other people, I kind of just didn't understand that. But, that just might be me.
And then a great comment here, which we really appreciate, the entire team here at Law and Crime. Kimberly Gardner says, shout out to Law and Crime, the closest thing to being there yourself. Great coverage with great hosts and hostess, which we all really appreciate because, as Elizabeth knows, she has been working so hard every single day, taking down so many notes inside that courtroom. One more for you, Elizabeth. We're going to go with this one here from Molly Asijo. How is the jury protected when they leave the courthouse? Because you do think, as much as we as the media, we may want to find them to talk to them, see what they're thinking, certainly after the verdict. And then you think of some of the concerns like we were just talking about with tampering, but just for making sure that no one might on their own try to go after members of the jury. What happens at the end of the day when they go home?
Yeah, well, let me tell you this, Chris, that whenever the jury does end for the day, whenever they're kind of shuttled out to go outside, is that us who are inside the main courtroom, we are not allowed to leave. We're all supposed to be staying put. I don't know if that'll change once the verdict is rendered. I doubt it will. I think the jury will still be given kind of a little head start to leave the courtroom. But for the most part, the people who are even here outside, who are not inside the main courtroom, they might not know that it's somebody who's passing them is one of the jurors on the Sean Diddy Combs case. They might just think it's just another random person because this is a jury of his peers. They look just like any of us who are just sitting here camped out waiting for verdict watch. So for the most part, they get a little bit of a head start, maybe about 10 or so minutes for them to gather their things, go down the elevators, go outside. Whereas it's a little bit of the opposite, where they kind of go in the same entrance that we all do when we're going through the security line. However, they are met with like a jury staff member who's waiting for them downstairs. We are not allowed to communicate with them. We are not allowed to even smile at them. We can't say good morning to them. We can't even ride in the elevator with each other. It's really kind of, they very much so protect them as they're entering the courtroom, and they kind of do the same as they're exiting the courtroom. But I'm sure that for us who know and recognize their faces, we can kind of point them out, but I don't think some of the people who are just waiting here outside recognize that, oh, that's one of the jurors right there.
I know, and because I've just been looking at this list of just the little information we have about each person. When all of this is done, I'm fascinated to kind of just put the faces to the descriptions, hear their thoughts about how all of this played out, and we'll see when that happens. Again, a verdict could come at any moment, and I'm not trying to be over dramatic by saying that. Elizabeth Milner, I'll let you get back to the courthouse. Thank you for stepping out to talk to us. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks, Chris.
All right, let's, as we wrap things up here for this hour, and even though we're wrapping up this hour, we're going to be live throughout the day here on Law and Crime. Jesse Weber will be here at noon. And then, of course, if there is an update, if there is a verdict from court, we'll break.
Got to tap in with my mans, man. Unk mean business. No suspenders is crazy. No suspenders? Oh, unk mean business.
Hypothetically, hypothetical example number one. If he is found innocent of count 2 and count 4, which is SEX trafficking, and found guilty of count 3 and count 5, which is selling of the body, which is the lowest level offense with the lowest amount of jail time. The jury is hung up on the RICO and may be hung up for several reasons. Maybe they don't believe it was an enterprise, a criminal enterprise. Maybe they don't believe it was a conspiracy, right? And the RICO carries the 20-year minimum. The 20-year minimum. And maybe the jury is saying, we don't feel comfortable giving him all of that time, right? Give him the SEX trafficking, give him the SEX, give him the SEX selling of the body, not guilty of the trafficking, not guilty of the RICO. Thomas McCrae, what up? That's what I'm thinking. Because if he is guilty, if they had him guilty on all four, count 2, count 3, count 4, and count 5, the RICO is already satisfied. It's activated. He would have to, the jury by default, by convicting him of all four of those, he's automatically convicted for the RICO because those are base offenses under the RICO. So it has to be that either all four are not guilty or two guilty, two not guilty. If I had to guess, best case scenario, not guilty of all four related to Cassie and Jane. Best case scenario. And they're hung up on the RICO. And he'll get found not guilty of the RICO. Best case scenario. The base case scenario, what I think is most likely, is that they found him guilty of SEX selling of the body with the male escorts with both Cassie and Jane, but they said no SEX trafficking. They said no SEX trafficking, not guilty. So they got two guilties, two not guilties, and I think they're deciding, like, does this man really deserve to go to prison for 20 years? That's my personal opinion. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Because it can't be both. It can't be both. He can't be found guilty of all four. Can't be. Because then he would have been found guilty of the RICO last night. And I think they're struggling with the possession with the intent to distribute. They're struggling with the arson. They're struggling with the kidnapping, because all they would need would be one more predicate, and then they got him. He's looking at 20 years. So I'm on my way down here to the court now. Today is Wednesday. The court will be closed tomorrow, but the judge did say that if they were unable to reach a verdict by today, that he would open up the courtroom for them to come in tomorrow to finish.
By the way, I'm getting a note here that the jury has passed. They have sent a note. They've sent a note. Jury has sent a note. Their first note of the day, from what I'm hearing. By the way, CNN has a different feed, but they just describe it. They say in the courtroom, Diddy turned to face his relatives and told him he was heading downstairs to wait. Stay strong, he said, and he bowed his head to pray. His children bowed their heads as well. In giving prayer, Combs says, God, please watch over my family. He asks that the jurors, his family, be blessed. The family responded with amen and clapped after he prayed. After the marshal escorted Combs out, his children stood to walk out. Everyone else in the court also stood. When it was clear the judge wasn't on the bench, Combs' children and several members laughed, injecting a moment of levity into the courtroom. 1 minute ago, the jury has sent a note. According to the defense attorney, the jury has sent a note. According to defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, this will be the first note of the day. Combs supporters are filtering back into the courtroom. They're going into the courtroom. The federal jury has reached a verdict in the racketeering and sex trafficking trial of Diddy Combs. Wait, hold on. Wait. Whoa. Look like they've reached a verdict. Damn, that was quick. Motherfucker. Wow, let me see. Is Inner City Press on this? Wow, there is a verdict, people. There is a verdict. We are here. Wow. Breaking news. Verdict reached. I'm going to tweet this out. The verdict has been reached, chat. Verdict reached. Breaking news. Wow. This is huge. This is huge, people. Let me post this to the gram too, and then I'll. Damn. I thought they were going to take. I thought there was a potential. They weren't that far off then. Wow. A federal jury has sent the note that they have came to the consensus on all 5 charges. There is a verdict officially in the sex trafficking trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs. He's accused of having a criminal enterprise that coerced women into sexual encounters with other men, known as freak off. He's 55 and he's charged with 5 counts. 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. If found guilty of most charges, he could face life. He could face life, people. He could face life. This is the latest update. The prosecutors have filled the seats in front of the table. Sean Combs hasn't been brought back in yet. Holy shit. What do y'all think this is leaning towards? I gotta believe there's a not guilty on the RICO. They agreed to it too quick. They agreed to it too quick. There's no way you didn't fold yesterday and you show up today and 2 hours in, you're like, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, yeah. I don't know. What do y'all think? Let's get a poll going on. Do you believe he will be guilty on all 5 charges? All perfectly imperfect, thank you for the 10. All 5 charges. It's either 1, 3. No, really, it's not going to be 1. It's either going to be 2, 3, or 5. It's almost impossible for him to get convicted of just 1. Why? There are sister charges. If you get convicted of sex trafficking, you get convicted of the Mann Act, which is the prostitution. If you get convicted of one prostitution, you get convicted of pretty much the other prostitution. And if you get convicted of the RICO, you get convicted of at least 2 other ones, if not 3 other ones, or you'll probably get convicted of all. You'll get convicted of all. We are here to see what's going to happen. I don't even know. I feel a little nervous. I feel a little nervous. It's not my life hanging in the balance. It's Diddy. But I feel a little bit nervous, people. Diddy's not yet in the courtroom. Diddy said a prayer this morning. He led his family in prayer. When he entered the courtroom this morning, he hugged 4 of his attorneys, Jason Driscoll, Nicole Westmoreland, Alexander Shapiro, and he hugged Mark Agnifilo. He waved to people in the gallery. The mother and the sister were seated in the family section. Diddy was sitting alone at the defense table as his lawyers are standing in a circle to the side. His adult children arrived a little bit later. 2 of his sons brought female friends, and the group squeezed about 10 people in a row. That normally fits 8. This is when he prayed. There's one new update. The mother and the sister are now in court, and Diddy lawyers are still meeting with him in private as we wait for the verdict to be read in court. This is the moment, people. This is the moment. We're following from CNN, the live feed there. We're following also Inner City Press, and I would imagine that Law and Crimes probably has their person outside. Well, they double duty. They have one inside and one outside. I don't know if they got an earpiece or something. But
both are joining us. So very quick, since I last spoke to you, that verdicts come in. Just Candace, what's your reaction? I mean,
so let's see. Diddy's now in the courtroom. This is going to happen in the next 2-3 minutes, chat. Open up that poll. In the next 2-3 minutes, I would imagine Diddy's going to know the fate of his next 20 years. Will he be able to walk out this court? Theoretically, because even if he's acquitted, he still has to get processed out. He doesn't just walk out the courtroom. But will he leave today as a free man, or will he not see freedom for another 20 years? Will he ever see outside of a prison cell or a prison facility ever again? We're going to find out very shortly. All his kids are there, I would imagine. I would imagine except the baby. Even though the mother of the baby, which is Dana Tran, she has been at the most important dates of this trial. You have to remember, she is just as family as everybody else. Diddy has a mixed family where I believe he has three with Kim Porter. He has 1 with Misa, or 2, and Sarah Chaplin. There's 1, and he's pretty much adopted Quincy, and he has a baby with Dana Tran. So he has kids with a few different women, and I could imagine, he's been their financial support. Of course, his mother as well, Janice. They're all there and hoping to hear something good. Here's something good. Here we go, people. Each refresh, we might get it. Okay. Wow.
We were not expecting this verdict. P. Diddy's family walked out of the courtroom. I watched him go. Everyone thought, okay, that's the way it's going to be. And all of a sudden, they're coming right back in. We're getting the rush. And again, it just wasn't expected after 1 hour of deliberation this morning.
Court update again. Sean Combs has entered the courtroom. He looked at his family. Again, his mom and his sister are there right now. He looked at his family, nodded his head, and flashed a small smile.
Okay. Yes. Entered the courtroom, looked at his family, nodded his head, flashed a small smile. He's brought in by U.S. Marshals. He's seated. Brian Steele's on his left. Tenny Garagos on his right. His family's in the second row. This is so nervous, chat. Nerve-wracking. Very, very nerve-wracking. I can't believe we're about to... This is like the conclusion of just a surreal case. Unfortunately, we don't have video of what's happening in court. We have to take these written. By the way, Fox News. Let me go look at Fox News. Fox News has one too. Fox News has. Let me see Fox News. Fox News NY. Fox News NY. They usually have somebody who will be able to communicate outside of court. They're not live. They're dropping a ball. They're on some Trump shit. The first couple of days they were there. Fox 5 NY. Fox 5 NY. They got to be there. Okay, they are. Cool.
Deadlock, or was that the jury process? The judge seemed to think it was a jury process, as we're going to tell them tomorrow.
Look at this.
They start really around 9 o'clock, so really within an hour, they reached an agreement on it. Now, you asked us to describe what's going on out here. It has been nothing short of like packed out here every single day. But in the last 10 minutes since that note went out, there's been a flurry of activity. You see everybody getting set over there. There's a podium over there. This is what we call a pen. They're penned in there. There are cameras floating around, getting ready.
Okay, all right. We have another tweet. So it's Judge Submaranium is in, and he says, listen, we've received a note at 9:52. It reads, we have reached a verdict on all counts. Do we have anything to address before we bring our jury out? We hear no. The judge says I need y'all to maintain order while the verdict is being read and until we have the jury out of the room. So very momentarily, we are going to know the fate of Sean P. Diddy Combs, a.k.a. Brother Love, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. whatever you want to call him. We'll figure this out very shortly. There's usually a slight delay.
Ready to talk to maybe prosecutors who sometimes...
By the way, there is going to be a potential press conference. Obviously, if he beats the case, maybe his lawyers want to say a word. But if he doesn't beat the case, they probably won't do a press conference. Also, the prosecutors, they have mics set up right outside the courthouse that they could say stuff. This is kind of nerve-wracking, chat. Not going to lie to you. It's not going to lie.
Do not talk after a verdict right in front of the courthouse. Sometimes they speak at the U.S. Attorney's Office, which would be 26 Federal Plaza. And it seems like everybody's positioning themselves for that. And then there's an added element, and you've been aware of this, Antoine, of a sort of social media factor involved here. There are a lot of people who have been live streaming on social media. That presence been in the dozens. And even in the hot weather and the rainy weather yesterday,
they have now instructed the jury to enter the room. The judge says, I'll ask our deputy to bring our jury back in. Sean Combs remains seated. All 8 of his attorneys are standing up. All 8 are standing up. The judge says, all rise. Diddy then stands up. The jury has now entered. They're going to do a literal question and say, hey, listen, are the verdict that you guys are going to read, are those true? And was it ever influenced by anyone else? And if it says no, it's going to say, please deliver the verdict. And we're going to see what the foreman says the verdict is. This is a chest pounding. I feel like I could hear my heart pounding. The entire hip hop, I imagine, is interested in this moment. Okay. The jury is entering the courtroom. The judge asks the jury 4-person to confirm the panel has gotten a verdict. The 4-person has confirmed that they have reached a unanimous verdict on all 5 counts. On all 5 counts, people. Juror 5 is the 4-person. Says, received your note, juror number 5. Have you reached a verdict? We have. Is it unanimous? Yes. Please provide the verdict for the deputy. Wow. Here's the update. The 4-person is going to read the verdict. Wow. Okay. It's about to happen right now, chat. It's happening right at this moment. So if you were spiritually in that courtroom, you would be hearing what's going to happen. Now, remember we just showed you the verdict sheet. And in the verdict sheet, right? In the verdict sheet, this is how it looks. We showed you this. So they're going to go down and say, in count 1, we find the defendant either guilty or not guilty. I don't know if they're going to be instructed to read this, but the attorneys could ask. We can't miss the moment, chat. We can't miss the moment. Here we go. In the matter, count 1, not guilty. Count 2, not guilty. Holy shit. In the matter of count 1, not guilty. Racketeering, he beat. Sex trafficking of Cassie, he beat. Transportation, I told you, he got that one, but he be fine. He be out in a couple months. He be straight. Oh, we back on road, chat. Oh, we back on road. We back on road, chat. We back on road. Yo, Cassie, get the fuck on out of here, Cassie. Get the fuck on out of here. Yeah, my boy was doing some prostitution shit. He should have been just doing the escorting, but he wasn't sex trafficking them hoes. Come on, man. Come on, man. If he definitely not guilty for Cassie, he ain't guilty for Jane Doe. She's a hoe. She a hoe. She's a fucking hoe. That's a fact. Here we go. Here we go. Listen, you know what this means? All you other bitches that had whatever type of thoughts like, oh yeah, that's sex trafficking? No, it ain't, hoe. You hoes gonna have to live on y'all knees for life. I'm sorry, okay? This is at least some redemption for Diddy. This is some redemption for Diddy. Hold on. Come on. Where's the fucking update? Come on, Inner City Press. Sex trafficking for Jane Doe? No, not guilty. Transportation? Guilty. 2 out of 5, chat. That boy beat the case. He beat the case. He beat the case. He beat the case. He might even come home today. Time served, man. Time served. All you Cassie Jane Doe hoes, it's a wrap for y'all. That shit is over. And they should, I wish this judge could have dismissed all them civil suits too. All y'all niggas, go back to being broke. It's okay. Give this nigga back his baby oil and let him go have his Astro Glide. Let that man go back to the pre-freak office crazy chat. I might have to put in an RSVP. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all, chat. I might have to RSVP, chat. I might have to be the next one, chat. I ain't gonna lie to you. My boy beat the case. My boy beat the case. My boy really beat the case. No fucking way. He really beat the case. Yo, if I was him, Jane Doe is getting tossed out of that $10,000 a month crib like Jazzy Jeff in Fresh Prince. Get that hoe on out of here, man. Go back to 5th. Go back to 5th. Go back to 50. Go over there. Nah, 5th, you gonna be tight. That nigga did not get on Twitter. Yo, Brian Steele. My boy take no L's, man. Somebody said me happy for him is weird. What do you think I'm supposed to be sad? Nigga, I watched the trial and I covered it just like y'all. I think Cassie and them was over whooping. They were over whooping. Diddy was beating their ass. That's a fact. But the idea, and I told you exactly what I predicted was what happened. Guilty on prostitution. This is a prostitution charge. You spent millions of dollars for something that doesn't carry a mandatory minimum. There's no mandatory minimum on it. So you did all of that to give somebody a state charge? Damn near? Come on, bro. Come on, dog. You got the boy that beat a RICO. It's over. The man beat a RICO. It's over. He beat a RICO. It's over. And only got found. Nah, Diddy really spanked this motherfucking case, man. Diddy really spanked this motherfucking case, man. He really spanked this motherfucking case, man.
Child Services, they also put together a memo.
Yo, Diddy
they will
goated.
interview Mr.
Diddy
Combs.
goated.
They will
Diddy
each
goated.
of those 3 branches, if you
Diddy's
will
goated.
come up with they believe an appropriate
Diddy's
sentence
goated.
is, and then ultimately it's up to the judge to formulate whatever sentence he sees fit in this particular case.
And we'll get some reaction. I'm still waiting to get the description of what the courtroom was like in this moment with Sean Combs being found guilty on the most serious charge of racketeering conspiracy. But Candace, as you look at the not guilty verdict, what could the prosecution look back on?
Wait, why they say guilty? Whoa. It's not guilty. It's not guilty, right? Why that nigga just said he's found not guilty? Hold on. 1 count, guilty of da-da-da-da. Huh? Oh, we got racketeering? Oh, never mind. Wait. Whoa. If he got racketeering, he's still cooked. Wait, hold on now. Wait, he got racketeering? So it's 3 out of 5. No, Inner City Press had it wrong. Oh, no, he's cooked. He's cooked. My bad. Oops. Oops. My bad. Yo, no, it said not guilty for count 1 is racketeering. So it's not me that got it wrong. It's Inner City Press. But CNN is saying not guilty for sex trafficking. Oh, never mind. Wait, hold on. Am I high? Am I stupid? Oh, okay, but not guilty of sex trafficking. Oh, okay. Nah, Diddy won. Spanked it. Diddy spanked it. Nigga, he spanked it. Never mind. But not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering. So what was this nigga talking about? I just heard him say that. Not guilty on 3 counts. Diddy won.
Or do they make them consecutive? Because they can do that with 2 charges, and you can give them, 8, 10 years. Now you're talking 16 to 20 if you put them together. So that's going to be something to look forward to look to in the future. But the big news is that the more serious charges, particularly the RICO charge, which would have put him away for life, he was found not guilty of.
They must have been close to a decision last night because they didn't.
Yo, let me tell you this, and the juror's gonna say it. Diddy had 3 of them people up in there. 3 jurors who was like, man, y'all niggas is tripping. We not finna put Diddy in no goddamn jail for no RICO, my nigga. There's 3 jurors up in there. I don't know who they are, but 3 of them was up in there. I'm telling you, they was banding up. I could tell they was like, yo, listen, we not giving him no sex trafficking charges. Yo, if they were not guilty on both Cassie and both Jane, they should have ended it yesterday, man. That's clipped. If Diddy not guilty for sex trafficking, fuck them hoes. Not guilty on everything. Prostitution, y'all niggas pay for pussy too. Get out of here, man. Let that boy free, man. Y'all niggas pay for pussy too. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. I'm sorry. And for the people who, listen, I'm just going off the verdict. Just like y'all niggas was going off the allegations. But them hoes got up there and lied. Y'all bitches was sucking dick, getting peed on. You know why? Because you wanted Diddy. He ain't sex traffic you. He did beat your ass, though. He did. But this ain't a beat your ass case. You got to go to the beat your ass case. This ain't a beat your ass case. And you got the 20 mil for the beat your ass. Okay? The facts is the facts. The feminists about to be tight. They couldn't wait for Diddy to be cooked. Yo, R. Kelly was preparing to bunk. Like, all right, Diddy, this is going to be for you. Let me come in here. Diddy's like, hold up, man. Hold on, nigga. I'm going back to the crib. Prepare to freak off at 2-Star Island, nigga. Holy shit.
There would have been, because the other 2 charges, the sex trafficking, 15 years is the minimum for that.
Right.
So now you're convicted of something where 10 years is the maximum. So you've totally flipped the script, if you will, and you've got to be relieved if you're Sean Diddy Combs. And apparently his reaction in the courtroom and that of his family was one of relief.
Yeah, let me see if there's any more reaction that people are reporting on right now. Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs' lead lawyer, has.
Okay, so by the way, I think they're going to do a press conference. This is a fair verdict. This is a verdict that they had to tell Diddy. We didn't really put that much opposition or defense up against the prostitution stuff, but it doesn't have a mandatory minimum. We could do some shit with time served. You've been locked up. You've been locked up for damn near 10 months. These sentencing guidelines, you're not a felon. You've never caught a federal charge. 10 is the max. You're not going to get nowhere near the max. They're usually going to sentence him to a year and a day. A year and a day. They're going to get that nigga a year and a day. I can't even see, the government, no matter what they said, coming back and try to get him for 3 years. They're going to get that boy a year and a day and some probation. They might even say, take the baby oil and the ankle monitor, nigga, and go back to 2-Star Island, gang. Like, just go do it like that, man. Or do some maybe suspended shit. This is where Brian's still gonna be. Brian's still gonna be a whiz right here too. And when it comes to federal sentencing, obviously they got to go through probation services because they deal with that. Any incarceration for an inmate, they're gonna suggest and give their review, but it takes them a couple weeks to kind of like come up with something. Obviously, this is something he's not gonna walk out of court today. But essentially, if you ask me, Diddy home before Christmas. If you ask me, Diddy's home before Christmas. So the Christmas freak off is gonna happen. Did my Jamaican accent come out? The Christmas freak off is happening. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's a fact. That's a fact. Yo, Gina Hugh right now, remember she was dipping? Yo, she's like this, like, let me hit the Puff bat phone. Puff, I'm back. I still love you. I didn't take the stand. Could I get my allowance back? Of course. She's back. Yo, I know Meek is texting right now. Hey, big head. Come on, you got to do it. Got to do it. In all caps, like he's shouting. Hey, big head. Got to do it. Got to do it. French, you could talk about Diddy now. You could talk about Diddy now, French. French, you was hiding like you wasn't with them freak offs. Stop playing, French. You could talk about it. He got found not guilty. All that shit was legal, man. All that shit was legal, man. All that shit was legal. You could tap back in the game now, man. There's a lot of you niggas running. All y'all niggas that was running, y'all could pop back out. Pop out with the baby oil like it's a rock. It's lit. It's back lit.
Covering the proceedings that you just described, I'm out here. Everybody has a lot of resources out here. You're looking across.
Young Miami, you a real one too, even though you fucked it up for him. Young Miami, you should have been outside that courtroom with the welcome home Poppy sign. Where was you at? See, you don't want another Maybach. That's your fucking problem. Yo, go Poppy. You should have been outside that courtroom with this sign. Welcome home, Poppy. Where you at, Young Miami? By the way, Diddy got some backed up urine for you. You're still getting peed on. You're still getting peed on, okay? The courts have ruled your ass getting peed on is not a crime because you love it, okay? That's what they've said. Cassie loved it. Hey, listen, I'm going with the law. I don't care what none of you hoes say. All that crying Cassie did on the stand, they basically just said, yeah, he was treating y'all like prostitutes, paying y'all to fuck. That's it. He ain't force y'all. He didn't coerce y'all. He did beat y'all ass, but there's no beat your ass charge. He didn't force y'all, coerce y'all. He didn't do it by fraud, by none of that. You people were hoes. That's what, they're not going to tell you, I'm going to tell you. That's the only meaning of the goddamn ruling. Y'all are hoes. Point blank, period. Y'all are hoes. Okay? And if y'all think we about to put this man in jail for life because you're a fucking hoe, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. Okay?
now. So this day is going to unfold in different places, is what we imagine. But right now, you hear there's one gentleman. He's been screaming the whole time. We've been impressed by how he keeps going. But there are a lot of people who are going to have a reaction to this. Certainly, if Sean Diddy comes out of this building, it's going to get really interesting out here. But right now, everybody here is on standby, paying attention to what's happening.
I might get a copyright
upstairs.
I might get a copyright strike for this.
Is arguing.
I might get a copyright strike for this.
You ready?
I might get a copy. Yo, whoever the biggest 2C dealer is, I might have to cop some to stack up for this. The dealer want me to stack up for y'all. The biggest 2C dealer, holla at me. I'm going to connect you with Christian Combs. The biggest party finna happen. I ain't going to lie to you. It's going down by Christmas. The biggest party. Diddy's coming home by Christmas. The biggest party. Okay? The biggest party. Okay? If you got the Tussie, the Valiums, if you got that extra nice Tesla pills, come on, man. If you got to get that ketamine too. Who got the ketamine? Who got the ketamine? Astroglide stock just went up. Nigga, I'm on the stock market. I said, Astroglide stock went up. Holy. That must be the bulk order. The bulk order. Okay. By the way, the Feds got to return to Astroglide. You got to return it. You got to return to Astroglide. You got to return to Astroglide. My man had 5,000 bottles for a reason. He's still going to use it. Okay?
Quote, there is a real risk that he will flagrantly disregard orders from the court, and he cited the drugs found in Sean Combs' hotel room before he was arrested last September. We just talked about that.
Right, and the judge is saying now that he needs time to think about it.
Oh, so you think
he needs...
Okay, the updates are... Hold on. Let me just get you the updates. CNN up in court. They still ain't leave. Okay. So count 1, racketeering, which carries a maximum life imprisonment, not guilty. A minimum of 15 years for sex trafficking of Cassie. Man, Cassie knows, take your $20 million and bring your stupid ass off, man. You know you was having the time of your life with Diddy, man. Ain't no more. Well, you could get a private jet now. You got $30 million. Why are you so mad? Yes, you were doing some prostitution shit for him. You were a prostitute, and the sex worker was prostitutes. That's basically what this charge means. The court, and I know I'm talking colloquially, but I'm explaining it to you in layman's terms. According to what the court and the jury has decided, all the conducts of the freak-off was not sex trafficking. It was basically a nigga paying 2 people to fuck. You're paid 2 people to fuck. So imagine getting a bitch off Craigslist. I don't know if that still exists. You paid 2 hoes to fuck. One's a dude, one's a girl. That's it. That's why this nigga got pretty much charged, locked for. That's it. All that, look at the video. She got beat up, pee in the mouth, nut in the nipple. Diddy still gay. In my opinion, gay. You can't. The rub the nut in the nipple shit is crazy. But this idea that Diddy sex trafficked these hoes, no. To me, I read count 4, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Basically, the court has unanimously said, you're a fucking whore. Okay? You're a whore. And now, I gotta say this. Jane Doe, you can't file no defamation lawsuits against people that call you a sex worker, because according to what actually Diddy got found guilty of, he got found guilty of prostitution for sex workers, including you. Count 5. He's found guilty of that. Sex worker. Okay? Yo, I know Diddy's, 50 so tight. I know why 50 wanted him to go to jail, but whatever. And yes, Cassie, you a sex worker too, man. You too. But Racketeering, my boy beat it. He beat it. All right? Yo, for the rest of the industry, y'all could go back to y'all regular schedule freak-offs. There was some people nervous. Like, they were starting to switch up. Like, I know a few niggas that canceled their freak-offs. They're like, yo, I didn't know this shit was illegal. I'm buying these bitches Birkins for this freak-offs. Like, wait, I can't do this no more? Today, they're probably like, yo, reschedule the freak-off to Monday. Yeah, it's lit again, bro. The July 4th freak-off is back in action. Holy. Okay. Diddy about to be free. The only person left, we got a little legwork to do, but the only person left, top free, Diddy finna hit the road? All right. So you guys know the charges by now. Racketeering, conspiracy, not guilty. By the way, again, whether I don't know if we'll probably see. We might not even see a jury sheet. So they might or an explanation from the jury to explain why they were hung up on the conspiracy charge. Because, here's the thing. And this is why the conspiracy charge is interesting. Actually, I do know why they're hung up. Never mind. I know why, right? Because if you believe Diddy engaged in transportation to engage in prostitution, and you convict him of it twice for Cassie and the sex workers and Jane and the sex workers, remember, one count or one predicate act, if it's done twice, could actually be the two predicates that needs to be fulfilled for RICO. So the reason why Diddy didn't get a RICO is not because there wasn't predicates. Remember, they accused him of 8, arson, witness tampering, bribery, kidnapping, which, by the way, maybe they believe the kidnapping, but I personally believe, because by the very definition of 2 acts, which are it's a predicate act. This prostitution shit is a predicate act, right? So they're saying Diddy is guilty of it twice, which should mean it's RICO, unless you don't think Combs Enterprise / Combs Global / Bad Boy is a criminal enterprise. You don't believe it's a criminal enterprise. Or you don't believe that Diddy was in cahoots with a singular other person. Here's the thing about KK. She kind of comes in the picture around like 2014 to 2016. So who was there in 2004? They're going to say the security. We've never heard from the security. We see messages, but we ain't hear from the security. Okay? Okay? So, all right, bet. So it's not the security. So I think they didn't think the government proved the enterprise, which for everybody who was all them little woke hoes on Twitter that was like, nah, stop saying it's a domestic violence case. That's also kind of affirming this is not a racketeering case. Because remember, the government's whole thing was, we're using this video of the beatdown because it's part of his criminal operation and goes to show his pattern of behavior and coercive control of how he gets these women and keeps them in a sex trafficking ring. Basically, that video, again, if it could be charged in California, he would be charged with either misdemeanor assault or potentially aggravated assault. Either or, he'd probably face up to a year in jail, maybe 3. But he's not charged for that. What he was charged with is racketeering. And I personally believe, we'll hear if the jurors explain it, or they're going to do an interview sometime. I guarantee they don't believe there was no enterprise, there was no co-conspirator, clear co-conspirator, despite what the government's saying, KK and the others. And they don't believe that the behavior continued past 2019, which is a statute of limitations situation. Okay? One of those things. They didn't have to get to the arson, even though Kid Cudi was up there in a blouse with the fucking leather jacket on, just like chain smoking like a motherfucker. I don't know what. Like, he just went up there to tell us that Cassie played him and Diddy. Like, nigga, write in your diary, nigga. We ain't care about that shit, nigga. We ain't care about that shit, nigga. We don't care about that shit. Why the hell did Kid Cudi show up to court, man? Why the hell did Kid Cudi show up to court, man? I think Kanye showed up to court to go choke that nigga Kid Cudi. Like, nigga, what the fuck is you doing? Real talk. And then Don Rashad, cancel that lawsuit, shorty. Cancel that lawsuit. That lawsuit's garbage. You got violated on the stand. They was laughing at you walking out of court. You got done bad. Jesus Christ. Who else was up in there making a fool of them goddamn self? Chat, who else was up in there making a fool of themselves? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I know they're going to be sick on Twitter. No, this is more than domestic violence. This is like mental coercion. This is like mental abuse. And you broke bitches who love to say a nigga financially abusing you because he don't want to pay you $10,000 a month rent. Kick rocks and get some knee pads. Facts. Get out of here. The Didster was doing great. Her own baby father wouldn't give her 10 bands. The diddler's like, yo, take 10 bands. I just need you for a freak off every 3 weeks. Shorty still got mad. Hell out of here. And that's another thing for you hoes who love get idea from other hoes. That's you, Jane Doe. You was perfectly fine with your freak offs. You just wanted to go to Turks and be on the yacht. You got mad when you seen Young Miami flexing and you told me why I ain't getting treated like that. Shut up. Shut up. Go back home to Curtis. Bring your stupid ass back to Curtis. It's clip for y'all. By the way, you had no idea that you wanted to sue Diddy until you seen what Cassie got. See, you pocket watching bitches. You were good. And Diddy was trying to say, yo, hold me down during this time. Your ass was secretly recording him, sending texts, starting to be aggressive, trying to set him up, talking to the feds. You're getting kicked out the house today, like Jazzy Jeff from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Okay? You're getting kicked out. Kick her out of the house. Christian, I think that's your job. That's your job, Christian. You got to get her out of the house. You got to throw her ass out. You got to do it. You got to do it. Okay? Throw her ass out. Diddy was paying your rent while you on the stand testifying against it. Bitch, what you think this was? Now that weak-ass lawsuit you about to file, that about to get dismissed too. All of these people saw Cassie get a bag, and they all wanted a bag. Bags canceled. Okay? Bags are canceled. Cassie deserved her bag, but, you know, it is what it is. Y'all hoes ain't Cassie. Y'all hoes ain't Cassie. Y'all hoes ain't Cassie. Watch that little freaky-ass nigga, Alex Fine. He probably be like, yo, can I get a copy of them freak-off videos? Yeah, nigga. That's your wife, man. Go enjoy it. At least had $30 million richer. At least had $30 million richer. But that's about it. Let me see what's up. Okay. So this is the ruling, and now we know freak-offs are not illegal. This was pretty much is depraved sexual behavior illegal. And I ain't gonna lie, and for someone who said act, what does this mean? No. Someone who says act, why are you even happy? I'm saying, first of all, we ain't gonna criminalize sex, just regular sex, period. But this idea that if you're fucking your bitch, you hit the blunt and you pass it to her, and 5 years later she said, yeah, I don't know if I wanted to do that. And then they said, did he ever give you a drug? Well, he gave me a hit off the blunt. All right, he sex trafficked you because you was high, you couldn't make no decisions, you stayed around for 10 years, you didn't leave, you was begging for more, but you still couldn't leave because you were mentally like crippled. Okay, and we're gonna give him a drug charge just because he told you to hit the blunt once. That's what this judge basically said. Possession with the intent to distribute means Diddy could have given one pill, one time. That's the charge. Where Unc at? Where Unc at? What the fuck? Where's Unc? Oh, Unc by the... Okay. All right. So now the judge says to the jurors, it's on you if you want to speak about the case. Okay. There's an important reason to respect the privacy of your deliberations. That being said, the choice whether to speak or not to others about the case and your personal views is up to you. Okay. I want you to know, and he's talking to jurors, that is inspiring to all of us what you guys have done here. You listened, you worked together, and you were here every day, rain or shine. You did so with no reward other than the reward that comes from answering the call of public service. That should give us all hope. Mark Agnifilo says that Diddy should be released on appropriate conditions in light of the fact that Diddy has been acquitted of racketeering and sex traffic charges. He says Combs will go back to his house in Miami and abide by the conditions set by the court. Combs does not have access to his plane. His entire family is here. Agnifilo says any 3 of them or any 5 of them can sign on to a bond. He wants Diddy released today. The judge says, is your proposal that he leave the courtroom and walk outside? Yes, nigga. What the hell? Yes. Duh. What the hell? Fuck yes. Assistant U.S. Marine Comey got her ass spanked, belt to ass. Yo, your father is James Comey, former FBI director. I know he's like, God damn it. You the fuck up with the family. Holy. Actually, let me not say that. She's in my district. I love you, Marine. Marine, I love you. I love you. This is, small step for mankind, another, whatever that shit is. Like, we love you, okay? She says the government opposes the motion that Diddy gets out today. She said the trial showed evidence of extensive abuse and prolific drug use. Bitch, let me not say that. Maureen, we love you. We love you. that the defense did not contest, which, by the way, all of the abuse is in the sex trafficking in RICO. He's proven not guilty. The prostitution charge does not have any violent or abusive elements to it. It's willing participations of you paying one person to fuck the other. That's it. Okay? Comey argued that Combs does not respect the law and would likely commit new crimes if released. Yo, hate's a real thing, bro. Comey also confirmed that the government intends to seek sentence of incarceration, and that Combs still faces up to 20 years for the 2 counts he's been convicted of. She's gassing it now. He ain't facing 20. He got convicted of 2, which is 10. But no one's gonna run prostitution charges back to back consecutively to make 2 10s 20. No, you run it concurrently, right? You run it concurrently. And not only that, the nigga does not have a criminal history. There is sentencing guidelines that they cannot give him that. He would be able to appeal it, and the the circuit courts would definitely reduce his there's too many cases and issues of sentencing is already on file on case law. So no, it's not happening. The judge says he's gonna make a decision on Combs' possible release after the lawyers submit letters, so he's not gonna do it today. Judge Submaranian asked the defense attorneys and prosecutors to submit letters about their position and the possibility of releasing Sean Combs. The letters are due at 1. Ooh, the judge is gonna make the decision today. Okay, great. Wow. Defense attorney says Mark Agnifilo told the judge that Sean Diddy Combs was looking for potentially spending the rest of his life in prison, but he was acquitted of those charges. He's been given his life back by this jury. Agnifilo says Combs would be nothing short of a fool if he violated the conditions set forth by the court. And he says he treasures, I assure, the opportunity that he's been given, and he will not run afoul of anything that the court imposes on him. After the verdict, Combs faced the gallery. That's the freak off back, baby. That's the freak off his back. Clap. So he clapped to the courtroom before he was let out by marshals. He knelt down in front of his chair and he bowed his head like he was praying. Diddy, I'm going to be honest with you. Freak offs do got to end, though. On the real man-to-man shit, it got to end. Dana Tran, she look like a nice little Filipino chick or whatever, wherever you got her. Just marry her, bro. Marry her. Hopefully she a little freak that maybe like threesomes. Get one girl, bro. Get one girl and like 3 alternates, but just no 5 or 10. And no more escorts. Or just get a boyfriend. Just get a boyfriend. Diddy, we heard the worst things about you, bro. Like, on some real shit, get a boyfriend. Your secrets are outed. Get a boyfriend. Get a boyfriend and a girlfriend. All 3 y'all can fuck all the time. Get in a little poly or whatever you want to do. But make these people, like, you don't got to do this type of stuff. They locked you up because you freaky. Brother. And keep your hands off of these women. That's a fact. But other than that, yeah, let's get a boyfriend. Get a boyfriend and a girlfriend, bro. Like, whether you think you're bi or whatever, get a boyfriend that you could play with his semen all day, draw your name in it, do whatever, rub it on your nipples. Do that, bro. That's not no crime. I'm still going to call you gay because you gay. It is what it is, but you'll be free, right? Now, here's the thing too, though. And that's why I think Diddy he's gonna change. He's gonna have to change. There are so many civil lawsuits that Diddy's gonna get dragged in out of court regardless. And the change I believe you're gonna see in Diddy is some of the behavior. I was being, facetious about, the free cough is back. I'm being facetious here. He's been given a second chance at life. Many people predicted that he was gonna get convicted of RICO. He was done. Sex trafficking of Cassie, he was done. Jane's a hoe. I don't give a damn. She's a hoe. Hoe. He's been given a second chance on life. He has to tone down that lifestyle, probably follow his peers, that whether it's Jay-Z or others. Every man gonna have they sexual desires. Who gives a fuck? Here's the thing. Just get a boyfriend and a girlfriend, my nigga, or just get like 2 girls, do a little poly thing, or marry one of these chicks. You got a bunch of baby mamas. 2 of them look good. But it's very clear that you got in a situation because of jealous bitches. I'm going to just keep it a being with you. And I'm not blaming Cassie. I'm blaming the other women, whether Gina was going to participate, whether Jane Doe willingly did it or tried to line Diddy up, they all wanted a particular place in Diddy's life that Diddy was unwilling to give. He was saying, I'm fucking all y'all. I do not care. And some of them got so salty when they got cut off, they were down to say everything. We get to find out, and this is just the honest truth I'm telling y'all. From the assistants, from Sarah Schnecker, who was Mia, from Capricorn Clark, they all had a crush on the dude. They all liked the dude. Like, the friend of Cassie fucked Diddy. Cassie's own friend fucked Diddy and then claimed he raped her. And then afterwards was flirting with Diddy on messages. Like, come on, bro. Like, again, you know, I really think, number one, I don't think Diddy turns into this person if he's not this wealthy. But this is why they say money's the root of all evil. I think this accentualized, like, lifestyle was only available because Diddy's so rich. He could do all that. But it also encouraged not only an insatiable sex appetite for him, but also greed for everybody else. Yo, as soon as Jane Doe seen that Cassie got $20 million, she started negotiating how much money she would need to leave Diddy alone. She said, give me $200,000 a year for the next 3 years, and I'm good. Or I forgot what she said, $400,000. Give me $400,000 for every year I spent with you. Come on. That's another thing. That's not love. That's extortion. That's not love. That's extortion. You saw that man had to pay another woman. All of a sudden, you say you now magically feel like that other woman and now start to negotiate how much money for you to become whole. I don't know if Diddy didn't give you that money, but you ran to the feds. I think that's extortion. I think that's extortion. Cassie, I think even you. For 5 years, after you have left him, you went on to have a child, multiple children, and got married. But until you move back in your parents' house with 2 kids and your husband, your husband, and 2 kids move back in your parents' house, you then do a veiled extortion play to contact Diddy to say, I'm writing this book unless you give me $30 million. Come on, that's an extortion play. That's an extortion play. I'm writing this book unless you give me the money. Here's the funny part about it. The book never came out. A lawsuit came. The book never came out. It wasn't about a book. Like, you got to see these extortion plays. It wasn't about a book. It wasn't about a book. She wanted the money. She living back at home with 2 kids. Wah, wah. The house is this small. I looked it up. I won't dox her. I looked up her mama's house in Connecticut. Small as a motherfucker. They can't breathe. You stretch, you touch 2 walls. She not living at Star Island no more. There's no more jet. You're in the back of Spirit. Middle seat. Yes, it do hit different. Diddy's still on the gram doing it up. You're starting to realize, why did you leave Diddy for this fucking loser? And then he gets in your head and says, man, we need to shake this nigga down, man. Let's shake this fuck nigga down. It's a lot of extortion that was up in this goddamn case. Let's keep it a beam. It's a lot of extortion. It's a lot of extortion. Mia claimed she got raped, quit, and came back. How does this work? Lord help me. I don't know. Mia asked for $10 million from Puff. Come on now. $10 million? $10 million? Dawn Rashad, she was dying to try. She was hoping she could say that she was sexually assaulted. She was just mentioning other people's shit. It's like she copied the homework of everybody else. Oh yeah, I was around for Cassie. I witnessed that. Ooh, I'm damaged. I'm damaged. Oh, he stifled my music career. Dawn Rashad, you ain't that talented. Get out of here. Enjoy poverty. Enjoy poverty, man. She coming up there lying like a motherfucker, just saying all type of shit. Then I knew this case was starting to get a little bizarre. When I heard Diddy is a functioning drug addict. He take crack, ketamine, 2C, heroin. He take everything. Cocaine, everything. Which drug does he take is equivalent to the spinach that Papa be taking? Do I be saying that word right? He grabbed the chick and held her like this. Have you ever held a grown human like this over a balcony and that person never fell? You held them over a 17th floor balcony, and then you lifted them back up with just your forearms and threw them into an area with furniture? That's some Hulk shit. That's what you see in the movies. I don't know how you could throw no human like hold him over a balcony. Come to find out, the day Shorty said it happened, Chad, Diddy's in LA. Can't even get your lie right. This is crazy. I know the jury was back there like, what the fuck is this, man? You said a nigga held you over the balcony. You don't even know the day happened. So Diddy's a supervillain now. Then you get goofy ass Kid Cudi up in there. Yeah, when I went to meet with Diddy, Diddy was looking. I'm like, what? Then Cassie, Diddy was cheating on you. You were cheating on him. Diddy was beating on you. You was beating on him too. Now, I don't agree because obviously there's a power dynamic there. I get it. And then obviously it's a man and woman. I get it. So I have a lot of grace to that point. But still, Cassie was no goddamn angel too. Cassie was fucking 4 or 5 other dudes. Diddy was fucking 4 or 5 other bitches. They both was on some hoe shit. They both were freaks. They both were deviants. Jane Doe is such a hoe. The one day Diddy don't hit her phone, she's at another freak off. It's never been in my itinerary to just show up to a freak off. You're in another type of world. How do you want us to believe that he introduced you to this life, yet you're in the life more without him? Where's my man at? Where's my man at? Where's Lauren at? Where's Lauren at? Come here, girl.
But I'm sure many of you know that a verdict has been reached.
Lauren looking good today. Like no Diddy. I mean, we can't say no Diddy no more. Oh, no Diddy's canceled, chat. No Diddy's canceled now. It's canceled. We going full Diddy. No, actually, no. Actually, no Diddy because Diddy was having semen rubbed on his nipples. Yeah. Could Diddy sue and get the $30 million back? No, he's clipped. He can't. All she did was participate and cooperate in a federal, which I don't care what NDA she signed on a civil level for the $30 million. She's allowed to do what she does because in a criminal proceeding, it trumps anything civil. If anything, if Diddy's probably saying, bitch, I deserve a refund. That's what he's thinking. I should have never paid your ass and your ass would have still been broke. You'd have showed up with your big ass belly and I would have laughed at you in court and said, enjoy poverty, bitch. And yes, they're going to look at me like Chris Brown for the rest of my life, but fuck it, I'm a billionaire. But you'd have still been broke. I think that's what Diddy's thinking. I should have never gave you shit. Because Diddy gave her the money hoping it didn't get here and it got here and then he beat it. So now he's like, fuck, I shouldn't have paid this motherfucker, man.
Was so intense. I mean, many of you've probably seen the news already, but he was found not guilty on racketeering, not guilty on the sex trafficking of both Cassie and Jane, and then he was found guilty on both of the Mann Act violations. So it was crazy. So it really, hey Carrie, good morning. Really, the jury got in around 9. I mean, I was in line in the security line at, I don't know, maybe 8:57, and I saw a juror, and so I'm like, oh, it'll probably be forever. But then at 9:52, a note came in, and we all ran inside the courtroom, and we just figured they'd be out.
Hold on. I heard 50 Cent post. 50, he's coming home. You got to beef with him when he free and he rich too. 50. Did he beat the feds? That boy a bad man. Beat the RICO. Okay, give it up, Fifth. That's a bad fucking man right there. He say he's the gay John Gotti. He's the gay John Gotti. Oh my God. Wait, Uncle Love, hold on. I don't mean to interrupt you, Lauren. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But where Unc at? Oh.
The judge read the...
Unc was the only person who was keeping it a bean. The jury's like Unc.
Back to the jury. Asked the foreman of the jury. Everybody stood up. The overflow courtroom was packed. Standing room only. Standing in the back. Kneeling on the floor. Sitting on the floor. Marshal in the overflow telling everybody to shut up and be quiet. The judge said, all rise. The judge turned to the foreman of the jury and asked them, what's your verdict on count one? The dude hollered back, not guilty on RICO. The judge checked back with him, says, what about count two? SEX traffic in a Cassie. Foreman of the jury said, not guilty.
Let's go.
The judge stopped back at him, says, what about the transportation to engage in the selling of person? The jury foreman said, guilty. As to count four, SEX trafficking of Jane Doe, what's your verdict? Not guilty. SEX selling of the body for Jane Doe, guilty. Puffy beat the feds on a RICO, which carried a life sentence. Puffy beat the feds on SEX trafficking, which carried a minimum of 20, 15. Maximum of life.
15 to life.
He beat him. He took him to trial and he beat him. Straight up, fair and square. Even though they cheated. Even though they cheated.
How they cheat, Unc? Tell me how they cheated.
Even though they cheated.
Go ahead, pop it.
Even though they cheated.
Start popping it, Unc. Unc finna pop it.
Even though they cheated.
Talk about it, Unc.
Even though the feds cheated. He beat him fair and square.
Now, Unc about to start popping it now.
He beat him fair and square.
Unc about to start popping it.
Tenny Garagos is crying. Tenny Garagos is crying. She blowing her nose. Wiping her eyes. Tenny Garagos is crying.
They said not guilty?
Not guilty. Tenny Garagos was crying. Puffy looking over at the jury, doing this to all the jurors. Thank you, thank you. All Zone and Fitness. I got the best coffee in the world. My coffee the best. All Zone Fitness. Thank you for the super chat. Mark Agnifilo. Mark Agnifilo sitting on the corner. He chilling like Matt Dillon, ain't robbing, ain't stealing. He just sitting there like, yeah. Brian Steele over there posted up like this.
Yeah.
Nicole Westmoreland sitting down right here. She just looking. Xavier Donaldson just looking. Jason Driscoll on the end. He looking. Alexander Shapiro over there. She looking. All of this, Anna Esteveo. She looking. All of the assistant U.S. attorneys is in the front. They just like head down trying to write. Puffy beat the feds, man. Puffy took the feds to trial and beat them. Puffy beat the feds, man.
There's going to be like a lot of people pressing for
The judge then told the jury that you don't have to abide by nothing that you have had to abide by for the last 7 weeks. You're free to do whatever you want. If you want to speak to the members of the press, just be mindful and careful of the privacy of your fellow jurors. You're free to leave. You could do whatever it is that you want. Mark Agnifilo stood up. Mark Agnifilo stood up and said, Your Honor, Tenny Garagos is crying. Anna Estevello, his other attorney, she crying. They crying. They crying. Mark Agnifilo stood up and said, Your Honor. Mark Agnifilo stood up and said, Your Honor. Come on, man. Get your ass up out of here.
Get your ass up on out of here. Talk, huh?
Let's go, man.
Let's go. Hurry up.
No. Gotta be doing all that.
Come on, man.
Mark Agnifilo stood up and said, Your Honor, in light of Puffy being acquitted of the most serious charges that carried life imprisonment, RICO, and SEX trafficking, Puffy should be allowed to return to Two-Star Island today. His family is here. Your Honor, I am in possession of his passport. His private jet is in Maui, Hawaii. He is not a flight risk. I'm coming all this off the top of the dome. I didn't write nothing down. This is all off the top of the dome.
Off the top of the dome.
You like the verdict? It's good.
You beat him. You beat him.
That was cool. I'll keep up.
All right, my man. All right.
Hey, guess what, Sean? I don't want to work out with you.
I don't want to work out with you, man.
I thought them niggas gonna take me, nigga. I can't wait to see them popping. Fuck out of here. What? Them niggas right said anything.
His plane is in Maui, Hawaii. He is not a flight risk. Your Honor, I can get 3 to 5 family members, however many family members you need, to sign a bond to get him released today. This man was facing life in prison. He has been acquitted of the most serious charges. I propose some bail conditions, whatever Your Honor sees fit, but he should be able to return to his house in Miami today.
Hexiest man in the world, thank you for the 10. Said, we know the whole damn time, thanks to Sean G, keeping it a buck. Everyone said he was cooked because it was fast. I knew it was because they saw clearly as Sean G did. Sean's going to get that interview. I'm going to make sure that happen. I'm going to make sure that happen. I promise you, I'm going to make sure that happen. I ain't going to lie. His family taps in with Sean G a little bit, so it might happen without me, but I'm going to make sure that happens. I'm going to make sure that happens.
The judge started talking. Puffy can't believe it. Puffy is in shock. Puffy can't believe it. He's in shock. He's relieved.
Is he crying? Is he crying?
The judge says, Mr. Combs, I'm sure you do not want to go back to MDC Brooklyn. Puffy starts shaking his head like this to the judge, like, hell no.
Grand Heist, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Big Grand Heist in the building. Damn, 50 gifted on the memberships. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Your Honor, well, this is all happening in real time. We're going to be here all day. Is there a response from the prosecution. Maureen Comey stood up and said, Your Honor, I am against releasing Puffy today. He has still been convicted of some very serious crimes which carry a maximum penalty of 20 years. How she gets to the 20 years is that the maximum sentence of SEX selling of the body under the federal sentencing guidelines is 10 years. 2 counts, 10 years, 20 years. But she is putting gasoline on it, lighter fluid on it, because there's no way that they're gonna run each of these counts consecutively.
Facts.
Meaning you do one sentence, and after that sentence is done, you do the other sentence. What they're gonna do is run both of those charges consecutive together.
Concurrently.
And whatever sentence that he is sentenced to, he will just do one sentence. I think that the minimum, I tried to look it up on the guideline, I think the minimum sentence is 6 months or 0 months to 10 years. I don't know. I looked it up, I couldn't find it. Maureen Comey then went on to say that, Your Honor, Puffy engaged in drugs and coercion. He is guilty of some very serious crimes, and we are going to be seeking a maximum lengthy prison sentence for Puff. He should not be allowed to go home today to his family. When he came to self-surrender, when we arrested him back September 2024, he had drugs on him. He knew he was under investigation. He was still engaged in sexual activity of this nature. He used drugs. Everything she said about why he should be remanded back to MDC Brooklyn, he just got acquitted of. He got acquitted of that. He got acquitted of that. So, got acquitted. Not guilty. Not guilty.
Trafalgar Law, thank you for the 10.
Is
right, thank you for the 2.
Totally against.
Big Chris, thank you for the 2. Draco, thank you for the 2.
Period.
Maureen Comey is totally against. She wants Puffy to be remanded back to MDC Brooklyn. Mark Agnifilo. Well, the judge then said, well, why don't we do this? Maureen Comey, can you give me a precedent or an instance when a defendant was guilty of SEX selling of the body where they were not released, where they were remanded back?
Who's that? Low battery, thank you for the 2. It says, wonder what cap-ass reporter is going to say. I don't want to mention that person's name. I heard that person don't really get along with me. I don't even know what her issue is with me. Her name Tisa, something like that. I don't know where her issue be with me. Feel me?
Puffy's other attorney, dark-skinned Jermaine, Jason Driscoll, is already on his laptop looking up cases similar to Puff's. Looking up case similar to Puff. It's New York, y'all.
New York.
To show where defendants.
Ja Rule, you can finally pop out.
Released.
You could come out the room too. I know you in your towel. That's what Gene Deal said. Gene Deal is clip for you, gang. Gene Deal, we love you. Gene Deal, we love the stories, but you gotta stop it now. You gotta stop it now, Gene Deal. Jaguar, right? Y'all know y'all gotta stop it now, right? Y'all gotta stop it. Y'all could make y'all money off the Diddy stories, but y'all gotta stop making them. We listen to y'all. We thought Diddy was sex trafficking because of y'all. Okay? And none of y'all got put up on the stand.
Write a letter. Maureen Comey, you write a letter supporting your argument. And then Mark.
How much you bet Diddy ain't doing an interview with me? How much you want to bet? I bet you $1 million. Y'all want to bet? Somebody said Diddy ain't do. Come on, man.
Supporting. You write a letter supporting your argument. Look at this motherfucker, man. Yo!
When is sentencing? So sentencing would take weeks, if not months, but the judge is going to say this is not sentencing. It's not sentencing. He would give bail. So Diddy, because of the convictions and the amount of time he's facing versus the amount of time he's served, Diddy's asking to go free on bail until sentencing. Sentencing is probably going to be for 3 months. Maybe a little bit sooner. And it might be a posturing type of thing because whenever he goes in for sentencing, they want time served and they want to get some credit for him doing good on maybe house arrest. So he wants to get bail today. Bail. I Edit Project, thank you for the 10. He says, dope coverage. I love you, brother. I love you. Non-breaker, thank you for the 10. Says, Unc, I here directing traffic. I know, right? P says, if Diddy releases an album called The Freak Off, it's doing $500K first week. Diddy is back.
Agnifilo said, I bet. But
the rebrand for Diddy is going to be so crazy.
More to say. The judge said, Mark,
I think the judge is leaning to let him out today. I'm going to be honest with you.
To say.
That judge is so fair.
Agnifilo said that, Your Honor, Puffy has been given his...
Hey, Miss 50 Cent, thank you for the 50 subs on Kick. Big 50 on K-Town. K-Town, what up? By the way, I seen, who donated mad subs on Rumble? R Block still kicking. What up?
Against him. She's an informant. Jane Doe is a rat. Brianna Bongelin is a rat. Dora Rashad is a rat. Hey.
Everybody who said Unc was biased, he don't look too biased today, do he?
Capricorn Clark, Kid Cudi, these is all informants. These is all rats that got on the stand and pointed to my man and said, yeah, he did it. Give him life in prison. Mark Agnifilo said, Your Honor, he's been given his life back. Puffy would be these are Mark Agnifilo's words, he would be a fool to violate any of the conditions that you set forth for him to ensure his release. I have his passport. He looked at Tenny Garrett.
Yo, Formula, what up, man? Thank
passport? You. Tenny said, yeah, we got it. Mark said, we got his passport. He is not a fly.
Hey, Miss 50 Cent, she says we need to charge Jane Doe for prostitution. Miss 50 Cent, you the true 50 Cent wife. I agree with you. I'm going to try to holler at Maureen Comey. Her ass should be charged. She's a hoe. That's why 50 and you belong together. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Flight risk. He should be allowed to go to Miami, New York, and Los Angeles.
I think Jesus Pimentel, he says, how much do I think Diddy spent on his case? $30 million.
Prepared for you at 1 o'clock.
If Diddy didn't have the bankroll he has, I think he gets railroaded. The prosecutor put so much shit into this. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a raid. They spent hundreds of thousands, probably millions, on parsing through what they call was so much data, so much video. They spent a lot of money. King Tommy, KT, what up with you? Great coverage, thank you.
Oh, Westmoreland, Huck, Brian Nifico, Nicole Westmoreland, Huck, they all.
Someone says, does Diddy have to register as a sex offender? No. If you get charged for interstate, you only get registered if he no. Oh shit. Hold up, here we go.
Huck, they all hugging each other. Puffy, get down on the floor. Puffy, get down on the floor. Puffy, get down on the floor. The chair right here. Puffy, get down on the floor and start praying. Start praying on the chair. All his lawyers, Anna Esteveo, she crying. She hugging Mark Agnifilo. Brian still chilling. He cool as a fan. Jason Driscoll, Alexander Shapiro, they all dapping up. And
Brown Angel, thank you for the 10. It says, who will be the first to interview Diddy? I'm gonna be honest with you, I think he's gonna do a big outlet, but I think eventually he got to show love to everybody who was holding him down. He got to. He has to. Let me tell you this. I ain't gonna lie to you, just off of the fact that 6ix9ine put me with him. Actually, low key, I want to call 6ix9ine right now. I'm gonna call 6ix9ine right now. 6ix9ine, put me with him. Damn, how many numbers do I have for 6ix9ine? I have like 8 numbers. What the fuck? Is this a 6ix9ine number that's real? No. Hold on. Give me a second. 6ix9ine. Is it this? Jesus Christ. No. It's my bad. I'm gonna call 6ix9ine. Oh, Savage called me. I ain't gonna bring. I love Savage too much. I won't call him to. Me and him was talking about the case last night. I don't know if that's maybe too much. I love protecting. I got a lot of like rapper friends that we talk about shit like we be Josen, like, you know, Savage, my mans. But I don't want to, you know, I know this is controversial. I don't want to put him in this, so I ain't gonna hit my nigga up on this. 6ix9ine don't give a fuck though. He don't give a fuck. Let me see. I want to call him now. All right, let me see.
Yo, bro, you see that shit?
Yo, did he spank them niggas on the RICO, my boy?
I know. First nigga to do it on a RICO.
Yo.
I know they trade right now.
Yo, immediately when I seen it, I said, yo, I'm gonna keep it a beat with you. I remember when you had called me and you was in there with him, and I said, yo, you
Bro,
probably
you see how I never said, I'm really saying that. I've been watching all the Law and Crime, Jesse Weber.
Yeah.
And everybody just lie like,
there was
Diddy.
really like, yo, this thing about to get 100 years.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've been watching this shit, and I'm just like, yo, bro, you know that office don't clap. I'm even scared to talk about it, you know what I mean? Because I know they mad right now, you know what I mean?
Hey, one thing you said to me, and I always remember, you said when you seen him in there, you say he was sleeping all day, you told him, you say, yo, bro, you got to fight. And I ain't going to lie to you, he fought. That nigga fought.
He told me. We was praying together. He said, yo, he's like, yo, you don't mind if I pray with you, right? I said, nah. Then he was like, yo, bro, he's like, I'm going at him, you know, full throttle. He was like, yo, I'm going at him full throttle. I'm gonna fight. We gonna fight this. We got this. He said, I'll see you when I'm out there.
That's the last thing he said to me too. And I remember saying, damn, like, you think you getting out like that? Bro, you know they about to give him time to serve. They might let him go at once.
Nah, bro. Let me tell you something. This is how it go. He beat count 1, right?
Yeah, that's racketeering.
He beat count 1 racketeering. That's yo, bro. You know what's RICO, bro? You don't gotta be there to know. As long as you know, right?
Yeah.
It's over. You beat a RICO, nigga. You beat the most, the hardest charge you beat right. He beat count 2, right? Which is
the Cassie shit. Damn.
Yeah, the cat. No,
Yo.
but he beat. Look. Hold on. He beat. Look, he beat this shit right here. Look.
Sex trafficking of Cassie. That's count 2.
Yeah, sex trafficking, right, of Cassie, right? Then he count 3.
It's prostitution of
engaged
Cassie.
in prostitution. All right, so look, that if I'm not mistaken, that's a mandatory minimum. I mean, like, you know, when you take it to trial, they got to give you 10 years. You know what I mean?
No. That's wrong. There's no mandatory minimum for prostitution. There's a max of 10 years. It's max 10 years.
Oh, all right. So my bad. Look. So it's a max of 10 years. He's getting those 10 years for that. Why? Because you wasted tax. Listen to me. Like, I know the law.
You think they're gonna do 10?
Bro, all right. So when you go to trial, and you waste those people's time, those people mean the government. The judge at your sentencing is gonna, like, obviously the judge is gonna go based off how he feels. There's no mandatory minimum, but he can sentence you from anywhere to 10. Just off of experience, right? Experience. Mm-hmm. This is me talking about knowing how the BOP and the legal system works. They're going to give you those 10 years, bro. They're going to give you them 10 years. Now, if the judge says, yo, I'm the judge, I could go, there's no mandatory minimum on this shit. I could sentence you anywhere from 0 to 10. You got caught guilty on both Mann Acts, on count 3 and count 5.
Yeah.
He could get anywhere from 0 to 20 years because each one maxed out at 10. So he could say, yo, I'll give you 10 years for both because you can't run them concurrent. You got to run them consecutive.
I think the judge fuck with him, though. You don't think so?
I think so. We don't know, but listen, even though that, I think, this is my personal opinion. I think Trump on his last days out, like on his last days,
he can get pardoned. Facts.
He's gonna pardon him. Trump on his last days is gonna be like, I pardon this nigga. You know why? Because I feel like
there's no sex trafficking and no RICO.
Not only that, these bitches took the money. Remember how when the hush money and all that shit?
Yeah, he paid some hoes too. Trump paid some hoes too.
Yeah, nigga, we all pay hoes, nigga. You might as well lock up the whole America, nigga. What the fuck, nigga? Every time you go to booby trap on the river, what a bitch say? Every time you go to booby trap, all this shit. She said, yo, today dead, like this strip club dead, I make no money. Yo, give me $1,500 and I'm out. Let's go. Give me $2,500, I'm out. What's up? What we doing? Like, you know what I mean? So you might as well lock up the whole America, nigga.
It's the oldest profession, man. They was about to get that nigga life.
What's that Young Miami song? A bitch trying to get flued out for the weekend, nigga. Like, lock that bitch up. Like, you know what I mean? They bitches selling pussy out here, nigga.
Yo, they was about to get this nigga life for buying some pussy, my nigga. And I can't even buy pussy. He was buying dick damn near. He was just paying niggas to fuck his bitch.
You know what's up, nigga. If you don't buy pussy now in 2025, you're not getting them, bro. Like, straight up, like a bitch gonna tell you, Uber me. I just seen a meme the other day. It said, a bitch be trying her hardest not to get fucked for free. She be like, yo, can you stop by Wendy's real quick?
Please stop by Wendy's.
Stop by Wendy's real quick. Give me a full.
Yo. Nah, that nigga about to skate on this shit, though.
Yo, bro, you don't even know when the nigga got found not guilty on the RICO. I called everybody on my phone. I even called my lawyer. The lawyer said, yo, bro, like, yo, Danny, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, bro, like, shit, I know that side is mad. I say, yo, bro, you know me, like, it's shit's crazy. Like, them people not the people to play with. Like, you know what I mean?
Hey, yo, are you still on that supervision shit, though?
Hell yeah, to December 11th. Remember, I'm fighting that new case, so I can even give my opinion publicly. You know what I mean?
Nigga, I was gonna invite you. You know I'm going on vacation, nigga. I worked so hard after this. Now I'm going on a crazy vacation. Yo, nigga, I ain't gonna cap with you. This is my first time. I'm getting a jet, gang. I'm getting a jet. My first jet. I'm getting a jet, gang.
Yeah, fill that shit up with mad prostitutes, man.
Yo, I was about to say pop in, nigga. I'm like, yo, I want to be here with my nigga Danny. Yo, what's poppin'?
Yeah, where you going?
I don't know what I should tell these niggas. I'll tell you off of here. But you know what I mean? I might have to go to the little Turks, you know what I mean?
I
ain't gonna lie.
Nah, but yeah, bro,
It's
that
all
shit is
demons.
crazy.
It's all demons on that shit. I ain't gonna cap with you.
All demons, and we making sure y'all not. We are not. There's not coercion. There's not obligated. You get on here because you want to be here. Don't be like,
I signed a jet agreement last night. I ain't gonna cap. I did. I was supposed to leave tomorrow, but I thought this case might have gone to next week. So I signed it. I ain't gonna tell niggas exactly when I'm leaving, but it's next week. I'm out. The jet's coming.
Tell everybody, tell your whole chat. Don't fly no strippers out, bartenders out. Don't fly no bitches out. They gonna be like, yo, he flew a sex worker across state lines. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the new. Yeah, that's interstate commerce. That's what they trying to get.
I think the judge finna let him out on bail that he could go back to Star Island. He probably just got to.
You can't be let out on bail. I mean, you could, but they not because he was found guilty on two counts.
But
so,
it's
like,
prostitution
I don't
though.
see that. Yeah, but listen. If his lawyers are smart, they're not gonna ask for bail, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because every time in there that he spends counts. They're gonna be like, nigga, you already been in there. What you coming out to? There's nothing going on outside. Count up your time so you could get, if anything, time served. If the best case scenario, you get time served, but if not, all that time counts. What you coming outside to if you're gonna have to go back in regardless? Sit down. You know what I mean?
Wait. They can't count house arrest time as time in or no?
I mean, they can, but it's unlikely. It's happened before many times. But nigga, you not, especially taking them people to trial, all the tax paying money that they spend, they not counting that shit. Nigga, you gotta go up top. You gotta go to your jail. You know what I mean? You gotta go up to your prison.
Damn, yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. His mom and everybody was in there. Bro, they said Diddy got on his knees, man, and prayed. They said like Diddy kissed the floor. It's like he got his life back. That nigga kissed the floor, dog.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. I told you, like he told me he's a strong believer in God. He's like, yo, can I? He's like, yo.
He prayed at the beginning of this. He asked him. He said, yo, can I pray with my family real quick? This is early on, and they allowed him, and he said a prayer, and according to what they said everybody like his family and everything said amen, and they whatever, and they brought it back to the holding joint. But like he prayed this morning. I didn't know like he was spiritual or like getting into some.
Yeah, nah, cause remember every time I go to jail, I speak to my mom through the jail phone. She's like, yo, like read the book of Daniel, like, you know what I mean, how they put him in the lions den, and nothing happened to him. So I try to pray 3 times a day like Daniel did. So I get on my knees, and one time he came to my bed and was like, yo, I see you you so into God, you know what I mean? Like you so much into God. I like that. He's like, yo, can I gift you something? He gifted me a Bible. He signed it. Remember I showed you? Mm-hmm. He gifted me the Bible. Yeah. And he signed it. He signed the Bible and all that. So he was like, yo, he was like, yo, I know God is with me. And I said, yep, he with you. Like, you know what I mean? You just can't lose your faith. You know what I mean? Like, you here for a reason, whatever. And long story short, God did what he, had planned. So,
man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yo, them bitches on Twitter was ready to be like, yeah, man. Yo, all that shit, man. That sex trafficking.
These bitches out here tight. I just called one of my bitches, too. Told her, yo, like, you see, like, can't be out here just lying and shit.
Yo, everybody thought they was gonna get a payday. They was like, yeah, like all that shit, like y'all be using us, y'all be just fucking us.
This bitch took 30 million, bro, and still decided to cooperate against bro. Like you took the money, like you wasn't mad when you took the money. This is 30-50.
Man, that is crazy, man. Yo, I know a lot of chicks that, because this is what they said. Nah, like a lot of y'all rich niggas, y'all be lying to chicks. Y'all using money to control chicks. Y'all doing that. We don't really want to be doing it. Today, basically the jury said y'all are hoes. Real talk, y'all are hoes. Like y'all know what y'all was doing. But yeah, was he paying for prostitution, yeah, he did that. But he ain't sex traffic, y'all. Sex trafficking sounded crazy. Like sex trafficking sounded like
y'all didn't get sex traffic. Y'all needed to pay rent. It was the first of the month, and you knew time was getting hard. Like, you know what I mean? That first of the month come by.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. When the first of the month come, the text I get, I know you get it too. Like,
yo, first of the month, they like, yo, I'm going right now for $900. Like, I'm going.
Yo,
you know what I mean? So like,
how many I miss you
texts?
How many I miss you texts you get on the 1st of the month or the 30th or the 31st when they know
not even that I miss you. It's like I'm tired of you. Like, bitch, you ain't tired of me. You need me right now.
yo,
and you know how I feel about 50. Like, it's just crazy. Like.
Nah, 50 heard though.
Like,
yo, if I think
he hasn't posted nothing since the verdict.
Nah, it's cause his baby moms though. It's cause like, bro,
but listen,
if a nigga smutted your baby
mom, you can't be mad at your you can't be mad. You can't. It's just a fucking crazy situation right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
if a nigga smutted your baby, all right, put like this. All right, say you wife up a girl, and then you realize the other nigga was wilding on her, like you taking it serious. That's what I think Cassie's nigga was doing. I think he was tight, like, yo, bro, like he can't even process that Diddy had her fucking 100 niggas,
other niggas,
and that's his wife. So he's like, yo, baby, like you ain't really want to do that, right? And we think she gonna tell him, yeah, I wanted to. She gonna be like, nah, like that nigga was holding shit over my head. That nigga was
even Cassie's husband had to hear his wife was texting the nigga while being with him. Remember the defense was like, didn't you text Diddy while you was with your husband?
No.
Did you answer his FaceTime?
No, it's worse. Diddy's fucking her, and Diddy sees the phone light up. The nigga's name is under a coded name called Boogie Batman, and that's she's the nigga trying to FaceTime her while Diddy's piping her out. She told the nigga, like, I'm done with Diddy, but she went back and Diddy's piping her out. You know what's crazy? She later told the nigga, oh, nah, Diddy came over and raped me. I ain't gonna lie, this shit's crazy. This is why, like, Cassie's devious. I ain't gonna lie to you. She's devious. And the feds never charged him for rape. He just charged him for sex trafficking. So basically just saying, yeah, like, y'all got sex traffic. This shit's crazy.
You gotta put this damn
Yo, what do you think them bartenders is thinking? Because you know how the bartenders get down, like, really?
Yeah,
they basically get down like Jane Doe. Like, they get down like 50 baby moms.
Hey, yo. They mad right now. That's a big loss. This a big loss for the nightlife girls. Big loss. Yeah, it's a big loss for the nightlife girls. Yo, you gotta post this on your stream to your chat.
What you send me some shit.
I just sent it to you. You got it. This the bartenders right here. This the bartenders and the strippers. You got it?
Yo, nah, yeah. This nigga say, yo, sometimes a chick not trying to get fucked for free. She like, yo, stop by Wendy's. I need a 4 for $4.
Yeah, like give me, or stop by the gas station and bring me something to drink. Just so they would be like, yo.
Stop by the gas station is crazy. Shit. Nah, this shit is devious. This shit is devious, man. Yo.
Oh, 50 did post. 50 did post.
Nah, he did post, but like you can't do nothing but give it up. He said, yo, you beat the feds, you the gay John Gotti, but like 50 really want that nigga to go to jail for life though. I think it's cause, bro, when a nigga did all that to your baby moms, I think 50 was in love with his baby moms. Diddy never loved her.
Nah, they said 50 hot Diddy had his BM and beat the feds. Nah, that's nasty work. He said 40 minutes, right?
No, he said 10 minutes.
10 minutes? I used the bathroom.
Man, all these damn
yeah. Yo, but yeah, bro, nah, I'm not gonna lie. Now, like, you know me, I didn't want to say nothing before he got, went to trial and all of that, but like mad people lying that they got him in some shit. He's using people's, nah, bro, like, I nigga, I put you on the phone with him, like, you know what I mean?
I know.
The nigga not, The nigga not no, like, you know what I mean? So he coming home. Diddy coming home.
Yo, put like this. And as much as people don't like Kanye said it though. Kanye said, listen,
They probably got a bathroom, right?
Kanye said, yo, they trying to send this nigga to jail because he put his hand on his chick. And he basically was like, yo, niggas, y'all been in a toxic relationship. Y'all both doing wild shit with each other like that. But it's not no sex trafficking sound like some shit where like you got him in the back of the truck, you bring him to a city and then you just pimping him out type shit. And then you got their passports, you bring them to another city. It sounds crazy.
Yeah, yo, you saw what I just sent you? That's the bartenders right now.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Hold on,
That's really them. You gotta show your chat.
Hold on, chat. I'm about to put this on the screen. Yo, did you think he was gonna get found innocent? Because I ain't gonna lie to you.
To be honest with you, look, I'm gonna tell you my honest opinion. I was scared. I thought he was gonna be found guilty because the jury came back too fast with, you know, they like, yo, we got 2, 3, 4, and 5. I mean 2, 3, and 4, but we don't got we having trouble with 1. So I was like, yo, damn, like, what the fuck, bro? The nigga got not guilty on the main one, bro, which is RICO.
Yo, it basically said that they
nigga, one nigga you know beat the RICO charge. Give me one. One nigga you know beat the feds.
Diddy. That's it.
That's it, nigga. Remember the NBA YoungBoy shit when nigga was like, yo, he beat the nigga didn't beat no feds. That nigga beat a probation violation. You gotta understand the difference. You know what I mean? Like, yo, taking them to trial is not beating them on a violation. Does that make sense? Like, niggas don't know law.
Well, no. Remember, he had got a gun possession out there, though. He had a gun possession.
Yes, bro, this is what I'm trying to say. You're not hear me out. When you're on probation and you catch another charge, you're fighting the violation. You're not fighting. All right, so I caught a new charge, right? They raided the crib. I caught a new charge. I didn't get charged for the. I got charged for the constructive possession. Does that make sense?
Okay, now explain.
All right, so say they found what they found in my crib, right? Yeah. I'm getting charged. The state will have to prosecute me. You know what I mean? The state, like.
Okay.
You know what I mean? The state has to prosecute me. It's not a federal. Like, you gotta go there and now fight the violation. Now they like, yo, you was on parole. You know, you on federal supervision. I gotta give you. You gotta go. All right. So say the state charges me too. After I'm done doing the state, I take the state to trial, or they sentence me to 6 months for the gun or whatever the fuck. I gotta go back to the feds and do my violation time. You understand? So I gotta do 2 separate bids. I gotta do that and I gotta do this.
Man, god damn. Yo, Young Miami's just posted some shit. I ain't gonna cap with you.
What she said was
I don't know what this mean though, because I be seeing all the hoes post it.
I know hoe talk.
Yeah, it's a Justin Bieber thing where you put like your thumb and like your index finger together. Like she posted Justin Bieber doing that mad quick.
Oh, it's not clocking to you? It's not clocking to you?
Oh, that's what that is? Like, oh, clock it type shit? That clock it bullshit?
Yeah.
Oh. Yo, you know she had liked to post when somebody said, yo, we love that you out here enjoying your life instead of like playing victim and going to court and like crying like you was being taken victim. I think Young Miami fucked it up because Young Miami a real bitch. I think she on some shit like she always knew the place. She like a stripper. Yo, as long as you give me bread.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. We were just talking about this. Look, you want to know the real truth? Huh?
Yeah.
You know what's the real truth of this all?
Yeah.
Once the feds subpoena you, you know this, because remember they I don't know if they subpoenaed you, but if they would have subpoenaed you to come to court and I took it to trial,
yeah,
you know you would have had to come obligated, right? Nigga, she ain't no real, like, they didn't subpoena her, you know what I mean? You know how it go. If they subpoena you, you know what you got to do. You can't, not, you know them people going to turn against you, you go to jail, shit like that. You know what I mean? They didn't subpoena her. Now, this is a conversation people might not want to have, right?
Go ahead.
You know, it's possible that they so mad that the Southern District of Manhattan, the prosecutors are so mad, they might grab 2-3 other victims and keep trying him. You know what I mean? So because they pissed off.
Oh, you think they might go? They might just bring some other shit, but they wasted
Bro,
millions
like,
of dollars.
There's 200. Look, listen. There's 200 civil lawsuit victims. You know what I mean? It's the fucked up part. CBS got it back, right? Yeah. So, you know, that's the scary part, that they might feel so fucked up that they might try him on some other victims. They might just get 3 new victims out of 200. They keep trying him, so bro, it's fucked up, man.
Yeah, he gonna have to fight them civil. I think all them civil joints is like.
Yeah. You know, people be lying and shit, but yo, bro, you gotta be scared of them people. You can't just, you know what I mean?
I mean, they did that with R. Kelly. They charged R. Kelly in Chicago and Eastern District in New York.
Bro, this shit is scary, bro. That's why I say you don't want to fuck with them people. Them people don't play. Like, that's the thing. Like, yo, that's a huge victory for Diddy, but bro, them people don't play. They gonna be like, oh, nah, he beat us. Everybody making fun of. Yo, bro, you don't think the prosecutors watch, like, your stream? You think that, like, somebody that might send it to them, like, look, people making fun of us, nigga. They do not play that shit either. All right, I'm gonna go. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. God, man.
Nah, it's cool. So, you know that? So, like, that shit is a scary thing. You know what I mean?
You don't think they're going to be like, all right, Diddy got it. We just going to let it go. It's over. You don't think it's over?
Nah, bro. I'm telling you, that it's a scary, it's scary, bro. It's scary. Nigga, look at R. Kelly, nigga.
Yo, you know the last remaining one after Diddy. If Diddy get out, the last remaining person to get out is Dirk. I'm wearing the Free Dirk shirt right now. The Free Dirk hoodie. He getting out next.
You said what?
Dirk. He's the last nigga in the feds.
Yeah, he ain't being that though. That's not even sex crimes. That's violent crimes.
Yeah, but like, nigga, you gonna be like, man, all these niggas lying.
You gonna open up the bathroom?
I ain't telling nobody to murder nobody.
Bro, that nigga's not beating no feds. Remember, you're not beating that shit.
God damn, man. Yo, at 1 o'clock, the judge gonna determine if they're gonna give him bail. So you say no bail.
I don't see that. I don't see them giving him bail. To be honest, like I don't see that. And I think if he's going for bail, I don't think his lawyer. He got found guilty on 2 crimes, bro.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying? He got found guilty on 2. The judge might be like, yo, like nigga, like it's not like you got acquitted on all charges. You got found guilty on 3 and 4. I mean, this is my opinion, bro. I never seen that shit. And me and Diddy part of the same courthouse. You know what I mean? We part of the same Southern District of Manhattan.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the first time I seen them catch some shit like this. Cause even your case, bro, I ain't gonna lie, they went crazy. Like, ain't nobody even taking the trial. Ain't really, yeah. And niggas did, but they got clapped. Like, nigga, they don't take no L.
Nigga, they don't. Nigga, you gotta understand, bro. Remember, the head prosecutor on that case is Comey's daughter. Remember, Donald Trump fired her father as the FBI director. Remember?
Yeah.
So, bro, you gotta understand, bro, that like I don't even want to know what that office look like right now. Like that's like, you know what I mean? Like, it makes it look like people could just go take them to trial, beat them, which is not the case. Them niggas is frying niggas.
Yo, SDNY is the hardest district. It's the hardest district in New York. In the country.
Nigga, you know that. It's the Southern District, nigga. The Southern District. Yeah. Niggas coming after El Chapo, Eastern District, all that shit.
Yo,
like,
how much you think did he spend on his legal representation?
Alright, so look, you see how I say I don't know how I can say this?
Yeah.
Nigga, Diddy told me to my face, bro. Yo, bro, I'm wasting $1.2 million a month on my lawyers.
Oh, and that
remember, he's been staying in there since October. So I think wasted probably like $12 million already.
Yeah, I think he's up to 30 because remember, that's when he had half the amount of lawyers. And by the way, that's
but I think bro, you know how this shit go. I think some of those lawyers jumped in pro bono just to be like,
Brian Still. Brian Still just got thug off. He on that shit.
Bro, listen, I don't know, but it looks like them lawyers just jumped in remember, how you had time? Remember, you was defending Young Thug. You don't know what the fuck is going on in his case from the jump. Listen, I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm just saying he was part of Young Thug case when Diddy was still on it. The nigga was going to trial, all type of shit. He wasn't there from the jump, so he probably just jumped on to make it look like, yo, the public feel like I was on this, but I just jumped on pro bono, so now you feel like I was part of Diddy's legal team. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta understand how these niggas play. They criminals too.
God damn, man.
You know I know this, nigga. That's why I lay low key, because I know niggas be still trying to get me. Look at it now, nigga. How many times you see me get locked up in the last 4 years?
Yeah,
Nigga, after all the shit I did for that office, like, niggas still coming after me. It's crazy, nigga. That's what I said, bro. I be chilling because I'm like, nah. You know, I know how scary these people get.
God damn. Yo, his family probably lit though, man. Cause yo, if he had got the RICO, he done, bro.
Nigga, he beat the RICO. That shit is crazy. I'm still like, wow.
You know what's crazy? Like, he ain't had no option. He couldn't tell on nobody. He couldn't do nothing.
Nigga, nah, you had to take that shit to the door.
Yo, supposedly his plea offer was 15. If they had gave you that and you was facing what he was facing, you would take it or not? 15.
Nigga, I'm so scared of, I'm being honest with you, and this is word. Like, the shit he was facing, nigga, I'll probably be so scared I would have took this shit, because I'm like, nigga, nobody beat these people. Remember, I don't got Diddy money to be paying fucking $30 million to fight a case, nigga. That's not happening, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Diddy's making, remember, like, this is another conversation people don't want to talk about, bro. This is real, bro. When you fucking go against people with, like, Diageo, like that liquor company, bro, them people are powerful. They go and send their own private investigators, own people to talk to, them higher ups, and them higher ups come build the case on you, nigga. That's how it works, nigga. Like, once Diddy sued them people, that shit came down, bro. Cause nigga, you might as well come to Florida and lock up all these swingers that be having niggas fuck their girl, nigga.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. Yo, you know how I think Diddy regrets though? He should have never paid Cassie. Should have never paid that bitch.
I think him paying Cassie was what made him beat the RICO. She took the money, nigga.
You think
everybody was there for the money, so y'all wasn't getting no money no more. Y'all turned.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie.
So what? You in New York right now? You in up north?
Yeah.
When you coming back down here?
I'm like, since this shit is done now, I'm probably gonna come for the 4th. What up?
Come, nigga. You know me and Steve, cool. We had that conversation.
Yeah, are we outside though?
Nigga, you know I'm outside, nigga. What's up, nigga? Like, that's it, nigga. I mean, these, like I said, bro.
About Steve. So, all right, so you and Steve straight now. We good?
Yeah, we had a call. We had a conversation. You know what I mean? Like, we had something private.
I'll pop out and we could do IRL content. You want to do IRL shit?
Yeah, let's do some shit.
All right, bet. Let's do that. No, I'm down. I'm through with it.
I bet. Let me know. I'm here when just let me know when you come down. So I'll be around. Yo, and I gotta tell you about some other shit, bro.
Yeah, we'll do those stream. I ain't trying to get these niggas in our business. All right, text me.
All right, bro.
All right, yo. All right, it's my man 6. Chat, we outside? I ain't gonna lie, man. I be outside with a big 6'9", man. Every time I'm outside with them, niggas just be showing love. Like, I ain't never seen no nigga even trying to. Actually, well, pre-indictment era. Like, now, niggas don't even hate him that much. Okay. Let's get back to Unk. We had paused him, and we got to get back to what's his name. Let Unk pop his shit, man.
The prosecution, Puffy's still on the floor. Everybody doing all of that. Puffy's still on the floor. Maureen Comey, she dip out. Her grill all messed up. All the other assistant U.S. attorneys, they all walking out. Puffy stood on the floor. Puffy stood on the floor. Puffy on the floor. Puffy on the floor like this. So Puffy get up. Puffy get up. He trying to hug Mark Agnifilo. He trying to hug Tenny Garagos. But the U.S. Marshal step in and like, nah, nigga, you can't hug nobody. You still in custody. The U.S. Marshals had to physically grab Puff and separate him from Agnifilo, from all his attorneys, and they escorted.
Lord Hybrid with the big 100. This nigga's a big baller in here. Lord Hybrid with a big 100. He said, man, 50 Cent cheap ass somewhere, big mad. Tell 50 now he could pay her rent. 50, I love you. So I won't say that to you directly, but Lord Hybrid said it. Lord Hybrid said it. He a big baller. Lord Hybrid, you just donated $100. You want to pay Daphne rent? You can fuck her too. You can fuck her too. You could get that little pussy too. You could get that. She's selling it. It's 10 bands a month. Diddy was paying 10 bands. She might give you a discount. You might get it for 8. Would you do it?
Escorted him out the side door. And you could see when they opened the door and Puff walk out, he do this. Then everybody left the courtroom. And then Mark Agnifilo, Nicole Westmoreland, all the attorneys there, they won. They beat him. Puffy beat the feds at trial. Mark Agnifilo, Nicole Westmoreland, Xavier Donaldson, Jason Driscoll, Brian Steele, Anna Estevao, Alexander Shapiro, Jason Driscoll, Tenny Garagos. They beat the feds at RICO at trial. They beat them. Yes, they did.
By the way, chat, I want to tell y'all so much how much I love y'all. I do read all y'all comments, and I've seen some of y'all even say today, yo, Ack, you got to sit with Unc and Lauren today. Slow down on the drinking. I'm actually about to text them both. Obviously, we're not going to meet up until we hear if Diddy's leaving court or going to be getting bail, but we are going to be doing something today. Thank y'all. Like, y'all are like, I hope the amount y'all watch me, y'all feel like we're connected, because we are. So when y'all be like, yo, Ack, slow on the drinking, and I also took some constructive advice from y'all, because some of y'all did say, Ack, towards the end of last night's stream, you may have got too lit because you were doing a lot of yapping. You know, you're doing a lot of yapping, so I appreciate that.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They beat him. They beat him. They beat him. They beat him.
I ain't gonna lie. This sounds so funny. I gotta play it. Ooh, I gotta do this first.
There has been just. You're willing to protect your own daughters? No, I wouldn't donate any super chats, right? But in people's hearts, the people that are celebrating Diddy went free, keep that in mind. The friends and family you thought you knew that was staying quiet because they were too cowardly to come out and say what they really felt, because they were like, oh, like maybe this might make me look like a monster too. The people that are now that you call friends and family that are on Facebook, Instagram, whatever, celebrating, giving hip hip hooray, doing whatever, take note. Take note, because this is the reality, and this is what we need to live in, and this is what we're going to use to build. This is not the end for victims' rights. It's not. It's not the end for sex trafficking rights. It's not the end for anything that we're doing. I feel my heart breaks for anybody that actually knows what was on the line. For anyone, and this is why when they were doing the jury, they asked someone, have you ever been a victim of abuse? Has anybody you known been a victim of abuse? Do you work with people of abuse? Why did they kick anybody off that said yes? Because they wanted to keep the jury ignorant.
Y'all know her?
They wanted the jury to go in saying, I don't even understand. How is that? Okay, she could have left. They wanted to make sure that these tired narratives that have been used to keep men and women abused and oppressed for decades, they wanted to make sure that it was a ball of ignorance, that not even an expert witness explaining what happened could actually break through. If I could say anything about the prosecution's case, and I think the prosecution did a hell of a case, but if I could say anything about the prosecution's case, I think they overestimated that people would do the right thing. I think they overestimated that people would apply the law. I think they overestimated that people would feel shocked and say that a monster that did these things should not be on the street. I think that is the only mistake the prosecution actually made. I think that's the only mistake that the prosecution actually made. The fact that they thought people would actually see themselves in someone else. I think they overestimated the amount of good, and I know I constantly do that in life. I've had my butt handed to me quite a lot. I think they overestimated the fact that people would, if given the chance, would 100% do the right thing. I think they overestimated that. I do. And I think at the end of the day, the fact that people are cheering that a known abuser, it's sick. It's sick, but it is what it is. Welcome to reality, but it doesn't stop, right? It doesn't stop. We move forward. I get it, you guys. Ignore the trolls. The ignorance, again, the will of the many. My dad also told me, there's in life, right? 70% of people are sheep, and they just want to follow. And if you tell them, no, if you try to drag them out the cave, remember the cave? You try to drag them, no, you're looking at shadows. 70% of people will fight you because how dare you disrupt their reality? How dare you disrupt with the truth, with the fact that they could be free? There's another 10%, right? So, hey, what's up? 70% are actually sheep. They want to follow. And if you try to tell them, guess what? I made a world where you can think for yourself, they will fight you because they don't want that. And then you have the other 30.
Take a little shot of the tears.
%. There's 10% that they look at those sheep and they say,
Drain Masters, what up? Said this was the longest humiliation ritual ever. They wanted real information. Puff took it to trial, spanked it.
I can make those sheep mine. I can make those sheep mine. I'll tell the sheep whatever they want, and I'll bring them out to the pasture. And I'll make sure that the sheep work for me. I'll slaughter a few when I need to eat. I'll wear their hides. I'll do whatever I want, but I will use the sheep.
Yo, this the joint they call what? This who y'all be watching?
For my own will. And the 10% realize because the sheep.
I ain't even gonna do what I heard she be hating on me nonstop. This is like a YouTuber right here. I heard she hating on me like she a scorned ex. I don't even know her. But I see her and she crying and she's a black woman and I want to uplift her. And I don't know why she feels she Cassie, because Cassie ain't crying today. Cassie's thumbing through a check. Daphne's moving out, but Cassie's thumbing through a check. So I hear what she's crying for. She feel like she's a victim too, because she sat and she saw some things that she felt victims could whatever. But Shorty, I'm not even going to attack you. You see a woman like you, I'll address this woman for the first time or every time. I ain't gonna never do it again. You see a chick like you, you don't know me. But I from what people have told me you've said about me, you've judged me based on few things, and in your mind, I'm probably a monster. You've convicted me of everything maybe people have ever accused me of, and it's cool. And I've had to wear that because you got a platform and you just say, fuck this nigga. But you went to a trial and you sat there with another nigga being accused of certain things. And you're in tears because some other people, and it's not that y'all just seen bite-sized info. I don't think you would ever have a problem with me if we knew each other. I don't think so. But you went to a trial and some people had some other opinions. And let me tell you this is the truth. Ma, you good? My mom. Yeah, I don't know. She's one in my little mini fridge. I say this to you. I predicted this outcome, which happened to be true. But if Diddy was convicted, I wouldn't be sitting here in tears. I'm going to just be honest. I wouldn't be sitting here in tears. I'm not Diddy's mans. I would say Diddy is clear a jury. I might not believe that because I didn't believe that. I told y'all what I thought. The jury think you did these things, my nigga. You a man, you got to stand accountable for it. The thing with somebody like you is that y'all wear y'all emotions on y'all sleeves and, you know, y'all are super judgmental and, you know, when things don't go y'all way, y'all are victims. The trial ain't go your way, but are you a media personality or are you a victim? You crying like this is the reaction maybe Jane Doe or Cassie should have, or maybe Mia, or maybe Capricorn Clark. Why are you so emotional? If you got a abuser, you should probably file a lawsuit against him. So what are you here doing? But you know exactly what you're doing. You're representing an ideology of women or people who believe that when we believe we've been victimized, everybody should blindly believe us. Fuck a trial. So you're looking this distraught because of what? She looked like she's a victim. Did Diddy fuck her? Does anybody know if Diddy has fucked her?
Sheep are just looking to follow. All they have to do is be strong. Might equals right. And those sheep will follow along. And then there's 10%. They see what's going on. They see the sheep.
And shut your stupid ass up, man.
The things that I was.
This is how Diddy finna walk out. This is how Diddy finna walk out of that fucking courtroom today, gang. If he's released. I don't think he's gonna get released, but I ain't gonna lie, the liquor is hitting. I ain't gonna hold you. That's another thing, and just honestly for me to y'all. One thing about, like, let's say the Diddy case. And, you know, I'm going to meet up with Lauren Conlon later. You know, I never want to feel like I'm cornering Lauren. Lauren's an amazing, beautiful woman. If you don't know, she is married with I believe, multiple kids. We joke around. I do think she looks beautiful, but I'm not trying to, like, pursue her like that. Like, I won't disrespect her husband, nor disrespect the fact that she has a family, honestly, okay? And you could ask, I'm not doing nothing inappropriate. When the camera cuts, we'll take a picture, and we're out. There's nothing weird, okay? But I do know that there is a group of women, not necessarily Lauren, but there's a group of women who they felt that Cassie getting justice is their justice. And for those people, I weep and I'm sorry for you. The reality of the situation is that you're not Cassie. You're not that situation. And it doesn't mean because Cassie didn't get the sex trafficking charge proven for her means that you're not a victim. I don't know your situation, but I do want to empower women, whether it's my chat queens or otherwise. Don't look at representatives. If you feel that you've been victimized and abused, you should go and pursue it. What I'm trying to say is that if you're looking as Cassie, as the person who you felt represented you, she's not your representative. The courts have ruled she was not sex trafficked. She might have been prostituted, but she has not been sex trafficked. And prostitution, there is an implicit agreement with the person who's doing the prostitution. There was nothing by force, nothing by coercion, nothing by fraud. There was no RICO Act. There was no aiding and abetting. And for the women, and this is why I don't want to put it to any particular woman, don't take this as, oh, this is niggas like saying fuck y'all bitches. No. They're actually victims of sex trafficking, victims of sexual violence. We love you. 100% we love you. And I implore you guys, don't tie what you think is your perception towards someone like Cassie. Cassie never called the police on Diddy. She received $30 million and then was compelled to testify to try to put this man in jail. And she still said, I still have a lot of love for him. That's not you. You ain't getting $30 million. Maybe your pain, your suffering, whatever you're going through, maybe you will look at it different if you've healed and you've done shit and you get $30 million. You're not going to get that. Don't compare yourself to Cassie. You're not Cassie. Cassie is someone who today y'all think is probably like, oh my God, I didn't get justice. Cassie never went to the cops. She went to Douglas Wigder and got a $20 million settlement from Diddy. That's not going to be you. If you think you're a victim of sex trafficking, domestic violence, anything to do with taking advantage of you, listen, I love my chat queen so much. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I hate to even say this. I respond to my chat queens more than I respond to my chat kings, just because I know we don't have that much of them, and I feel like the men outnumber the women here. But I try to show them love and support. But I don't want y'all to feel like because this case is going down as it is, it's an indictment on men and women relationships. No, this is an indictment on Cassie. Cassie went through all this and spared this man multiple times, never called the cops, never made it was clear that, hey, you're forcing me to do these things. I don't want to do it. Jane Doe was more of, oh, I don't want to do it. Cassie literally said, I'm doing this because I don't want you to do it to another bitch. So I just want to say to all my chat queens, any woman that could be watching this, I hope y'all don't think I'm insensitive. I hope y'all don't. I love y'all sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Let me tell you this. My channel, as much as my niggas is in here, my chat queens buy the most of my merch. They support me the most. My chat queens, I promise you. I'm not here to disrespect women, but I'm also not here to go along with propaganda that would make men just seem demonized as some evil people. Cassie was domestically abused. She was hit. There was a lot of things that happened to her. The unfortunate reality of it is that I don't believe none of that was a federal crime in what was charged. I hope you can understand the difference. So if you hear me playing some Diddy shit, it's not that I'm saying Cassie, fuck Cassie. Never. I'm not saying that. Nah. That's why I keep saying I do believe she deserved the money she got. The rest of you hoes, you kick rocks. Cassie did deserve that bread. She went through a lot. However, on a criminal level, I don't believe Diddy is a sex trafficker. I don't believe he's a racketeer. The jury agreed with me today, but I don't want to be insensitive to women who might feel like this is the epitome of our voice not being understood, okay? I'll actually stop playing this video. I'll go back to Tisa.
And they see the might equals right. They see the tyranny, and they see what the tyranny's doing. But they just look because they're observers and they're interested. They're like, how could the sheep do that? Oh my God. They watch it like it's a football game. They see what's going on, but they choose not to get involved for whatever reason. But they see clearly what's going on. They're not sheep. And then there's the 10%, and that's us. There's that 10% that you say no. You want to wake the sheep up. You want to wake the sheep. The sheep are fighting with you. You're begging them, please, you're going to slaughter. Hey, what's up? There's the 10% that you see what's going on with the tyranny. And just like the other 10% that's just sitting there, you see, but you're like, no, not on my watch. You want to educate the sheep. You want to help the sheep. At the very least, even if the sheep fight you, you say, I am going to create a world where the sheep can be free and happy with their dumb selves. But happy, dumb sheep, right? Happy, dumb sheep. And the tyranny always try to mobilize. The 10% that are the tyranny of evil men, they always try to mobilize the sheep to move against the 10% that want to make the better world something for everyone. But it's okay, you know? It's okay. And this isn't about the Diddy trial, because at the end of the day, I stand with everything I say. But it just shocks me the way, like, wow, people really don't care. But you know who does? We care. And we're here. And, you know, my heart breaks for everybody that was a victim of abuse. My heart breaks for everybody that risked themselves and stood on business. My heart breaks. And you know what? I'm going to stand firm. And it's okay. And people can cheer that a monster went free. And it's okay, because there's going to be a next time. And this was, like Lovely T said, it was a wake-up time. It was a wake-up call for everybody in the industry. It was a wake-up call that we need to do more work. It was a wake-up call that people will say one thing and go into the voting booth and vote for another thing. It was a wake.
You know what? You know, this year I've been on my pop out and show niggas type of vibes. Yo, Tisa, I ain't gonna cap with you. I know I never watch your content. I promise you, day in my life. Like, I'm playing your shit now because I do know you do whatever, but I don't watch you. I was trying to, because I knew you're at the court, but my audience told me quickly, like, you be hating on me. I don't know what you be saying about me, but I just imagine it's bad. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. I'm on my pop out and show niggas type of era this year. I want to sit with you though. I don't know if you're down to sit with me. I want to sit with you, and I want to have a constructive conversation. Because the way you talking about all this victim shit, and I agree, there are actual victims, but like this tearing shit, I would love to sit in front of you. If you want to have a moderator, we could do it. You're in New York. You know, Lauren Conlon and motherfucking Unc. My shit right here. I want to sit with you. I don't know if you're down to sit with me. I would never invite you to sit with me if I intend to disrespect you, just to let you know. But, you know, again, despite whatever you said about me, I want to sit with you. I want to have a logical conversation. It could be a debate. Because at the end of the day, I definitely believe that law and order should rule the land. And if someone is saying some shit or whatever, feelings, emotions, agendas should be put to the side, should be what's proven in trial. I'm down to sit with you about this trial. So somebody tell Tisa that I'm down to sit with her. She could have the moderator of her choice if she needs a moderator. I don't know if she needs a moderator, but I'm down for her to get a moderator. And I'm down to speak about the facts of this case. Now, the reason why I'm down to speak about this is because, Tisa, again, I don't know you. It seems from what I've heard, you don't like me. It's okay. But I never went into this case that was super emotional. It doesn't emotionally bother me, or I don't give a fuck if Diddy's fucking 30 girls or 2 girls. I don't care. When I see you crying, it feels this emotionally affected you. However, I'm down to have a very one-on-one debate. It's a debate. This is not, keep your Kleenex over there. We will speak about the facts. Here's the thing. You have a up on me. I've never been to court. I ain't never been in that trial. I ain't never seen Diddy in there. But you have. We could debate on this particular trial. Told y'all, chat, I booked the jet. It ain't this week, so I got some time. I booked the jet. It ain't this week. I got some time. Someone let Tisa know that Ak is down to speak to her or debate, if she needs a moderator, cool, about the facts of the case. I'm going to say this one thing before I continue to play this. Then I'm going to go back to Unc. Chat, I'm going to be honest with you. I love all y'all in here. I love y'all so much. I was incredibly proud of how I approached this case. I felt so incredibly embarrassed with the Tory trial. I did. I felt like the way we looked at that trial was not fair. And everybody on our stream thought it was going to be A, and it ended up being B. And maybe we were fair, and maybe some other shit happened, Rot Nation, whatever. But I said, I don't want to be the biased guy. And you're hearing more of my opinion now that the trial's over. But like, I didn't want to be the biased guy because I serve you guys, which is my audience. I thought I was incredibly fair here. Incredibly. This is why I was looking for people. I watch Law and Crimes who I know they don't fuck with Diddy. I watch them a lot. I watch Lauren Conlon. I love Lauren, but Lauren's a girl's girl. Unc might be pro Diddy, but I try to get every perspective that I could give my perspective. And I wasn't in court. And you're at the courthouse. I didn't want to be biased. This time, and there's no bragging, my prediction happened to be true. The Mann Act charges, the prostitution charges, was convicted, but nothing else. Okay. I would love to speak to you, Tisa. I am non-emotional about this. If Diddy had gotten 1 million years, I would have been like, wow, that's not what I thought. But I would not be sitting here bawling. That's a fact. So I would love to engage you because you seem to be making content about this. So we could make some good content. Whatever your opinions about me, we could confront that too. Because I've heard you've said some really nasty things about me. And I don't know if you're equipped with all the information to defend all that. But we could talk about that too. Or we could keep it a Diddy trial, which I believe you should have more info about than me because I've never been there. So someone send that info to her, and I'm down to do that later tonight, tomorrow, anytime. And y'all know we in New York. I'm not that. My headquarters is literally, if you didn't know, it's 10 minutes from the courthouse. She could pop over there too. Also, Armand, I want to link up with you before you, I don't know where you're from, but before you go wherever you go.
Wake-up call that people, the sheep can't be trusted. It was a wake-up call that the sheep can't be trusted. And now that we know the sheep can't be trusted, what do? Do we make a better world for the sheep? Do we make real lamb time? See ya, girl. See ya. All right. Thank you, Mama. I'm good always. Thank you, Mama. All right. So listen, right? That was lovely tea. She's so sweet. So what do? Do we say F it and let the sheep go to slaughter? At one point, I was trying to figure out what the flavor of it was like.
Read their faces.
Make the world a more dangerous place. Someone's getting married. The will of many. Again.
Sure it is. So good, man. Let's get back to popping it, man. Let me go get some food or something, because
so it's
I ain't gonna lie, I just set it up. Me, Unc, Lauren, we about to link up.
Chill right here.
Let Unc rock real quick. Let me get some food.
It's a bunch of people down there. There were reporters. I'm in the overflow. I'm in the overflow joint. I'm in the overflow. All the people that wanted Puffy to get convicted, they writing like this, y'all. They shaking their head like, I can't believe it. People was hurt. The people that wanted to see Puffy go to jail for life was hurt. They was wounded. Even though witnesses perjured themselves on the stand, even though witnesses lied on the stand, even though there was prosecutorial misconduct, even though false testimony, they still wanted Puffy to go to prison for life. They was hurt. They was wounded. They was running out, shaking their head like, I can't believe it. I can't believe he's not guilty. They was mad. They was mad. Me, Sean G, I was chilling like Matt Dillon, ain't robbing, ain't stealing. You understand? I was just chilling. Puffy beat the feds, man. He beat them at trial. Puffy beat the feds. He beat him. Nothing more. I don't have nothing else to say. I told you everything that happened. I'm gonna go back in here at 1 o'clock. And he won. My prediction is that Puffy will go home today The judge will release him today, and they will set a sentencing date for him to come back to get sentenced. But they'll probably give him an ankle monitor. They may give him an ankle monitor. He'll come back to get sentenced, and he'll probably get sentenced to 1 year incarceration, 1 year, 1 day, 366 days. They won't sentence him to 365 days on the dot, because then he won't get to take advantage of good time. In the feds, you got to serve 85% of your sentence. I got sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. I served 15 months, 15 days, and 19 hours. I didn't take no halfway house. I did all my time there. I ain't want to go to no halfway house. So, but in order for the good time to kick in, you got to do 1 year and 1 day, or get sentenced to 1 year and 1 day. I got, my prediction is he's going to get sentenced to 1 year, 1 day. He'll get 12, 10. What's 85% of 12? 10% of 12. He'll get time served, and he'll go home, and it'll be over. His assets are safe. His assets cannot be touched. The RICO carried the asset forfeiture clause. The jury made the decision that they did not want to seize his assets. Monica Carter, I see you. So that's it. I need everybody to double tap that screen and get this video a thumbs up. I need everybody to double tap that screen, give this video a thumbs up, put me on 1,000. Give it a thumbs up, hurry up. Hollywood T. You and your supporters on this channel stood 10 toes for Puff. I'm so happy he will probably get time served. I'm gonna run back down here and mull around and shout out to Puff. Shout out to Puff, man. You beat the feds, man. Your legacy is cemented. Puffy's legacy is cemented. Puffy is an entertainment icon. Foundational Black American male that rose from Mount Vernon, New York to Harlem to become a billionaire in business, an international global businessman, an iconic person in the music industry. In the film industry, he acted on Broadway. Rose to the top, to the pinnacle of his profession. Got indicted by the United States of America, the United States government, with unlimited resources. They offered him a plea deal of 186 months. He said, I ain't taking no plea. Strike up the jury, crank up the jury. Let's go to trial. And he beat him at trial.
What's up, wonderful man?
What's up, man?
It's me, it's the Bookie Office Called the Wonderful Man.
All right.
Oh, they gave
I'm doing, yeah, I'm on my live right now. Yeah, you got not guilty. He took the feds to trial, and he beat him. He took the feds to trial, and he beat him. Legacy cemented. Legacy cemented. Sean G, podcast with Soul. Don't never stop. Don't never stop. Peace. I'll see y'all after 1 o'clock.
bad. So we never finished Lauren Conlon. Let me have her rock out.
Asking for transcripts or testimony or something. But no, I asked someone behind me because I noticed that certain people started coming in the courtroom that hadn't been there previously. And somebody told me that looked kind of important. He said, there is a verdict. And I was like, what? There's a verdict after, gosh, I don't know. It was 57 minutes later. It was crazy. So, oh, and this morning, by the way, Diddy and his family, they were in the courtroom and they all prayed together and then everybody cheered. But let me tell you what happened. So I was so nervous. I don't know. It's like, I'm still kind of like, it's so weird. I'm still kind of all shaky just because it was such an intense moment. So the four-person juror number 5 stood up, and once he said not guilty on RICO, everybody gasped. I mean, it was crazy gasps in the courtroom. And then once they said not guilty on the sex trafficking of Cassie, that was it. It was like people kind of lost their minds for a second. So he was on a high. Diddy was, he was holding Tenny Garagos's hand, and he was so happy. He was looking up, he was praying, he had his hands in his head, but things, I would say Maureen Comey definitely rained on his parade, because Mark Agnifilo stood up after, and he basically said, Your Honor, my client has been acquitted of very serious charges now, so we would propose that he gets released today, and so he went through this whole thing about why he should be released to Two-Star Island. He has his passport, his plane is chartered, it's somewhere in Maui, he's not a flight risk, all this stuff. And then Maureen Comey got up and she was like, nope, you've seen all of the drug use, you've seen all of the violence. And she basically was like, this is, these are very serious charges, and you saw the conduct surrounding these charges. So, and then she said, this could be up, the sentencing could be up to 20 years. So she really, and by the way, I don't think that would be the case at all. I think that's more about trafficking or crossing state lines for prostitution with minors. I think personally he could get like a 2-year sentence with time served or 18 months or something like that. But either way, Maureen Comey just kind of squashed that real quick, and Diddy was like, what the hell? But what's happening is each side has until 1 p.m. to formally submit a motion about why he should be released or if he should stay in jail. And at one point the judge is like, Mr. Combs, I'm not going to rule on this right now. It will be today at some point, but I know that you don't want to go back to the MDC. And Diddy was like, I don't want to go back. It was quite a moment, and everyone was laughing. So when he adjourned, the whole side, his whole family was cheering. They were hugging. They were, it was very emotional. Oh, he profusely thanked the jury. He was over there profusely thanking them, clasping his hands and just nodding at them and thanking them. And it was, I like I said, I'm still very shaky, and we weren't allowed to do interviews in the hallway, but I did speak to Justin Combs and Charlucci just really quickly, and I just was like, how are you feeling? And he said, overwhelmed, and I can't read my own handwriting. Overwhelmed and great. I don't know if I can't really read that. But yeah, this is, someone asked if I was surprised. No, I don't think I was surprised, actually. I really didn't think that the RICO was easy to prove, and I've said this before. I thought that I wasn't super surprised. I thought that it could go either way with Cassie. I definitely thought not guilty with Jane, and I thought guilty on the Mann Act stuff because, we kind of saw that on paper, and it's kind of hard to say that he didn't do that when you saw actual tangible evidence. But again, I actually wasn't super surprised on the RICO and on the trafficking. Again, I think that the jury most likely had
I love you, Lauren, but we gotta get to Boosie's reaction. We need Boosie's reaction. Boosie, what you saying, Boosie?
So glad Diddy free, bro. You know, the reason is because I'm tired of seeing us black moguls get took down like that, bro. Like, and I'm tired of seeing us black people go against us black moguls like that. And I feel like if Diddy was a white man who done all this shit for people, you know, I know he ain't paid people, but if he done all this shit for hip-hop, if he was white, they would have had so many white people out there protesting for this man losing his life behind a relationship, you know. And people always, Boosie was on Diddy's side. Nah, it ain't that. It's because I'm thinking about 7 children. Y'all thinking about one person. I'm thinking about these 7 kids who been in my kid's position. Not knowing if your daddy gonna come home or not is a burden on the child. So all y'all was like, no, I'm thinking about them damn children, man. So man, I'm glad he free, bro. You know, like I've been said, I don't feel he was guilty of nothing. You know, nothing but domestic violence. You know, but the court spoke, man, and man, I'm happy that dude children, man. I know his feeling right now, bro. I'm just happy for them children, man. So, you know, Diddy, sit your ass down somewhere. That's what you need to do. Grab Stevie J and your children and get the fuck on. Man, I'm so glad Diddy free, bro.
There
You
we
know,
go.
the reason.
I heard Ray J done chimed in. Where's Ray Weather Jr.? Ray Weather Jr. chimed in.
Soaring, straight soaring. Simply a lot of men be wanting to hand me deep cream Bentleys. You name it, I could want to hang out a rearrange. Why you wanna take?
Nah, come on, Ray. Young Miami chimed in with this. Young Miami chimed in with this. Go ahead, Young Miami. Young Miami chimed in. I don't know what this other shit is. Young Miami chimed in. Yo, they're sick on Long Crimes right now. They still live? Ain't no press conference coming. Y'all sick. Y'all
So
sick.
I think it
Look.
but we'll see what those arguments look like when they return later this afternoon.
We're also talking about the reaction to this verdict. I mentioned the statement from the government. Per CNN, Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, told CNN, following, again, the Sean Combs being acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, found guilty of the Mann Act transportation to engage in prostitution charges. There was a lot of mixed emotions in that courtroom. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon of 2 crimes. To be very clear, he was acquitted with respect to the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. He was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution with respect to Cassie. So Cassie and her testimony did support one of the convictions in this case. Let me bring in Mina Sewat-Lona. Mina, so good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a number of Super Chat questions that are coming in. For example, we have a Super Chat question from JB Dub. Thank you so much. Jesse, man, just want to say thank you for everything, man. Great job covering this. That's so kind. Thank you so much. This is an interesting one we had here from Super Chat. This is from JAM. Thank you so much. How does this verdict impact the civil sexual assault lawsuits that he faces? Mina, you and I both know, different standard of law, right? Different burden of proof. But I do wonder if we see some sort of movement or action as a result of this verdict.
I mean, there's no way to foresee that, but I would say I don't think it's gonna.
Fuck all that shit, man. You're a Boosie said, man. Put your pussy lips on live, man. You get $1,000, man. It's back. It's back. I ain't gonna hold you. It's back.
Change anything. I think that he's gonna still have to fight those allegations, and they're lengthy. There's over 80, and in fact, while we were waiting on deliberations, there was another lawsuit that came in. So I don't think this affects that. And a lot of people sometimes ask, why do people file civil suits as opposed to something with the government? And this is why sometimes, according to the law, people don't get the justice that they are looking for when it comes to some of these government cases. So then they resort to civil cases as a way to get some kind of payback for what they feel like has happened to them. So I don't think it's going to affect the civil cases.
Yeah, I think that's a different animal. They'll be attacked in a different way. But look, I mean, if you look at OJ, right? There was a criminal case, there was a civil case, different results. But also he's facing allegations in the civil context that have nothing to do with the criminal case. And that's something that's completely different. I want to bring back in Elizabeth on this because, Elizabeth, I know we have to sign you off in a minute. We got this super chat question from Shiri B. Thank you so much for this. Love Law and Crime. Thank you so much. Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Did the defense ever bring up a conspiracy theory of the timing of the allegations due to Diddy's lawsuit against Diageo? There was nothing about that in the criminal case, right?
I mean, surprisingly, Jesse, it was brought up just a little bit in relation to one particular witness, and that being Derek Ferguson, this chief financial officer over at Bad Boy, when they kind of mentioned during his cross-examination whether or not Diageo might have played a role in kind of, they were talking about the expansion of Ciroc and how they were only isolated to certain urban areas, and that Derek Ferguson was kind of talking about how the Combs enterprise, not to be confused with the one that the government was alleging, but the Combs enterprise wanted more of an expansion outside of just to be marketed at urban areas. So surprisingly, it was brought up in that particular context. And then that, when I remember reading, or not reading, because obviously I was there, I remember hearing it, and I was like, oh, might be in relation to the Diageo and kind of the civil matter with that. And so it was brought up in court, yes, but as far as just the overall conversation about it, it was really just kind of limited to that.
Yeah, and not the timing of it. There was some insidious reason. Before we let you go, I know I have to wrap up. There's a lot of commotion going on outside, right? What's happening around
there is. Yeah, honestly, Jesse, if you guys saw me kind of looking around, looking back and forth, it's because literally right behind our tent, somebody was yelling, getting into a very heated debate about, again, the emotions are running pretty high after this verdict came out. A lot of people, especially those who were very much free Diddy, free Sean Combs, those who are kind of in his support system, kind of yelling a little bit at us. I even see some of the comments from you guys. Some of y'all are saying that we're biased, all of those things. And so in terms of just the emotions running kind of high after this verdict is read, it's definitely spilling out over into the courtroom. The yelling kind of stopped for a moment. Not sure if it went kind of over to the other side, but it seems like there is still a lot kind of going on. I'm glad that it kind of calmed down a little bit before you went back to me, but it was kind of a little bit of a commotion going on. I was just kind of nervous for a moment that he might interrupt our live shot, but it doesn't seem like that's happening.
Right.
It seems like, for the most part, I was taken over to the side a little bit over there.
Well, you stay safe. We will talk to you a little bit later, and we'll find out what today is going to have in store for us and whether or not we might actually see Sean Combs exit that courthouse. That would be something. We, the public, have not been able to lay eyes on him for quite some time. Elizabeth Milner, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Want to bring on Tyler Bailey into the conversation. Tyler, thanks so much for coming on. It's good to see you. I mean, I'm made of questions, but we also have a ton of questions coming on. We have a lot of questions about this. So JAM has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Must Diddy register as a sex offender? And Martina McGowan, again, has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Is he classified now as a sex offender? So is he classified as a sex offender right now after being convicted? And will he have to be under federal law?
Yeah, that depends on the statute. I don't believe with these charges that he's going to have to register as a sex offender. He'll probably have some terms of any supervised release that he gets that may require, sex addiction counseling or things of that nature. But I don't see with the charges that Mr. Combs has been accused of and the remaining ones that are left of him having to register as a sex offender. This isn't a case involving minors. I'll need to double check the statute, but I don't believe that's going to be a part of his penalty.
Tyler, got a super chat question from Robin Donnellan. Robin, thank you so much. Will Diddy get back all the tapes and other items that the feds took in the raid? It's an interesting question because I wonder if he could put in a request for whatever was taken for property that was seized, but at the same time, he was convicted. And the argument could be that evidence was used to convict him. I mean, what are the chances he could get any of that material actually back?
It's unlikely that he would get that material back, and also unlikely that he would even ask for the material back. And still, he was convicted of 2 charges. He may appeal those 2 convictions that he has left here. So it's still relevant for purpose of the appeal on the record. So I don't see him trying to get it back. And also, sometimes, when you win, you get a win, you don't need to overplay your hand like the government did in this case.
We have a super chat question from LC. Thank you so much. I'll throw this to you, Mina. Elizabeth's a star. Did this boil down to closings? She threw paint on a wall and left it for the jury to paint the picture on their own. I'm assuming they're talking about the prosecution. Could have said charge, crime after crime, line by line. Jurors are not painters. Thoughts? Did the prosecution, I guess the question, were they too broad? Did they just give too much for the jury to consider? Was it, a little too, too much when you look at all the underlying predicate crimes of kidnapping, arson, forced labor, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution? I know they were trying to set up a criminal enterprise, but was it too much, Mina?
Well, I think there's a lot of nuances in the law. I mean, even me just being on air, having to explain to my audience, what are predicate acts and what do they need in order to get the guilty on the RICO. I think it was very law heavy, and it might have been confusing for the jury. I also think the defense did an awesome job of discrediting some of the witnesses. They presented extensive text messages that were loving from Jane Doe and Cassie and even Mia. After she claims that she was raped and all these horrible things happened to her, Mia continued to praise him on social media. And and in the case of Cassie and Jane Doe, they continued those relationships despite them testifying that they had been victimized in some way. So I think the defense did an awesome job of disproving and discrediting some of the witnesses here. And I think that's what we're seeing. All you need is a little modicum of reasonable doubt. And clearly that was there because we see how the jury decided this case.
Look, I came on air yesterday and I gave my prediction. I said, based on the juror notes, it seemed to me you couldn't have jurors who were voting in favor of racketeering. There was a split there. And them not have already convicted him of something else. There's no way they could say we're thinking about convicting him of racketeering and he's completely acquitted across the board and everything.
Yeah, now we get to realize after hearing the verdict, they basically was going to try to think about the RICO without sex trafficking charges. So they're like, maybe the prostitution, but is it RICO? Like, they were stuck on that. That's clearly what it was.
Else. The easiest, I've said this from the beginning, the easiest convictions for the prosecution were transportation to engage in prostitution based on the phone records, text messages, travel receipts, testimony. It was there. It was there. What was more up in the air was sex trafficking. And I thought because the jurors did not even ask for a readback of testimony with respect to Jane, and because of already some of the grayer parts of her testimony, it was likely that they were going to find him not guilty with respect to sex trafficking of Jane. Where the one that was a toss-up was sex trafficking of Cassie. I thought because of the readouts of the testimony yesterday of the key alleged moments of alleged sex trafficking, right, when they talk about 2016, the attack, when they talk about the plane incident, when they talk about Daniel Phillips' testimony, I thought that was the jury reading that back, coming back with a verdict shortly thereafter that they might convict him on sex trafficking. They did not. Maybe there was a debate about, let's just look at this one final time, and they were not convinced. Racketeering was up in the air always, and did become a question even after a modified Allen charge from the judge. Would they come back and say, we still can't come to a decision? Would they say, nope, actually we find him guilty? Here they found him not guilty. I want to bring in Sierra Gillespie, law and crimes reporter who's been on the ground, who's been doing excellent coverage, the host of Scandal. Hope everybody can check it out on YouTube as well. It's a great show. Couple of things that we have coming in here, super chat questions. So first of all, Maria Jimenez says, no question, this person is just showing support. Thank you so much, Maria. That's so kind of you. But this is an important question we have coming in, and I want you to answer it, Sierra. Pizza asks, This is, and thank you for the super chat question, Pizza. This is a spit in the faces of victims everywhere. This is why victims don't come forward. What's your reaction to that?
I think it's an emotional reaction for a lot of people, right? And we've talked about this throughout the case, the fact that this witness testimony was so intimate, so personal, going through some of their own trauma that they had to do, number one, in front of a crowd, number two, in front of their alleged abuser, is hard, right? Okay, so we have that really intense stuff they're talking about. And yet, unfortunately, most of us know someone who's been affected by sexual abuse in some way, separating it from the case altogether, you know? And so I think that's really why this case has struck a chord with so many people. If we're setting aside P. Diddy and his celebrity status, which is interesting, yes, but if we focus on the sex trafficking allegations, almost everyone unfortunately knows someone who was the victim of sexual assault, if not themselves. And so, of course, it's going to be emotional to have a result like this, not guilty in regards to Jane and Cassie and the sex trafficking. Honestly, I heard what you were saying, Jesse, before you called me up, and I tend to agree with you. I thought, Jane, I could see that being not guilty, but with Cassie, that's not at all what I was expecting. And I don't know if I can say exactly what our viewer said about this being a spit-in-the-face situation, but I do think, I mean, maybe it's true. If we're believing what the government had to say in some of their statements, they were saying this could deter other victims in other cases unrelated to P. Diddy from coming forward. This is very important. A lot of cases rely or hinder on the testimony from these witnesses or alleged survivors and abusers because sometimes it takes a while to come forward. Sometimes there's no longer that DNA or it happened way back when if we're talking a civil suit. So I do think it's a statement at the very least.
Sierra, what is going on around you? I understand people are quite tense. Who's around you? What are they saying? What is happening right now after the verdict?
It is tense here, Jesse. It very much so is. I mean, just seconds ago, before I came on air, there were people live streaming, literally screaming at each other. So much so that I was like, okay, am I safe here? Which is what we are all evaluating all the time, making sure that we're okay and safe. Because people are legitimately screaming, yelling at each other about differing opinions. Some people are so pro-Diddy. How could you have in the past said something so bad about P. Diddy? You reported that. How could you? Other people who are literally smoking cigars and saying this is a victory because he'll at least spend some time behind bars, according to these people. And behind me, I don't know if you can see it.
All right, man, hold on. Let me get my man Bradford Cohen on here, man. It's my gang right here.
Let's talk Diddy bond. Does he get bond? That is a question that I've been getting. I have like 50 DMs about bond and whether or not I think he's going to get bond. If I'm the judge, yes, I give him bond. I think that the government in this case was nasty all the way through. I think they're going to be nasty all the way to sentencing. I think they're going to recommend that he serve consecutive sentences, which no person on earth would ever get a consecutive sentence on this type of crime, this Mann Act. They're going to bring in all these other instances of bad acts and what a bad guy is that they couldn't prove at trial. There is some case law that says, listen, the judge can't consider that anymore. Those are not guilty verdicts. Those are things that you cannot bring into sentencing. But, you know, the government will try anyways because that is their MO during this case. The jury was disgusted by their case. For everyone that I've spoken to that was in the courtroom that watched the jury's face when Comey did her rebuttal, which I thought was lackluster and didn't get her anywhere. And the jury was looking down, trying not to look at her because they were so disgusted with the case. That's why I said it was going to be not guilties other than the Mann Act. And that's what they proved. He's a John. That's what they proved. Do I think that he's a great guy? That they proved that he's not a perfect guy? Yeah, I think they proved that he's not a perfect guy. I think they proved domestic violence. This was a state case from the beginning. I said that from the beginning. I said that from day one. This is a state case. It should not be in the feds. But, of course, the Southern District of New York picked it up when it was a different U.S. attorney that was in charge. And I think if this happened again, this U.S. attorney wouldn't even have taken this case. I don't predict that Comey will last long at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. But he is entitled to bond. I think that he should get a bond. It is under the judge's discretion of whether or not to grant the bond. but $1 million and a electronic monitor should suffice for him to show up at the sentencing. Let's talk Diddy Bond.
That's my man right there. I agree.
As much now. There were so many people here, I'm going to guess around 200, it could have been growing, that the crowd was kind of falling into the streets. I went across the street and kind of wanted to see what the vibe was over there. Again, very tense. And New York police officers were there saying, get back, because this is an active street, by the way. You've seen the sirens and heard the horns. Like, people are driving up and down this road, and it's unsafe to be walking in the middle of the street. So just probably 5 minutes ago, an NYPD giant van with barricades came, and they were going and putting them farther across the courthouse there so that people can't spill out over into the road for their safety, and also, honestly, possibly because the crowd has gotten so wily and so rowdy, and we just don't know what's going to happen. So there is a pretty decent-sized police presence here, too.
We have reporting from NBC to couple this that say men outside the courtroom screaming over their opposing views on Combs' verdict, as Sierra was saying. Apparently, there is one man who's been reported to be wearing a denim jacket, sunglasses, questioning another man in a red shirt and a bucket hat over whether Combs is going to prison. The man in the denim had yelled, he beat her. The other man said it doesn't matter. The other man says he beat her, he kicked her. The other one says, and she liked it. How about that? This is a verdict, Sierra, because essentially, let's be entirely clear. The jury was not convinced that Cassie or Jane were victims of sex trafficking, that they were not, that Sean Combs did not use force, fraud, or coercion to induce them into commercial sex acts. They believe that they were transported across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. That is a very different legal conclusion than sex trafficking. And you wonder, you respect the jury's verdict, you understand the jury's verdict. I have no reason to question the jury's verdict. This seemed to be a very methodical jury, took their position, their role very seriously. But you can see how people are now going to interpret this in different ways.
Oh, yeah, and that description that you just made, the man who was wearing the red bucket hat and then the denim jacket, that was literally right behind me. Where the camera is, right behind the camera is where that was happening. And it was tense, and you do see this, Jesse. I mean, it's opposing views. Some people who say that they are advocates for people who are sexual assault survivors, who are saying one thing, and other people who are saying they are advocates for P. Diddy, he's wrongly accused, saying another thing. So there's a lot happening.
Yeah. Tyler, I want to go to you real quick. We got a super chat question that came in. Keanu Roper, I'm so sorry. Pronunciation's not my strong suit. But thank you for the super chat question. Could Diddy have a civil suit? Could he sue the government? Misconduct for Breonna Bogolin's perjured testimony, overcharging with RICO, because RICO seems like a clear overcharge. Can he sue the government now?
He could sue the government. He would likely be unsuccessful in suing the government. I think the government had probable cause for the charges that they accused.
Yeah, suing the government is just stupid because the things that they need to file to carry out charges against you is voted on by other people. It's voted on by a grand jury. It's not the government. Now, you would have to challenge the entire system of how people get indictments, which will never happen.
Accused Mr. Combs of committing, but they were not able to prove some of those charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Generally, there could be, malicious prosecution or a false arrest or false imprisonment case when somebody is arrested without probable cause. But here, based off the evidence that we've seen over 7 weeks of trial, there was clearly enough probable cause for the arrest, but the jury felt differently, that he was not guilty of mainly the RICO charge and along with the sex trafficking charges.
Okay, so here at almost noon, we are getting a report that Sean Combs' family is entering that courthouse once again. This day is not over. We are going to see whether or not Sean Combs will be released. Will we see him on the outside? Will he walk out of that federal courthouse? It's going to be up to the judge. Both sides are petitioning one way or another. The prosecution wants him locked up. The defense wants him freed. There is an advantage in the defense's camp right now after him being acquitted of racketeering and racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking. We are going to take a break. We will continue with more live coverage here on Law and Crime.
Wow, outside is looking crazy. Yeah, obviously everyone's standing by because they're expecting that, potentially, if Diddy walks free, and Diddy could walk free. He could 100% walk free. But maybe the attorneys will actually do an interview. Let me see what she said.
That sentence might be 2 years. He might.
Okay, she's not emotional. She don't give a fuck. All right, back to Lauren. Here we go with Lauren. Where Lauren at?
Somewhat of a hard time maybe convicting him on certain elements of RICO that maybe certain people do every day, like the drug distribution. I mean, I don't know. I would love to speak to a juror. I'm going to try to figure out how to do that. They were actually still upstairs when I left, and we weren't really allowed to hang around. But yeah, I am curious as to what they were thinking, or if they were just completely hung up on the co-conspirator stuff. So yeah, I am so wondering if he will be released today to go to Two Star Island. Oh, and Agnifilo said they wanted him to be able to go between Two Star Island, New York, and LA, and he also proposed a $1 million bond as well. So yeah, thank you guys so much. I am at some point, I'm going to do a bunch of hits. I have a lot of hits lined up today, but I'll try to go live again at some point. And I feel like I do want to stay. I want to know what's going to happen if he's going to go home. So maybe I'll stay for a little bit. It'll be a couple hours, but I mean, let's see what goes on. I don't know. Should I just, I'm like, I'll stay for a little bit. But again, they're going to submit the paperwork each side by 1 p.m. and then the judge still has to review it. So by the end of the day today, we will know if Diddy is going home for the time being. However, Maureen Comey, it didn't seem like she was taking this as a loss because of how hard she was going. She was going so hard on, we are going to seek she didn't say these words, the maximum sentence, but she essentially said it in so many ways by throwing out the 20-year thing. So she was definitely not taking this sitting down and not taking this as a loss at all. So we'll know by the end of the day, again, if he's going home. I am just like, wow. This was a crazy morning. I cannot imagine the nerves that his family had and the lawyers had, just because I had so many nerves. I don't know why. When you're sitting there, you're just so nervous for everybody. And I see Diddy's sister walking. I don't know if you can see. She's in the pink right there. That's his sister. She's been there a lot. Let me see who else. Yeah, no one's really coming out yet. I think they're just they're taking it all in. Yeah, I probably will go over to AK later so we can do our stream. I know Sean G is probably so happy, and I just wonder how others are reacting right now. I'm really anxious to see everybody's reaction. I know, because I think I don't know. When we saw that they came back so quickly and everybody assumed it was guilty and bad for Diddy, what I did think about was the way the jury was laughing at the defense's closing argument. I really thought about that. I was like, wow, I really thought that was good for him. And then I did miss the redirect, but a lot of people told me that the redirect was also really amazing. So I wasn't sure. But I'll be back later. I'll give some more updates. I'll give some more details. But wow, I'm gonna hop on to my next hit, and I'll check back in. But what do you guys think? Is Diddy going home today? What do you think?
He should. I don't think he's going home though, Chad. I don't think he's going home. Let me tell you this: the way they work in the criminal justice system is that it's a give and take. Diddy caught a big dub today. They ain't gonna let him really be popping it like that. They're gonna be like, yo, okay, you're going to get time served, but you're going to sit in jail until then. I don't think they're going to just let him go. Could be wrong, but I don't think they're going to let him go today,
New York City at the time.
Oh,
and
shit.
I only dealt consenting also messages to the
There you go. Yo, the Punisher's back on already? He might be like, Cassie, holla back.
It was I thought it was going to be hard for a typical person that wasn't going to really streamline the law, extremely hypervigilant, to not see this as a relationship domestic issue opposed to sex trafficking. So this is actually what I expected.
To be clear, in any of your encounters, did you see any force, fraud, coercion being used to induce Cassie to engage in these sex acts?
Yeah, it's similar to my testimony. I did not, and so what I will even add is, I testified, and the facts were I only interacted and spoke to Cassie during any of these occasions. I never had any communication with Mr. Combs. So I would be greeted in a personable one-on-one situation prior to the activities, and then again at the conclusion. And I always found good vibes, good energies. Hey, thanks for coming. It was great. We'll see you again. Here you go. And I did not even witness anything that appeared to be under the.
I'm now thinking, because this nigga didn't testify to nothing that was force, fraud, or coercion. I think this nigga only really testified to prove the things that they did convict him of, which is prostitution. He basically said my performance sexually was based on my pay. I felt like I was getting paid for sex, but I wasn't a prostitute, but still you're getting paid for sex. And I think that's, they did get a conviction on that light charge, respectfully. But I think that's why they brought him. He kept saying, why did they bring me? I think that's why they brought him.
Influence of alcohol or drugs or anything. So I did find it difficult to see my interaction being anything close to criminal.
I want to tell you what's happening outside the courthouse. CNN is reporting that people are quite excited. There are people who are gathered. They are spraying baby oil into the crowd. There are remnants of oil that could be seen on the courthouse pavement. We were reporting earlier on today that there was a verbal dispute between supporters of Sean Combs, or at least supporters of his case, and those who feel differently. When you're seeing a reaction like that outside of the courthouse, you playing a role in this case, what's your position on it? What is your view on it?
So what I think is there's a benefit of the misinformation. Me as a civilian, even before I was involved, before I became a witness, the social understanding of this case, they made it so much bigger than what it was. You had rumors of
Unk said this too. This is the second person that said this. Unk has said this too. Unk said he went into it thinking it's guilty.
Child trafficking. You had all of this bribery and celebrities involved and all of this crazy stuff that escalated to this belief that you was going to get this magnitude of just terrible acts, and not downplaying the domestic violence part of it. But I think when the actual facts of the case became evident, I think people's expectation and their belief that it was going to be so much more, it actually minimized the victim's experiences. So now where there are still people that are victimized, regardless of the verdict, there's still bad experiences. People almost see it as a celebratory.
Chat, tomorrow at 1 p.m., I just booked it while I'm on here with y'all. 1 p.m. on stream. Yes, I know the jurors are off and the case is done, but 1 p.m. on stream, Lil Rod is set to come on. Y'all ready for this?
Simple scenario, because everybody thought it was going to be so much worse than what it was, including myself.
Do you think,
listening to the banter?
Do you think that your testimony helped secure the conviction for transportation to engage in prostitution? Because let's be clear, the two charges that he was convicted of, one was with respect to Cassie, and the other was with respect to Jane. Do you think your testimony helped secure the conviction against Sean Combs?
No, not at all. Not my testimony, because I was clear that my dealings with them was, I'm from New York City at the time, and I only dealt with them in a New York City area. And me being hired in the initial communications was as a male dancer. We always show up on our own. But I did hear in the testimony, there was evidence of plane tickets and stuff being purchased on his American Express card for some of the other escorts. So I'm assuming that secured the conviction for those charges.
So as I mentioned to you before we were coming on, we have amazing viewers who submit incredible questions. And I have a bunch of them. A lot of people have questions for you, Mr. Hayes. So let's get right into it. All right, first question. We got a question from Jackie Reed. Did you have any direct dealings with Christina Coram or any other person other than Diddy that helped set up his freak-offs?
Actually, no. And actually, I didn't have any direct dealings with Diddy. All of my communications were specifically with Miss Ventura and Miss Ventura only. There was no conversation, no communication, no anything with Mr. Combs. And I said this before. The first time I actually even had eye contact him, for the first time, eye contact was leaving the stand after my testimony. I had zero interactions with Mr. Combs.
And by the way, I'm just going to let you know, I'm not like tweaking these questions. These are the ones that are coming in, so I'm just going to read them to you. This is from an account, Smarty Pants. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Do you think Diddy was cheap with you?
Well, listen, if I'm being honest, when I hear some of the other guys getting $5,000, $6,000, obviously that would be the first thing you think. But then I don't know the scenario. I was never there more than, 4 hours at a time on the average. And one thing that I will say is I came multiple days in a row. So I don't know what the criteria was to determine what my fee would be, but I was fine with it. I don't have any reservations as if I was not fairly compensated,
We've got a question. Where is this? Okay. Show and Tell Knitting asks, how will the results of this trial affect your interactions with clients like Diddy? Will you do anything differently in the future?
As far as I'm concerned, I would not do anything differently. That was a nuanced situation for me. Obviously, I'm a male dancer. My trade on a regular basis is not sex work to that degree. That was a proposition I indulged in. So I don't really see much changing. This was a very nuanced situation. I don't think anybody predicted these scenarios escalating to what it actually became. So I don't have any full regrets of my interactions, or if I'm being honest, even my decision. It was something I was a part of. It were some of our decisions, and I'm comfortable with the way everything transpired, even the negatives.
Chris Bono asks, how has this experience changed you, if at all?
Well, it put me in a scenario where I have to do damage control, right? We live in a society where you meet a person, everybody Googles you, right? So I know for the rest of my life, I'm associated with this crime and or trial, I should say, with this trial and these accusations, and I'm instrumental in it too. So all I'm doing now is I have to have a much conscious effort and how I'm perceived in my interactions with people going forward, because I could start out in a lot of situations in a negative opposed to what normal people do.
And I appreciate you coming on and speaking to media outlets about this, because obviously the trial wasn't testified. There was reporting, it wasn't televised, excuse me, but it wasn't, there was reporting about what the testimony was like. People might have misconceptions about what you said, why you testified. So to be able to clear the air is really important, which is why we get a question from Brooklyn Truth. What was your motivation for testifying? So to be clear, I mean, did you want to testify? Did you reach out to the government? How did that work exactly?
So I did not want to testify. The government contacted me even way before the charges, just investigators. And I actually believed that my testimony was going to be insignificant. I explained to them I didn't see any violence. I didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary. And then I was aware, I was a resident of New York. We met up in New York. So it didn't really, in my opinion, or my understanding, constitute sex trafficking. So the thing that put me in this situation, and this never happened. I didn't get any issues from the prosecution or the federal government. But if you talk to people who's supposed to be in the know, they scare you about the Southern District. They give you this thing where, look, you want to cooperate, just do whatever you got to do. You don't want to get on their bad side. So I went into the scenario like, look, I'm just going to cooperate to the best of my ability because I don't want to create a scenario where I'm looked at as an issue and then it escalates to something. It probably wouldn't have, but I just kept getting negative feedback that the Southern District is people you don't want to mess around with. And if they want to talk to you, if they want facts, if they want information, you have to give it to them. And that escalated to me on the stand where I never second guessed even, cooperating because I did have worry that resistance could have been an issue for me.
Got maybe the most important question of the day from Xenu Golf Club. Did you like your courtroom sketches?
So I'm still getting problems from my buddies about how terrible those sketches are. So I did not like the courtroom sketches, man.
Well, Combs didn't like him either. He thought he looked like a koala. So.
Yeah. They have me. They're calling me like I don't know if you're familiar with the Fantastic Four, but I'm Ben Grimm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nah, Uncle's definitely right. Hey, by the way, it is 1 o'clock. The judge should pop out soon and tell us what we're gonna be doing, and then shortly after, I gotta go link up with Lauren and Unc. I gotta go grab some food. I did order. I only had like 1 slice of pizza, so I ordered a little bit of wings. You know what I mean? Hold on, man. Hold on.
Yeah, a lot of jokes, a lot of unnecessary jokes I'm subjected to because of those photos.
Got a question coming in from, wait, I just lost it. Where was it? Wait. I think no. Oh, yeah. Chris Buono asks, if you weren't an escort worker, in what line of business could you see yourself?
Ironically, I have a passion for car sales. I could see myself being in a decent dealership, maybe a Mercedes, BMW dealership. I like the interaction with people. That would have been somewhere I would have went into as a secondary option.
Let me ask you a question. When you were testifying, this is my question. When you were testifying, what was it like to be in the room with Sean Combs, to see him? Did you make eye contact with him? Was he looking at you? Did it feel awkward? Was it strange?
Listen, man, it was the actual extreme of all of those feelings. I think the federal court is set up to intimidate you. The magnitude of the room, it's like the doors are 15 feet high, the ceiling's 30 feet high. The furniture's huge. You're sitting up high. The judge is high. It's freezing in the room. I walked in and I had literally an anxiety attack. And I consider myself a very calm, cool, collected guy, not easily rattled at all. And by the time I got on the witness stand, I was trembling. And so then to put on top of the understanding that I'm walking in there as the prosecution's witness, so I'm going to assume there's not a favorable thought process with Mr. Combs, his family, anybody involved. So it was very nerve-wracking, man. And I only benefited because I got called to the stand 10 minutes before lunch. And literally just swearing in and answering my name and very preliminary questions, I was losing my voice. I was having trouble talking. And so I'm happy that it broke for lunch. And it took me 20 of the 30-minute lunch to recompose myself. Or I might have had a very different testimony if I didn't have that break time to just kind of get myself together, because it was overwhelming.
Let me, Sheree, stand by. We have more questions coming in, but I want to bring on the other panelists as well. Ben, we haven't had a chance to talk about the verdict. This is something you predicted, though.
Well, I don't know. I went back and forth, but it was, I have to confess, it was a bit of a surprise to me.
Was it something about Cassie's testimony? Was it something about Jane's testimony with respect to sex trafficking? Again, the jury did not believe the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that they were victims of sex trafficking. What was it? What was the thing that you might have been a hang-up?
I thought it was some of the communications, the text messages, which really suggested more of a relationship rather than coercion. That this is, I think it came across as a very, very complicated, unusual relationship, but a relationship.
Yeah.
Toxic relationship.
We got super chat questions coming in for you, Ben. So this is from Nancy Nicole. Actually, this is a regular question. Then we'll go to, actually, let me start with a super chat question. Super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much. Ben, can law address the need for cognitive consent that has often comprised sex crimes when, I'm not sure what this means, when something's normalized. But yeah, can the law address the need for cognitive consent that is often compromised in sex crimes? I'm not exactly sure the question, but I throw it to you.
No, it's a very good question. And I don't think really this is something that the law can really define. And that's why I think the jury system is really the best way of obtaining the truth when you're talking about complex human emotions. It's really hard to have bright lines in the law. I think it's something that a jury has to consider. And I think this really is the best way to adjudicate these things.
Tyler, Nikki Vale says, do you think if Christina Coram, this is a super chat question, thank you so much. Do you think if Christina Coram testified, the jury would have reached a different verdict?
I think that if she testified as a part of conspiracy, it may have helped the jury get to a conclusion more likely to convict on count number 1. But I think as a whole that this jury probably wrestled with the fact that they did not believe this was a conspiracy, a one-man conspiracy with Mr. Combs at the top, and there being no co-conspirators, and then all of the acts and furtherance of this conspiracy led to prostitution, sex trafficking with the 2 victims. I think they really wrestled and not feel like it was enough. But with KK testifying, possibly it could have helped the prosecution out a little more in convincing the jury.
Ben, got a super chat question from Christina Lester. She writes, I have to know this. Please ask Ben. Is he related to Benjamin Chew, prominent Pennsylvania lawyer and jurist and a close friend of George Washington, 1722 to 1810? The people must know.
You have a wonderful viewership and someone who is very keen on history. Yes, that is my ancestor, who was the last crown-appointed chief judge of Pennsylvania. And anybody who is a history buff like your viewer can go see the museum that's in Germantown called Cliveden. And that was Benjamin Chew's house, and it was the site of the Battle of Germantown.
That is awesome. That is amazing. And
all right, we got a pundit by the tap in.
Man, you a cold nigga, man.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I'm in the middle of planning the next freak off. I ain't gonna lie, Wack. I gotta keep it a bean. Freak off's illegal now. I'm good.
You a cold nigga, man. Listen, man. I just want to make sure, because you disappeared on me last week. You know you had me looking crazy.
Shit.
You disappeared, bro.
No, I was on the trial, though. I was on the trial. You know, this trial shit been like taxing me. I'm so glad. I'm glad it's over, but it's like a series.
Listen. And this me to you, right? Whenever you call me and it's something that my hand is strong on, and I'm like, it's green, you my brother. I'm never gonna disappear on you. Like, that was my financial manager's client, bro.
No.
Nigga, that's my finance. Listen, that's the nigga that do all my home loans, all my cars, all my shit. His client. I was like, yo, I said, man, maybe he got sick, bro. I can't do it, bro.
Wack, this trial been put. Let me tell you this. So I had a vacation I was supposed to go.
I was trying to send a nigga over there 8 at night so I could avoid the trial.
Listen, I was supposed to be on a vacation that started tomorrow. This trial fucked it up so much, I pushed it back because I didn't know they was gonna come to a verdict. Like, and I realized, I gave this shit been 8 weeks, and like I've been doing it every day, and like this shit fucked up every day.
He gonna get about 3 years. That's what he gonna get.
You said 3 years?
I think they're gonna give him 33 months. Because the good thing about it is it has a roof of 22, but it doesn't have a mandatory minimum. So the judge could do what he wants. If he had a mandatory minimum, he'd be fucked. The judge would be you know, he had to do the guidelines, right? So,
Why do you think they
but
won't give him time served? Even though, by the way, he did go to trial less than a year, so time served would be really nice.
33 months. He'd do another year and be going to the halfway house. Either way it go, Diddy be free in 2026. Worst case.
Well,
I think 33 months.
Well, here's the thing. So they're not arguing about sentencing today because sentencing isn't today. It's bail. Do you think they let him out on bail until sentencing?
Yep. If they don't plan on sentencing until a couple months, they'll do that. They'll do it in hopes he fuck himself. They'll do it all day long. But it was a gift and a curse because think about it. Diddy, his legal probably cost him about 10, 15 million, right? Think about it. He was willing to give them people $100 million to bail. I believe if Diddy would have bailed, he would have did some dumb shit and fucked his hand off. So the curse was that he had to stay in there. The gift was he kept his $100 million, and the $15 million he had to spend on his legal anyway just came out of that. He's still $85 million up. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. What do you think about how the verdict came down? The verdict basically said, all y'all chicks that claim y'all got sex trafficked, y'all were hoes. Did he pay for some pussy? He paid for some pussy, or he paid for some dick, whatever you want to call it. But he did not do nothing that was doing something against somebody's will.
The beautiful thing Diddy did is he just became case law. So anybody in jail for this shit or goes to jail for this shit because Diddy took it to trial, they can use his trial as case study to appeal a fight. That's the biggest thing he did.
When you first heard about this, did you think that he sex trafficked Cassie, or did you think that Cassie?
No, I know, bro. Listen, I didn't tell you, but bro, listen. Cassie has come to our place afterwards. You get what I'm saying? I know her. I know him. I know the situation. He never sex trafficked Cassie ever in life. That's like me sex trafficking out R&B. What we do is what we do. What they did is what they did. If you get a chick, right, and a man is supposed to mold that woman as that woman is supposed to mold that man into what makes them happy. You get what I'm saying?
Well, you do know if she mad at you later that you still balling and she broke, she gonna say you groomed her, you know, right?
Yeah, but see, this just said you can't do that. See,
I agree.
What fucked me up was how the fuck are you sex trafficking and flying your woman around and Cassie lived with this man. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cassie lived with this man. So if it's like, baby, we finna go to Miami, we going to our other house. Cassie sleeps in the master bedroom.
That's a fact.
You get what I'm saying? So what the fuck is, if I'm in Paris, baby, I miss you. I'm gonna send you a flight. You get what I'm saying? So nevertheless, listen.
They were definitely trying to criminalize flying out. I ain't even gonna lie. They were trying.
Yeah, so, and which was crazy because it's really a gesture of being a man.
Mm-hmm.
If a man want to see a woman, you supposed to send for her. You're supposed to provide ground, provide food, room, board. You're supposed to. So, you know, it's a good thing. You know, he did it up under a year. He'd be all right. I think worst he's going to get is 33 months. I believe they're going to let him go. I believe they're going to let him go until sentencing. If I was him, I wouldn't even want to be let go. Fuck that. Let me get mine out the way.
Hey, I talked to 6ix9ine about that. He said the same thing. He said his lawyer should tell him, yo, you already in here. The hardest part is getting used to being back in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just do the months now. Just do it now.
That's what I would do. I wouldn't even let me get this shit out the way. You know, I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you who's going to win the most out of this.
Who?
Young Miami. Bitch, stay down. You ain't heard a peep out that lady.
That's a fact. You think she gonna rejoin the crew?
Who?
Young Miami.
I don't think she never went nowhere.
So you think she gonna be fucking with Diddy again?
I don't think she never stops.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Diddy gotta get married. I think I suggested he get one girlfriend and one boyfriend.
He don't gotta get married. He don't gotta. You can't force.
No, whack. Here's the thing. He got in trouble. because he was on some homoerotic shit, some bisexual shit or gay shit. He need to get a boyfriend and a girlfriend. That's
You
it.
get in trouble for being on gay shit. That shit is socially accepted.
No, but he was hiding it. That's why he was hiding the prostitutes. He should just get a girlfriend and a boyfriend and he good.
Hey, listen. Young Miami said, I didn't even see her pop out with another nigga.
Get him a nice boyfriend like YK Osiris or something like that. Get him a good boyfriend.
Oh, you wild.
That's going to be loyal to him. That's going to treat him good. That's going to be able to give him all the semen he need to play with, and he good. He good.
You wild.
He just need a boyfriend. Who would you suggest for him to be his boyfriend? You could tell he got a type. First of all, his type with women is Asian women. What do you think his type is with niggas?
I don't think about that shit because I don't know what a nigga type would be.
Well,
my mind.
I get that, but we got to be realistic. You realize that Diddy was doing all this to conceal this behavior because he knew that the public wouldn't accept it if he was a mogul free. We only found out about this.
Yeah, but they would have accepted. I just think he didn't want to tarnish his little gangster image.
He been around. You told me Diddy ain't had no gangster image. Diddy been around through the 90s. He had a reputation. He didn't want to come out as one of those because people were gonna call him a homo thug or whatever. Now we all know it's out in the open. He need to find himself a nice boyfriend. Maybe it's a Meek Mill lookalike. I don't care who he gets. He just got to get a nigga that.
Man, y'all got to cut the Meek Mill slander out.
No. I ain't say Meek Mill. I said a lookalike. Like that might be his type.
Yeah, man, listen. I don't think he got to get married to shit. I don't think he's the type of dude that needs to be married. I think he needs his space. I think he flips out sometimes.
He got to slow down though, because he just realized every chick except Young Miami and the Gina girl, even though she was about to flip, but she decided not to.
Right. I don't think. Listen, bro. I don't think Diddy the type of dude that can be tied down like that. He needs to move around.
Yeah, but it's that caused him to be here, Wack. It's that caused him to be here. You heard what 50 Cent baby mama said. She said, if I'm doing the freak offs with you, well, why is Young Miami always posting pictures with you and on the jet and in Turks and on the yacht? It was jealousy. They were looking at it to say, I'm doing the shit, but I'm not getting the benefits. It's jealousy. These girls were jealous of another woman. They were jealous of other people's position.
He respected Young Miami in a different way.
Yeah, but they were upset about it though. They were upset about it. Daphne Joy, 50 baby mom testified to it. If you promised you gonna bring me to Turks and you went there with her.
Everybody ain't for everything. Yo, Act, I'm gonna be real. I came front, bro. When I separated, I was going to the Diddy life as far as I'm just gonna move around how I move around with who I want to move around with.
How many freak offs did you do?
No, I didn't do none.
Oh,
what I'm saying is I was never gonna settle down again. Because I had been in the box for 30 years. You get what I'm saying?
True.
I was living a married life as a child, 14 to 44. I wasn't like, when I was 14, I wasn't at the house, bro. I was in the streets, had my own spot, paying, I remember $9.50 for rent and fucking with Necker, tennis courts in the condo. I was buying school clothes for my woman, and you get what I'm saying? So I went from 14 to 44, so I wasn't going to ever settle down once I broke loose, but I found a fucking full deck of cards.
Yeah.
That's why I was telling you, we got to do what we got to do for you. That business still greenlit because I was supposed to talk to old boy this week, but I couldn't. I don't want to go in there. I want to make sure. I didn't know what the fuck was going on with you, bro. You disappeared.
Yeah, we got to do the reality show. I got to find me a nice
I need
woman.
to come see you, bro. Me and R&B gonna come see you.
I'm out here. Come on.
I'm gonna come see you. I think I gotta do the Danza show again. So what I'm gonna do is probably drop in on you and then shoot down there and do that.
Hey, let me tell you this. The only reason why I say he gotta calm down And trust me, I'm a person, I don't know if I fully calm down. So when I'm saying this, I might be hypocritical with it. But what I'm saying is that when I looked at his roster and I looked at his deck of cards, there's only a few women who stayed solid with him. The rest of them folded, or the rest of them said,
They folded.
or the rest of them looked at him and said, "Yeah, I got love for this nigga, but he done. Let me get my money and bounce." KK stood down for him. She was not going to take the stand. They called her his co-conspirator. We ain't seen her yet. You get me? I know he not doing nothing sexual with his bodyguards, but his bodyguards, not one of them took the stand. They know his innermost secrets. They've seen him do everything. Not one of them took the stand. All of them fly-by-night girls that he was dealing with, fucking this here, fucking this here. He would give her a bag here, give her a bag here. When them bitches realized that he might be going down, they all filed lawsuits themselves, or they took the stand against him. They turned on him. I don't know if you read the whole thing. I sat through this whole case, man. It's a little bit disgusting. When it come to 50 Cent baby mama, when she heard that Cassie got 20 million, she started negotiating with Puff that she could get her exit plan. She said, "Give me $400,000 a year for the next 3 years, and I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone." Cause she told him, when I read the lawsuit by Cassie, I felt I was reading my own trauma. And Puff said, "Trauma?"
Nah, but nah, he lying because she ain't went through what Cassie went through.
No, of course she a hoe. Of course she lying. But that's the thing. Everybody folded on him, and that's what you realize. Like, Diddy was out here up $1 billion, and he was taking the chances with people who would snake him for 500,000. And that is the thing.
Yeah, you're right.
So when I say slow down, I'm like, listen, even if say he got 4 or 5 girls, just make sure it's 4 or 5 trusted girls. You can't be like, some of these people, they will snake you.
No, hey, bro, that's all day long. This is why I'm blessed, bro, because I don't even got to think about no bullshit.
Yeah, that's good.
Act. If you R&B tells you that nigga was cheating on me, run content on me for a month. As the dumbest donkey. When I tell you, bro, listen, I told her, when I tell you is nothing that I desire that she ain't providing, that's just real. And they out there, bro. But you just gotta be right. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing too, though. You see, Diddy's now 55. And I also said one of the fatal mistakes he made is that he was running around here competing with his sons. You gotta
He was fucking his son's bitches.
Yeah, you gotta read the room.
Bro, the Harvey chick, that was his son's bitch.
Yeah.
He started fucking the bitch.
Now he a demon.
Lloyd Harvey.
Nah, he's definitely a demon for that. But again, I think on a man level, I think we realize that, you know, I think Diddy looked at it to say, I got the bank account. Of course, I'm supposed to be fucking 20 girls a month, you know? And then you get to realize what happens in the trail of your path is that a lot of these women get hurt. They now start moving with vitriol. They come back and they said, well, I only did A, B, and C because you promised me D, E, and F, or I needed you for my rent. I needed you for my car note. Then what they were trying to get put into law is that the law would have been, oh, because she depended on you for rent and you had a power control over her, you were sex trafficking her. But the law clearly said, no, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, that's cap.
That's not true.
That's cap. Yo, listen, we're gutting a club down in Hollywood, Florida.
What club?
Club called Babylon. 3 stories. We gutting it. It's in Hollywood. Hollywood, Florida is crazy act. They got like 15 high rises being built all at the same time. Fastest growing area in Florida right now.
Really?
Right? But check it out. We're putting together because there's 3 stories of it. And I want to do different nights. My man Steve Marcano, He's running point on it, and then I'm working with him, me and R&B. But listen, we gonna create this shit, right? Called, we want to do the Streaming Academy at the spot. Because we want to create a vibe for the youngsters as well. A day for them.
Yeah.
So, nigga gonna need you to come down. Let's set up, partner with it. Everything I do, I want you to partner with us on it so we all eat. You get what I'm saying? So, I'm gonna go meet with Lemmy this week, get that going. And then, if I can get, because Cautious is #1 on the reggae charts, bro.
Oh, yeah. No.
He dropped his album Friday, bro. I need to get him up top, bro.
Nah, he's definitely lit. I'm supposed to, and I guess I'm giving I'm giving away something that's gonna keep it surprised. I'm supposed to interview legend Bounty Killer in the next couple days.
Okay, well, when can I get Conscious in there, bro?
Well, when is he in New York?
It don't matter. He gonna come on your time because it's obvious he was in New York the day I called you.
Monday or Tuesday, we could do it. And the reason why I'm saying that is after the holiday, and I'm gonna still be in town, and there's no trial. I'm very flexible. Pause.
So let's do it. Let's do it Tuesday.
I send me the time.
What time? You tell me what time.
All right, let's do 3 o'clock on Tuesday.
All right, cool. Let me set it up. I'll talk to you later.
I bet. All right, people. All right, I'm about to have to run in a second. I got to go meet with Lauren and Unc. Very historic day. Let's see if we can figure out what the hell happened with bail. Is there an update? Maybe. Here we do. Update. Deshaun Combs' lawyer got a 6-page letter. They're asking for release today on bail. It's just been docketed. The attorney's letter has not been docketed yet. It has not been docketed yet. Mr. Combs moves for appropriate conditions pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 3143A. 1, pending a sentencing proceeding, given the jury's clear verdict acquittal of Mr. Combs of the RICO conspiracy and sex trafficking counts, continued detention of Mr. Combs is inappropriate. As these proceedings have demonstrated, as we told the court from the outset, Mr. Combs came to New York to surrender in order to defend himself against the government charges because he was committed to showing his innocence. Since his arrest and detention on September 17, 2024, he's obeyed the court. He's respected these proceedings and demonstrated and been a demonstrated model of behavior at the MDC. And today, the jury unambiguously rejected the government's allegations that Mr. Combs ran a year-long criminal enterprise or engaged in sex trafficking, the core of the government's case. He stands convicted of 2 Mann Acts, and his sentence and exposure is substantially lower than when the government initially sought detention. The court should release Mr. Combs on the proposed condition. Diddy do it. Diddy did it. Let's go here. Maybe we could get that whole thing. Let's go here. Diddy do it. Diddy did it. Here we go. Here's the proposed conditions, my people. This is the proposed conditions. It says, as for flight risk, it says insufficient to rely only on the evidence of the commission of a serious crime and the fact of a potential long sentence to support a finding of risk of flight. But let's go. It says he poses no risk or flight or danger. His actions prior to 2024 further demonstrated he's neither flight risk nor is a danger to the community. First, shortly after the searches on April 1st, 2024, the council took possession of his passport. On the same day, they advised the prosecutors that he would surrender his passport. Defense counsel would not return it to him, and he would not leave the country. The passport remains in the defense counsel in their possession. And the counsel advised that the government, if Combs intended to travel domestically, they would inform the AUSA. All subsequent travel was going to be done with the government's knowledge. Third, he'll be voluntarily relocated to New York on September 5th, 2024. Once he arrived in New York, defense counsel immediately informed the government of his whereabouts. Fourth, he paid off the mortgage at his residence at Two Star Island in Miami. This payment was about $18 million, and it was for only one reason alone, so that he would have $48 million residence free and clear of any encumbrances that it could be used to secure a bond. All this shows is Combs is not a flight risk. To the contrary, he has taken extraordinary measures demonstrating what he always wanted was to cooperate with the legal process so he could establish his innocence in court. That is precisely what he's done to the most serious charges against him. Moreover, as for other factors, the court must consider such familial and community ties. The court need only consider Mr. Combs and his family conduct over the last 10 months to assure that there is simply no risk that he would seek to flee or recidivate. Throughout these proceedings, his family has been seated by his side, demonstrating the same respect for these proceedings and support for Combs that they will be paying going forward. They were here to support him, and he's obviously committed to reuniting with his family to continue to support them, not to flee and put them at further risk. A few examples of what Mr. Combs has missed since his incarceration. He's missed the biggest moments in his daughter's life. He's missed the twins' high school graduation. They did not have any parent there with them because their mother, Kim Porter, tragically passed away in 2018. He missed his twins' prom. He has a minor daughter of 2.5 years who's been without him for 9 months. He needs and wants to remain with his family. At today's hearing, the government suggested that Mr. Combs could be a danger in a sense that he had the means and ability to commit prostitution crimes. With all due respect, the suggestion is unsupported. The government had, for an extended period of time, a pen register on his phone. Mr. Combs never called any potential escorts or prostitutes, nor did he make any effort to arrange meetings with escorts and prostitutes, nor was he with Jane Doe in New York. In any event, reasonable conditions would ensure that Mr. Combs would not have the ability to arrange such meetings with escorts. The cases overwhelmingly support the circumstances. Here's a bunch. Here's the proposed release conditions. Judge, let my man the diddler out on $1 million bond. $1 million cash. You could count it by hand, Judge. It's going to be co-signed by Diddy, his mother, his sister, and the mother of his oldest daughter. Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida, the Central District of California, and the Southern District of New York to attend court to meet with counsel, as well as the Eastern District of New York and New Jersey, only to the extent that his travel to and from New York might involve an airport in those districts. Mr. Combs' passport has been surrendered and will be surrendered to pretrial services. Drug testing can be ordered by pretrial services. All other standard and pretrial supervision conditions are involved. For the foregoing reasons, the court should release him on those conditions. Here is all his lawyers. Alexander Shapiro, this is her real motion. Mark Ignifilo, Anna Estevio, Brian Big Boy Steele, Xavier Donaldson, Nicole Westmoreland. Yes. Actually, Driscoll's down on this. We will see, chat. We will see. We're still waiting. We are still waiting. Will he get released? Will he not? We'll know in a few.
Like Mr. Hayes. You couldn't do it. Nope, you couldn't be in that. Nope, you had to be a lawyer. I completely understand. Okay, let me go. Let me go to you, Tyler, on this. Make it make sense. Super chat question. Is it curious how a deadlocked jury yesterday could come to a unanimous decision with only the hour the next day? I mean, that is interesting, right? They were deadlocked at the end of the day. They basically said they couldn't, they're unpersuadable, right? Unpersuadable views on both sides. They come back in an hour and find him not guilty of racketeering. Can you explain that?
It's amazing what a good night's sleep could do. They clearly not reached that verdict yesterday. They went home. They were told not to discuss this matter, but they slept on it, and they probably were fresh-eyed and ready to go that morning. And I'm pretty sure the foreman said, "Okay, y'all, we slept on it. Where are we at?" And they quickly got to a verdict today, and that's exactly what I think happened.
We have Sierra Gillespie with us, too, out in the field. Sierra, good to see you. First, let us know how crazy it is out there in terms of have you seen more baby oil being sprayed? That's part one. Part two, we have a super chat question from Free. Free, thank you so much. I just don't understand why sex trafficking of Cassie even needed to be proven when we had video evidence of her being beaten and dragged back into the room. That seems like a flaw in our system. So first, what's the scene like? And really the basis of this question is, wasn't sex trafficking of Cassie proven by the 2016 tape?
Wow, these are both really good questions. I'll start with the former first. Is there baby oil present? Confirmed. Yes, there is. Across the street from me at the courthouse, there was in fact baby oil being sprayed over there. And let me tell you, there are literally hundreds of people here. So much so that the NYPD has come and barricaded me into this area I'm in right now across the street with my camera. I got my lights and I'm stuck here basically. Then across the street at the courthouse, Elizabeth Milner is seemingly stuck inside because they have barricaded everyone kind of over there because honestly it was getting dangerous. A lot of people were getting rowdy, people were spilling over into the street, and this is still a road where people are driving, so it's dangerous for people to be standing in the street, right? So, I mean, it is pretty intense here. There's been cheering. There's kind of been a sense that maybe, just maybe, something wild could happen in this bail hearing, and P. Diddy himself could stroll out of this courthouse behind me at any moment. We'll see what's going to happen there. So TBD, and of course, we're going to give you updates on that, number one. Number two, talking about the Intercontinental video, the really harrowing video that many of us have seen back when it was leaked in May of 2024. And now, of course, jurors saw it time and again. This is a question mark. How was Diddy found not guilty in terms of sex trafficking with Cassandra Ventura when we have that video? To which I say, I don't know exactly what the jurors were thinking. I don't know what's on their mind, and we're working to hear from some jurors. I hope to one day have them on my show Scandal, or perhaps Jesse on Sidebar with you, so we can really have a sense of what they were talking about in the deliberation room. But as far as the Intercontinental video, yes, it does show domestic violence. We've heard that from Diddy's team. We heard it from Teni Yargos in the openings. We heard it from Diddy himself when he came forward with that video, you know, in which he kind of held up his phone. He had a lot of headroom and he apologized for it. So he straight up admitted it. Yes, it was domestic violence. However, domestic violence and sex trafficking are two completely different things. The government said that this showed retaliation. Cassie was leaving a freak off, and then that's what happened, that he physically assaulted her because she wanted to leave. And I guess the...
Three Diglets, my boy. Thank you for the big hundo. Man, respect that man, $100, man. Big hundo from Three Diglets. He said, man, thank you so much for covering this trial act. It was entertaining. It was. And I'm going to be honest with you. It was. I'm a little surprised by it. Like, again, I was being very logical. I'm giving a little bit more opinion because the case is over now. But being very logical, I looked at this a million different ways. And obviously it turned out, you know, listen, the most thing I'm proud about this case is that the way we covered it and the assumptions and the reasonable assumptions we came to matched with what came out. So we weren't some lunatics who were like, no, Diddy's just going to go free. He's going to beat out all the charts. Nah, that was not us. That was not us. We were measured in trying to figure out what it was. We were saying, could count two go? This Cassie stuff, how much is it sex trafficking or just toxic relationship? And I'm very proud that I feel like we were on the money, and I'm very happy about that. Three Diglets, I thank you for appreciating my work, and I appreciate you for your viewership, and I appreciate everyone in here.
Jurors just didn't believe that argument, and that's why they found Diddy not guilty on that particular charge.
So we have more. Thank you so much for that, Sierra. We want to go back to Sheree. I have a couple of questions here for you. So first of all, Tracy Roberts, super chat question. This is just a supporter. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Cleveland Thomas asked a super chat question. I think it's really interesting. From the testimony, Cassie sometimes paid the escorts. Could she have gotten convicted on the Mann Act as well? And I'll answer that, but this is an interesting part. Are the escorts the ultimate victims? Now, from a legal point of view, this was about Jane and Cassie being the alleged victims. The escorts not necessarily for the purposes of these charges. Having said that, through the course of this, when you think about what was alleged, when you think about what was put forward in this case by the prosecution, do you feel, Trey, do you feel that you are a victim in any of this?
The only part of it I would make me feel victimized, and if this was confirmed, is if my participation did come under a space where Ms. Ventura was under duress, where I just unknowingly did not know that she was being forced in some way, and really giving me a really transparent, acting job of, hey, I'm fine with all of this, but deep down inside, it was a scenario where she was being abused and in true distress with my interaction. If I unknowingly was put in that scenario to take advantage of a woman unknowingly, and that is outwardly confirmed in my specific participation, then I would feel like a victim.
I understand. I'm curious if the other people that were part of these sexual events would feel the same. Ben, go to you. You think Sean Combs is going to be released? Do you think today the judge is going to say, hey, listen, the game's changed. Whatever factors were working for the prosecution months ago, the game's changed. He should be released. What do you think?
I have an instinct that he won't be. I don't think so.
Tyler?
I think he should be released. I think that, bonds are all about what could reasonably ensure that the defendant's not going to flee. And here, the max penalty is 10 years per charge. More than likely, the judge is not going to impose a max, and they're not going to run consecutively. So I think a reasonable bond of $1 million would ensure that he's going to come back and do his sentence. And the fact of the matter is, the government has brought a heavy case against Mr. Combs. Most of those charges have been dismissed now because he's been found not guilty. The remaining two, the question that should be asked is, would he have received a bond if these were the only two charges he was accused of at the time he was indicted? And I think the answer is yes, he would have. It would probably have been high, and Mr. Combs could put up a high bond in this case.
Ben, Papa Sear asks, thank you so much for the super chat question, Papa Sear. Do you think the $20 million alleged settlement with him, still paying $10,000 a month in rent for another victim, do you think that swayed the jury? We are in a recession. So basically, right, the settlement that Cassie had with Sean Combs, the idea that Jane was still getting her rent being paid for, I think her lawyer was still being paid by Sean Combs. Do you think that that affected the jury's decision?
It's a great question, and I think it could have. I think any number of factors, could have entered into the decision. So it's a good question, and I think absolutely it could have affected some of the jurors.
This is, wow, okay. This is from Sean Love Combs. Okay, this is the account Sean Love Combs. Tyler, super chat question. Thank you, Mr. Combs. Is it possible that if Diddy is released, he will be able to leave America, or would he be able to retrieve his items, the baby oil, the Astroglide? So multiple questions there, Tyler.
Yeah, I think Mr. Combs could afford to buy some more baby oil and Astroglide. There's no way he's going to leave the country. That would be a clear violation of any terms of bond. I'm pretty sure he's already had surrendered his passport. No commercial airline or TSA would not allow him to get on a flight. It's clear that he would not pass the security clearance for it. So no way unless he tried to sneak out the country somehow. And that would be pretty insane for Mr. Combs to do that, knowing his ties here, his family here, the asset he has here, and a relatively low chance of him going to jail for a very long time.
Ben, this super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much. May more clinical expert testimony be used in future sexual assault and RICO trials? Trauma and coercion cause prolonged fear. Young witnesses won't come forward now.
Yeah, I think it will continue to be used. I don't think it was particularly effective here. So I think it's a matter of how good the expert is and how effectively she portrays her information.
Ben Chu, Tyler Bailey, Sheree Hayes, thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time.
So the government has submitted their own letter to say don't release Diddy, and apparently it was docu-signed by Deontay Nash, which it says release equal message that wealth and influence could shield someone from indefinitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperated on a subpoena who are already okay. So Deontay Nash is this is the assistant. He looked like he still don't fuck with Diddy. I think it was the assistant or stylist. I'm writing this to express my grave concern over the prospect of Sean Combs being released from custody. While I appreciate the fairness you've shown throughout this proceeding, I feel compelled to be unequivocal about the danger he poses to the public and to the individuals that have risked everything by coming forward. He has a long and well-documented history of violent, coercive, and retaliatory behavior. Over the years, he's repeatedly escaped meaningful accountability, and each time it's only blah, blah, blah. Many of us have firsthand knowledge of the fears he instills around him. I can, without hesitation, say that he's a serious and immediate threat to the victims, witnesses, and the broader community's pattern of violence, particularly while engaging in trafficking of individuals. Shut up. He wasn't convicted for none of that. Shut the fuck up. Combined with the unchecked substance abuse, makes it clear that he's not ready to re-enter society safely. A responsibility to release Mr. Combs without substantial consequences would undermine the integrity of the process and send a dangerous message. The wealth and influence could shield someone indefinitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperated with this investigation on a subpoena who are already living in fear of retaliation. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to prioritize the safety of the victims and the witnesses over your consideration of leniency. Mr. Combs has had countless of opportunities to change, and he's chosen to instead to escalate his harmful conduct. Allow him back into the community would not be a profound mistake. Thank you for your time. Man, shut your bitch ass up. They're still waiting on the government. The government ain't docking none yet. Okay, the judge is going to reconvene at 5. All right, so it's going to be 5. All right.
Time. We are going to continue our coverage here in the sense that Sierra Gillespie is outside the federal courthouse. If there is an update, if there is a significant update in what is going to happen with Sean Combs today, if he is going to be granted release, we will cover it. She will jump on air, talk about what's happening. If we see Sean Combs leave that courthouse, we will cover it. Thank you so much for the terrific, terrific questions. Appreciate all of you. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll see what happens next in what is a very eventful day in the Sean Combs criminal case.
Yeah, they went on break. They're probably back now. All right, yeah, it's gonna be at 5. I ain't gonna cap with you. I gotta dip out. I gotta dip out because I gotta go. If now the thing is at 5, I gotta go dip out. Me, Unc, and whatever. So, hey, chat, I'm gonna be back. All right, I love y'all. Y'all will see me on in a few more minutes. I'm about to go, do my transportation. Immediately get down to do some shit with Unc and also Lauren Conlon. And I would imagine that they're gonna go live. I'll stay live, but at my headquarters until we figure out if Diddy's gonna get free. But at this point, we've gotten the verdict. The only thing remaining is, will he get free? You guys will see me very shortly. And if you guys are tuning in, please hit the subscribe button. And if you're used to watching on King Academics or anywhere else, hit the subscribe button here. You will see me go live probably in about like 35 minutes or so. I'll be going back live, okay? Chat, I'm going to be from the Big Boy Studio, and then you will see me shortly, all right? Chat, I love you. See you soon.